Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidate, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Without a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Krummer. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And on this season 4, episode 45, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And the first one is Coulter says, take the money from the Catholic Charities and give it to FBA for reparations. Surprise, surprise. Then we got Black business is not something you only support during a boycott. Then fighting for reparations without unity is a lost cause for Black Americans. Malcolm X's powerful 1963 City Desk interview, a much-watched moment in history. It really is. And then Diane Yap lies about Blacks attacking Asians. Congress informs Mayor Johnston. He's under investigation over obstructionist immigration dealings. Chicago isn't safe. 2 illegal migrants charged in fatal attack. Mayor Johnston is silent. Give the money now. Byron Donalds demands resources for Tom Homan's deportations ASAP. And if we have time, Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard loses wig as brawl breaks out in Thornton Township meeting. Intellectual looting, why Black people should trademark their ideas, and which Congressional Caucus should prioritize helping immigrants. The answer is not the Black Caucus. So those are the topics tonight. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News. Crew's in the building. Shout out to Crew. Thank you again, brother. I was able to get the laptop fixed, so it sounds it's up and running real good now. So I'm gonna hop right into it.
I just was having problems with my thing, but I'm coming.
And this first video is from the Church of Black Power. Shout out to the Church of Black Power. He did subscribe to our channel, so he might be tapping in. That would be nice if he was to tap in, but I'm going to be playing the clip that he did a couple days ago about Coulter says take the money from Catholic Charities and give it to FBA for reparations.
To our brother Arthur Watkins Jr., salute to him because he's out there doing the. This is yet another example of immigrants trying to appropriate the Black American experience. And so the video that I dropped on Thursday, I was able to show you Coulter. I showed you this. Coulter responding to Tariq Nasheed when Tariq said he agreed with Trump 100%. Coulter came back. She said, so did half a dozen Supreme Court cases, including Slaughterhouse case, Ex parte Virginia, Schroeder versus West Virginia, Neal versus Delaware, Elk versus Wilkins. This is yet another example of immigrants trying to appropriate the Black American experience. And I wanted to go deeper because come to find out, in the video I posted yesterday, I said it. I said, I don't know if Ann is trying to get invited to the cookout, but the cookout is shut down. But she can keep going. She can keep it up. I thoroughly enjoy what she's been saying for the past couple of days. Not everything, but I can pinpoint certain things that I like. And I'm going to show you a couple of things. So this is one of them. Here's another one. And she was responding to our brother Arthur Watkins Jr. Salute to him because he's out there doing the Lord's work. She says DEI has been great for women, Indians, gays, and Hispanics. This is how we make up for slavery. So now you have Coulter, out of all people, being the person with sense in the room.
Wow.
Like that makes absolute. If you would have told me that Ann Coulter would be saying any of these things when I first heard Ann Coulter, within the first year of me hearing Ann Coulter, I'd have been like, you on some bullshit.
Right.
You on some nonsense, brother. You've been smoking the wrong peace pipe, brother. But truly, up has became down and down has became up, because here she is saying it. And here's another one I want to show you. Now she's responding to this Patrick Casey person. And it says, but all of the above combined amounts to a drop in the bucket when compared to how much money is going to pro-migrant stuff. Example, over $278 million to Catholic Charities of Fort Worth for refugee cash and medical assistance. Absolutely infuriating. And Ann comes back and she says, I would support slavery reparations if 100% of the funds were taken from these BS charities that drag third worlders into our country, paid for by us.
Well,
And I'm gonna be honest with you, family. I responded to this. My response was something along the lines of, well, look who's coming around. The Republicans are sounding, Democrats has never said anything directly like this for Black Americans.
never.
And I also said, if the Republicans are smart, they will fill that vacuum by actually getting that done.
Twin. A broken
You
clock is
definitely
right
can
twice
take all
a
the
day.
money back from Catholic Charities. If one Catholic Charities organization, which is in Fort Worth, got $278 million, imagine what they all get as a yearly budget.
Oh, thanks for putting her link in.
And I went looking for the statistics, couldn't find it.
I should also subscribe.
I was only finding
her agenda as well.
like individual areas with the Catholic Charities. But let's just say, matter of fact, let's see here. If we was to take, let's say that there was 100 Catholic Charities in the United States. We know that is way more. We know that is way more.
Hey,
But-
Timberry's in the building. Salute. We want
One
salute. We're going over Ann Coulter saying that
My fault, family. Had a
she
phone call.
supports
Okay, so
reparations
if
for
we,
FBA,
let's just say,
and she wants to take the
we
money
know that there's more than 1,000 Catholic
charities
charities
getting and
in the United
use
States.
that for reparations for FBA.
So if we was to take
His name Jamboree.
times that times
Gab,
$278
Jamboree, yeah.
Jam.
million, right?
Like J-A-B.
Yes.
Yeah.
We would come out with $278 billion that could be distributed for reparations. That's it. There's reparations money right there. Even though we do know that they have the Justice Fund and that could fund reparations with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But what Ann Coulter actually put on the table isn't really a bad idea. Remove the funding from these organizations and give it directly to the descendant of American freedmen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I rock with that. But another thing I wanted to show you guys is that these people know, white folks, white Americans, they know that Black America are Americans. Let me be clear. Because you got all these your next people running around here. You got all these people who's fear-mongering, trying to get Black Americans to stand on their square. And we're like, nah, I'll pass.
$5 for you, $3.
They're using a lot of emotion, and we're like, nah, empathetic.
That's supposed to be for my birthday.
I don't have any sympathy for you. Sorry. But not sorry.
Taking off all motherfucking weekend for no.
And now, by us doing this, we're seeing more and more and more white Americans coming out pushing Black American delineation, just like us.
I got 2 double shooters. So.
I want to get to this clip right here, and this is going to be I want to show you this first. They tried to make it look like Tariq agreeing with Trump about the 14th Amendment situation is a bad thing. President Donald Trump says the 14th Amendment was meant for children of slaves in America, not illegals. Tariq Nasheed's approve. Yeah, most of us do. And the ones who don't is because they're Democratic shills. And they have no sway in the Black grassroots. Period. But this is what I wanted to show you guys.
The Black communities in the United States historically.
I don't know what just happened with the sound. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's try this again.
Been severely.
Okay. So it was just in my headphones. All right, let's do this again.
The Black communities in the United States historically have been severely handicapped by the party that they have been convinced to vote for over and over and over again. They've been made promises to, they've been lied to, they've been told that their schools were going to get money, that they were going to get economic impact in their neighborhoods, and it never happens because the people that convince them to vote for them are the most conniving, snaky, dirtiest politicians in the world, and they steal the money, and then they leave the Black communities to flounder. That's been going on for 60, 70 years. That should be fixed before we go over to some place in some other part of the world and try to help those people. Like, those are American citizens that need to be fucking handled and treated just like every other American citizen. If I was a Black person in America, in a Black neighborhood, a Black urban area that's been run down, and I see them sending hundreds of billions of dollars to other places like Israel and Ukraine and wherever else, what the dude? Look at my neighborhood. Right. Look at my community.
Family, tell me, did he tell a lie? So you are seeing these Republicans coming out actually saying what it is, while the Democrats can't do that and won't do that. They try to entangle us with everybody else. But because we're delineating, white America now sees that Black America is delineating. They're like, yeah, these people don't deserve any of this stuff. This was for Black Americans. And as he said, if I was a Black American and I see all these billions of dollars going to Ukraine and Russia and Ukraine and Israel, whatever, I would be pissed off too. Exactly. But this is what the people who run around telling you that you're next, people don't want to talk about. They want to speak about you being Black American. They keep trying to other us like them. When we don't fall into those categories, and white America knows we don't fall into those categories. Now, I want to move here. And when I say that these Republicans are speaking in ways that these Democrats are not, if y'all remember, Isaac Bryan, this sucker dude, the dude who blocked our reparations, one of them, the dude who thinks he's good in the hood. I'm going to click this and give you the whole thing, and then I'm going to go back and show you what I said. He said, if you think ignoring Black families who have been hit by a natural disaster so that he can take a golf vacation 1 week after being sworn in, after being sworn in, is unpresidential. We should follow each other because I do too. So if you think ignoring Black Americans or Black families who have been hit by a natural disaster so that he can take a golf vacation 1 week after being sworn in is unpresidential, we should follow each other because I do too. Family. So I said, dude, and I had to put the screaming talking head to make sure he understands my point on this. You literally blocked reparations for those same Black Americans that you're trying to use in your political jargon. You're an enemy of my people, not a representative. This is the man that stood in front of Bill O'Saley and then called him a bunch of anti-Black people, racist and stuff like that, when he was the only person there trying to bring the reparations bill to the floor.
Hey, what's happening with you?
Mr. Good.
And he want to make some
I'm playing this
bad faith arguments talking about you won't vote for the bill.
And he was going over what Coulter said about reparations.
Okay,
now,
I found that is a twist on Ann Coulter's part. Now, why does she have such a twist?
Well, she was having a conversation on Twitter.
Okay.
With a dude named Patrick Casey, who you can see on the screen.
Okay.
And basically talking about how much money was going to the migrants.
Okay.
Legal immigrants.
Okay.
And for example, $278 million to Catholic Charities of Fort Worth for refugee cash and medical assistance. Absolutely liberating. And she said, I support slavery reparations if 100% of the funds were taken from these BS charities that drag third world into our country, paid for by us.
Okay. No, I don't have a problem with that. See, that's what I was saying there, Brother Che, a couple of days ago when the dumpster got rid of shit rules that he was infringing on, man, the DEI and what have you. Okay, so what happened is the reparations, and I'm sure she would show it, although I cannot stand Ann Coulter, okay, but right is right, of how the reparations money would be functioning to the U.S. Economy system.
Right.
Hey, Lady Che.
Oh, so, I just tried to
now, you sound like you're in an echo chamber for some futuristic shit. Aliens trying to take you and shit.
No, she's experimenting with her mic.
You can hear me on
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. But she says, but above all, oh, wait a minute. Patrick Case is debating with her, but all the above combined amounts to a drop in the bucket when compared to how much money is going to pro-migration stuff. Okay, example, 278 million. Okay, all right, I see the reason, but Ms. Coulter, we're going to disagree on the amount.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, that's literally a drop in the bucket compared to what's owed. I do agree with her that all that money that they've been sending for all these damn migrants and giving to these charities should be going toward our reparations. But like Church of Black Power said, there's already a freedom fund, and that money could be going toward reparations too. They already have a freedom fund already.
And then just out of curiosity, okay, bear with me, man. I'm getting ready to oh boy. No, I'm turning off this. No, I'm just trying to minimize the background noise.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit, it's cold as hell out here, man. We're damn near as cold as you all, man.
Shit, we're not cold at all.
Yeah, it's nice out right now.
What's your temperature?
59.
It's pretty nice.
You know where the fuck we at, man? We
Yeah,
at 42 degrees. See, that's that GMO pony bullshit you all be doing in our season.
No damn GMO, Shabaki. You know how you have the Santa Ana winners?
Yeah.
We have the Chinook winds.
That's coming out the south, right?
No, they're coming out the west.
Okay. All right, and you do know, man, it's the Santa Ana winds that contributed and is contributing to the fires out there in the west.
Crew said it's 40 in Chicago.
Yeah.
That's about right this time of year. Hey, Chi-Town, hey, the birthplace. All right. Okay, hey, Crew, you on the west side or the south side?
He's on the south side.
All right. Okay, well, Black business started out in Chicago on the south side. And Crew, wasn't it 18th in Indiana, 18th in South Indiana that after the John H. Johnson and Eunice Walker got married, man, that they started the Ebony?
I believe so, Shabaka, but let's see what he says. All right, so yeah, that's what we was going over when he got on, Shabaki. And then the brother was going in on one of them bosses out in California.
Which one, man? Which one? Who was it, man?
Eunice. The one that was standing in the way of the reparations in California.
Okay, and what city in California is that trick out of?
Off the top of my head, I want to say he represents Inglewood.
Oh, man, our stronghold. Okay, Crew, you said you think so. It was off of 18th in South Indiana, but he said he's not sure. Okay, all righty, you know. Hey, Crew, and I remember one summer I was through there, man, driving, man, and I was leaving like the Loop area, right? And I went all the way out South Halstead, man. That's the first time I heard that record by B.B. King called Why I Sing the Blues.
Oh, my God.
That's ancient history, I know, for you younger. That's way back in the day.
Yeah, I didn't get to meet B.B. King, but my family did.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Why I Sing the Blues. Yeah, Mr. B.B. King was heavy.
Yeah. He used to come to Denver a lot.
Yeah.
You want to know something? You guys had a nightclub there called Pierre.
Yep. He used to go to Pierre's. He used to go to Horizon. And I think he went to Mr. A's too.
Yep.
All right, because the very first time I went to Denver, Colorado, man, I was traveling, right? People of the other persuasion, so I wanted to go out and see Soulsville. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I went out there, man, and bumped into a brother, man. He said, "Yeah, man, go down Walter."
Yep, that was our Black Wall Street.
Yeah, and then I saw Pierre's, and I said, "Let me go in here," and they had karaoke in there.
Yeah,
it was a weeknight, so it wasn't on the weekend. You know?
We can't talk about 5 points without me getting emotional. I can't go. I get upset every time we go because it's like all gentrified now, and man, I want to use my mic. It's all gentrified and shit, and I remember when it was just there was black people everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, happy everywhere.
Yeah.
Unmute.
Good time.
Unmute.
Mic right here. I don't have to unmute. Look, check it out. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's echoing like a mug, but yeah.
It's because I got it set like that for a second now. You can't really while you're talking. Anyway, we talk low. Now when before it got gentrified, there's never black people everywhere. And that was a pretty happy little spot. And I remember just going down 5 points in the east side when I was little, when I was a girl. young girl. Man, I had good times there. Now it's like a fucking ghost town. White people everywhere. Fucking everywhere.
Yeah, sickening.
And then they moved all kind of other people into like, we got a taco spot.
Yeah, taco uprising.
Shit's fucked up. Yeah, you got the white restaurants and shit. White people everywhere. Fucking white people.
We got one street cafe back there.
Everywhere. Even so, you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. It just feels like a fucking ghost town. And the black people that do show up, now it's like only on hot special occasions or special events or something. You know, it's so black. It's upsetting, very upsetting. So every time I see it now, I can't help but get emotional. They want to blame COVID, but I want to blame them selling out.
Yeah, big
Selling
time.
out. So black people sold their businesses, motherfucking gentrifiers for money. They sold out and smiled in our fucking faces on motherfucking city council, remember?
Mm-hmm.
We're like, no. They weren't hearing it.
Yeah.
Real shit. Very upsetting to me. Carry on, Jesse. Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Yeah. You sound like you're in an echo chamber.
Okay.
I was trying to reduce the echoing. Could you hear her, Shabaka?
Yeah, I heard it loud and clear except for the echo, and I'm on the Bluetooth now.
And Jesse's running the show, so I can't toy with it. But I'll toy with it, you know, after the show when I do the RVA again. I'll toy with it then. I was just messing with it. We just got in. Literally just walked in the door, so you know I was plugging it up just to, you know, toy with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so well, Ann Coulter, you shut me up.
Real quick, Ann Coulter on the Boondocks wasn't like the white lady on there like a play off of Ann Coulter.
Yeah, I believe. You talking about
when Riley
Sarah?
Said, the teacher said digger.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the the reverend and shit. They were fighting.
Yeah, you talking about Tom's wife?
No, not Tom's wife. The fucking on the Boondocks, the motherfucking court report, the journalist.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I believe it was based off of her, or Laura Ingram.
Yeah, something like that. She secretly like down with us.
Yeah.
But on the other side, she's a motherfucking racist.
Yep.
Is it based off of her? I felt like it was based off of her.
It might have been. Andre Magruder, like Aaron Magruder is like a raccoon, straight up raccoon. But yeah.
Like we're talking about this right now, kind of reminded me of the Boondocks.
Zippity dee da, zippity da.
The teacher.
Yeah.
They're crying and shit. They can see it. That shit was hilarious. Go ahead. I was just reminded about that.
I was only finding like individual areas with the Catholic Charities. But let's just say, matter of fact,
I'm pretty sure the Catholic Charities at Denver donated a whole bunch of money.
Let's see here.
They've been warehousing mugs in these churches and shit. They've been doing that shit for years.
Yeah, that shit got to cease, man.
Let's say that there was 100 Catholic Charities in the United States. We know that is way more.
Non-profit list.
We know that is way more.
Got the most money.
But 1 second.
Yeah. I never like Samaritan.
My fault, family had a phone. Okay, so if let's just say we know that there's more than 1,000 Catholic Charities in the United States.
It's always wild.
So if we was to take times the $278 million, right?
Yeah, you could have.
We would come out with $278 billion that could be distributed for reparations.
No, that's cheap. That's too cheap, homie.
That's it.
Right, of course it's too cheap.
There's
there breaks
reparations money
down
right
roughly
there.
about $1,500 a black person.
Even though we
man,
do
and that
know
ain't
that
gonna
they
work.
have the Justice
That's
Fund
one
and
city,
that could
though.
fund reparations with no
That's
problem.
just Fort Worth. That's just
But what Ann Coulter
we're giving
actually put on the table
that's
isn't really a bad idea.
Fort Worth, which ironically enough was
Remove the funding from these
Caucus
organizations
provided.
and give it directly to the descendant of American freedmen.
Okay, well, let's use your platform.
So yeah, I rock with that.
diasporic
But another
Africans
thing
in
I
the
wanted to show
US.
you guys
They're not eligible for
is that
reparations in the United States.
these people know, white folks, white Americans, they know
Export Africans.
that Black America are Americans.
I
me be
disagree, and I ain't got no
Let me be
comment
clear,
on that.
because you got all these your next people running around here. You
But
got
I
all
have
these
to stay
people
away
who's
from a
fear
nigga
mongering,
like that.
trying to get Black Americans to stand on their square.
Yeah, because it has
And we're
to
like,
do with
nah,
Man,
I'll pass.
the lineage.
he knows exactly what to say.
They're using a lot of emotion, and we're like, nah,
Qualified.
And it's
unempathetic. I don't have any sympathy for you. Sorry, but not sorry. And now, by us doing this, we're seeing more and more and more white Americans coming out pushing Black American delineation, just like us. I want to get to this clip right here, and this is going to be a
And
show you
could
this
you freeze
first.
that? I want to say something on that.
They tried to make it look like Tariq.
Okay, what's going to happen is that you're going to have a whole lot of these goddamn white folks, okay, who's going to try to come out and claim this same bullshit.
They're not the same lineage. They can't.
Hold on a second.
How they going to
Hold
claim?
on a second.
They're not freedmen. They're not American.
Okay.
They're not descendants of slavery.
Okay, but you say, but they're gonna. Okay, I think. Okay, now this is just a thought. Okay, is that because they gave reparations to the slave owners, or I'm gonna call them what they are, the rape and slave trading pedophiles. Okay, reparations. You know, when was that there? The Emancipation Proclamation, right? Okay. So now what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna take all that damn money from them. I'm talking about if they want to be fair and equitable about it, but they won't. Okay, it's because you're gonna have too many house niggas is gonna come up there with prepackaged bullshit. You see what I mean?
That's exactly why we're delineating. So there is no prepackaged bullshit.
Yeah, but Chewbacca, we were worried.
And there's no $5 FBAs, just like the $5 Indians. None of that madness. That's why we're delineating.
What Jesse really means to say is we were worried about this, and now everybody's just catching up to what what you just said. But we were worried about this like a while back when FBA was trademarking a lineage, basically say we're a lineage, right? And so
we're a lineage and an ethnic group.
Right. So basically, what you're just catching up on, we were warned that this kind of madness with the whites trying to claim indentured servitude or whatever, but what you just said.
Fuck them and that indentured servitude shit.
I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out as
no, Lady Che, no disrespect. I reject that indentured servitude shit fully. Okay, fully.
And even if they were indentured servants, it's not the same thing as slavery.
That's the same thing.
Right, Brother Che. Right. And then
freedom after 7 years.
I'm just saying. As an example,
but then ask yourself this.
Hold on, Chewbacca.
Lady Che wasn't done, but
just hold on 1 second. Hold that thought. I'm just saying, as an example, of what they could possibly do hypothetically or have tried to do. Those warnings were already out there for us to be aware of, so we already know that they don't have lineage, to chattel slavery and beyond. We already know that. We already know that these motherfuckers were undesirables, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We already know that. But what I'm saying is the warning for us has already been out there for several years that this kind of shit might, may happen, might happen, will happen, and it's up to it's up to us to stand our ground on what qualifies, what doesn't qualify, because we know the parameters. So what you're saying is a grand possibility, but we're already warned. You're just catching up to it now, but we've been saying it on the show as we heard it for the last couple of years. You know what I mean? So now you're just like more conscious of it. But yeah, we've been warned. You know what I mean? Clearly warned that this kind of madness would happen. They both are going to try to lay claim or try to ally with temporarily because they may want something. They're trying to issue claim or fuck the system. You know what I mean? So what you're catching up to now has already been pretty said to us via in the form of tangibles every Saturday, right? The code, the compensatory code, shit like that. And plus we had leaders and stuff like that that said the same shit too. Dr. Claude Anderson, et cetera, Neil Floyd Jr., et cetera. So the list goes on. It's just now that it's being very conscious. You're having an awakening again, because we have a lot of them. And now you're hearing this like, God, they can do this, and how can we prevent it? You're having one of those moments. But we've been saying it for ever since it's at least as long as this show, but longer it's been said to us. You know what I mean? But as long as we've been doing Front Light Black News, as we spread the message far and wide, that message has been said. That's all I was saying. Carry on, Shabaka. That's all I was saying. But you're absolutely correct. So, absolutely.
Okay. All right. All of us been to court. All of us been to the defendant, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. What these goddamn lawyers do, what they double speak, they play chess. You see what I'm saying?
Language.
Not checkers. Okay.
Yep.
Now, I'm not Irish. Okay.
No.
Okay. Hold on a second. But you got to keep in mind is that these Irish participated in the slave trade also.
Yep.
Why do you think so many of our people with slave names like McDougal, Shaughnessy? You know, I've said it before. Okay. McDonald. You see what I mean? O'Neill. You see what I'm saying? O'Brien.
Yes,
that type of shit.
That was after they got their freedom after being indentured servants for 7 years.
Which is still
they brought their criminals over here. The criminals came over here and they had to work off their debt. Mm-hmm. And once they worked off their debt, they were free. And then when they became free, they started buying slaves and, like you said, participating in the slave trade.
Okay. All righty. Okay. Okay. All righty. Okay. That holds some water. Okay.
Yeah.
That holds some water.
Hearing it's going to make more and more sense and clarity, to you, to where, when you go do your shit in California, it's going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You know what I mean? So
no, but what they're going to be doing in California, Lady Che, I already see the double speak coming with them. They're going to keep delaying it. And then what it is that you're going to have all these house niggas who's going to come up in the way of it as well, too.
We already had that happen last year, Shabaka.
Yeah,
and it's going to happen even more so.
It's already happening.
Yeah,
but it's going to...
If it's going to happen more so, then we need to get these mugs up out the paint. They need to go.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
what your logic is that the language is vague and ambiguous, and they keep changing the game around, and it keeps delaying the inevitable in all actuality. But we knew that it was going to be a fucking long marathon, not a fucking easy thing. We knew that. We knew that. So
okay, well, see, Lady Che, that's what I mean by the double speak that they're going to come with. They're going to add more ambiguity to it. That's California politics.
We can't add ambiguity to it. That's why we have to be clear and precise.
Right. And that's what Jesse's like.
Right.
When Jesse's like, can't say this, you got to say
oh, thank you, John.
NBA, right? But, what he's saying
Hey,
is that
Jamboree, what's happening?
the language part. The language is the most important because white supremacy likes to play on both sides with their wording.
Yeah, they like to take both sides
the
of the
fun-
argument.
That's why it's called spelling, as in casting spells.
Correct, Shabaka. We're on the same page. You get it. We're right there.
This is why
Levels
we
to
were
this.
calling in, Shabaka,
Yeah.
when the hearings were going on, because they was trying to make
Yeah.
it free for all.
Mm-hmm.
Trying
Right.
to say, well, if you're a diasporic African, then you're eligible for reparations. No, that's not how this
That's why
works.
Jesse keeps trying to correct the
And they
language.
wouldn't let me talk, as you know, Brother Che. They
Yeah.
wouldn't let me talk
Hey man, a lot
because
of
I
people
was about to give
a lot
them a
of trauma
mouthful.
bonding. Shabaka, you're lucky because there's a lot of trauma bonding. There's a lot of traumatic shit going on in the hearings. People are like my family, my mother, my grandmother, my sister, my father.
Like they was talking about Allentown, which was an all-black town that the Ku Klux Klan, if I'm not mistaken, Shabaka burnt to the ground.
Every motherfucking atrocity.
Is that Allentown, Pennsylvania?
No, Allentown, California.
California.
Oh, really? Is that north or is it in the south? Because I know they did that in Taft, California.
Yeah. I can't remember off the top of my head, Shabaka. I want to say it's in Northern California. But it was an all-black town that the Klan had burnt to the ground.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody was on the.
What year was it?
It was like in 100 years ago, Shabaka.
We were doing the work in the Shabaka, and that shit was very traumatic. Like there was a lot of trauma bonding and shit. So you're like what you say is like, I know that whatever you say because you've lived it, right? So
yeah,
it was a traumatic. It's traumatic to even sit there and listen to that shit from other people too, and you just count yourself lucky that you didn't make it through because it only had like 3 minutes, and in those 3 minutes you can't even get out all your true feelings about the fucking benign neglect, fucking the black codes, everything you lived through, not to mention your ancestry that you grew up with, know about, and then them, girl, you did, and all the shit that you've been. So could you imagine?
Allentown.
So it was really fucked up, and we're doing our part to get this shit.
I think that's Allenworth.
Yeah, like Allenworth. All that work, that was 2 years, 2 years of calling and typing and fucking in the chats or the shit that's going on. You know what I mean? And look, if it wasn't for Dr. Truth Bay, right?
Yeah.
We wouldn't even really know now what was going on because it's so far and in between that you got to be right there writing the motherfucking podcast helmet. Like, tell me more. What else is happening? You know what I mean?
Shout out to Amend the Mass Media.
Amend the Mass Media. You know what I mean? And it's real shit. But it was so much work just to get to this part. So it's gonna be a long haul. Let's pray. Let's just hope that we get it through in this lifetime. Because we can't go any further than this, or else what the fuck have we been doing? You know what I mean? So we're just gonna stay applying pressure to get it to go through, because once it goes through in California, it's everywhere. And every state got to put our part here.
Yeah, because California's a trendsetter. You're right.
Yeah, me and Jesse been writing the motherfucking this helmet about getting on this motherfucking alleged study so that we could make sure it was done correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no half stepping like the one in California, because we know that they'll try to fucking play the okie doke, or no, this didn't happen here, or it's only mildly sundownish or clannish or whatever. There wasn't no
shit.
This is indigenous land.
Shit, take your ass up there by Wyrie.
Like there was I read it on the RVA where Chicanos were trying to claim slavery. You know what I mean?
That was ridiculous.
I ran it on the RVA and I was like, oh fuck no. And that was go along with your point earlier, where anybody and everybody is gonna try to get in on the lineage. What in California said, you're gonna have to do some of this work to prove it. You know what I mean? To prove that you have at least, one fucking ancestor to child slavery, right? I'm sorry. You're gonna have to prove it. You're gonna have to do the work.
You're a free man.
Yeah, you gotta prove that you've been claiming black for like 10 years, on the census, you know, all this shit. So like in my case, which I always talk about my case, right?
Mhm.
Your shit, Jesse shit, easy,
Right.
right? My shit,
Yeah.
I don't have nobody. I don't have nobody, right? So nobody. I had to start the process,
Mhm.
and I can only go back 200 years or so, some shit, on one side of my family.
Yeah.
And that's just
Mhm.
one grandparent,
Mhm.
right? Or two so
So,
far.
Lady Che,
One-
that still
one-
qualifies you for the auction
Of
block.
course,
And that's the problem right there.
Of
Shabaka.
course.
Just because you qualify
just
for the
because I
auction block
qualify,
don't mean that you qualify for the reparations
exactly,
claim.
exactly,
All
because
right, well, that's the double speak.
my people can be free black
No, it's
people,
not
cuz.
double speak. That's the reality.
Right, my
Just
people
because you
could be
qualify
free,
for the auction block
people,
don't mean that you're eligible for our reparations claim
correct?
here in the United States.
And in my case,
Why
like,
is that?
free black people.
Because you weren't enslaved in the
Right.
United States.
Just hold on, Jesse. I'm trying to tell Shabaka something. Like, what I'm saying is, my people could possibly be free black people or free indigenous black, aboriginal black people. They were already here.
Mhm.
Don't you know what I mean? We don't know. I'm only tracing one side, and I have nobody. There's nobody fucking alive. You know what I mean? Nobody.
Well-
I'm the only living motherfucker in the free world. In my lineage, and just from this one side of my father's side, you know, that gave me life. There's no longer here. One fucking side. I'm looking at 4 fucking grandparents, and we haven't even touched the villain side yet. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I have to do all this work. For me, it's harder.
Right.
Me, it's harder because not only do I have to go through all this fucking stupid ass colorism, and because of the fucking my looks and my fucking ambiguous looks in my face and shit, right?
Part of
And
my
I
alpha, Lady Che.
too much milk in the coffee, motherfucking skin, right? But now I gotta go on a fucking mystery fucking egg hunt to figure it all out. And I just showed Jesse. I showed Jesse like the other day, part of the family, right?
Mhm.
Right? You know what I mean? And it stops at one fucking time period. Like-
Hold on a second. Hold on one second.
Crazy,
Go
right?
ahead, Lady Che.
What I'm saying is
Late 1700s.
late 1700s. That's where it stops, and then it never picks up again after that. Like before that, you dig? So I have to go on a fucking mystery egg hunt. Y'all got it easy. I gotta fight here to just be in the conversation, right?
Mhm.
And then with my looks and shit, and then I gotta fucking dig up fucking mystery motherfucking people that are. I'm the only living relative. I'm the only living motherfucker. You dig? My father didn't have no other children. I'm the only one.
Mhm.
He's dead. Everybody's
Mhm.
dead. There's not very many pictures. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just one section. So just count yourself fucking lucky, okay, that you don't have to do all this. Because not only do I got to prove my paperwork on my citizens and shit that I've been marking the fucking black box and the Indian box and the motherfucking white box, okay? I have to prove all of that for 10 motherfucking years. I go by, I say, we look at jail, we'll count that as the motherfucking answer, right? I got plenty of motherfucking jail records to say it, right? Not to mention census. But you don't know how much work I had to fucking do just to get to this part. You see what I'm saying? In my mind, to kick out fucking a lifetime of fucking mixed fucking biracial conversation. Now we don't even talk like that no more. It's been like what? Seriously, 5 steady long motherfucking years of codified motherfucking talk.
Yep.
You don't ever hear me say biracial, mixed, mulatto, none of that shit. That's what I say.
That
Black
dude
first.
showed up on Sincere Love to God, by the way.
What did I say? Black first, Indian,
Mhm.
French, right? That's always what it's been. So you did, y'all got it fucking easy. Compared
Okay,
to
Lady
I'm
Che.
from fucking California. I
Lady Che.
saw white supremacy all motherfucking day, dude. They arrest me, they manhandle me, they fucking did the worst. So they still do it. Profile me, follow me everywhere. Come on, cuz. It can't be this motherfucking hard for me, but it is. So count yourself lucky.
What is this link,
And we go on.
Shabaka?
This here is to that movie, Band of Angels, if it's the right damn link, because sometimes they come up with this bullshit. Oh, these are some lousy, nasty motherfuckers.
Yeah, Band of Angels.
It's just a damn website. It's a website.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. I want to see. You really need to finish watching Goodbye Uncle Tom.
Did you finish Goodbye Uncle Tom, Shabaka? Did we lose Shabaka?
Yeah, no, he'll pop right back in. You're typing on it or something, typing up, looking up something. But count yourself lucky, man. I would give anything to have something. I didn't have nothing, so and look how far I got, Jesse. Seriously, look how far I got. Right?
I put it down far.
And I didn't even want to show Jesse, but I didn't even want to show Jesse. I was like,
we
man,
lost you, Shabaka. Welcome back.
but I did because I had this colorism.
See if it was the movie, man, and it's bullshit. It's selling a soundtrack to it.
Oh, okay. Did you finish Goodbye Uncle Tom, Shabaka?
No, I'm gonna finish it tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I bet you.
Because like I said, I have to prepare myself mentally for it so I don't slam my damn phone off the fucking wall.
Yeah, we finally got to watch the whole microphone check.
That was good. I gotta watch it before the end of it again. Because I feel like you really gotta study. You really gotta pay attention because it moves fast and it's heavy.
Yeah.
And very good. It's good. I know it's one of the heaviest documentaries you made so far. My opinion. Super knowledgeable, super in depth. And only where the fuck was this motherfucker for 30 years? That's all I want to know.
What was who for 30 years?
Motherfucking Puerto Ricans. You know what I mean?
San Juan, Puerto Rico was a major slave port. That's what we did the episode, Sue Your Colonizer.
Where they?
Exactly. So if you're suing your colonizer, then sue your colonizer. They have no right to our claim.
They don't. That's what we've been saying. So you colonize it. Hold your own nuts.
Well, all thing I can say about that, I just hope, man, you all will see it, but I don't think I'll see it in my lifetime.
Expect us going to the Caribbean telling them, hey, we were enslaved. We should have a right to your reparations claim. No. You got CARICOM. Focus on that.
In my
Caribbean Command. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Wrong words. I'm just kidding.
They don't include us in that. That's the thing.
Yeah,
everybody wants to include them in every goddamn thing, but they don't include us in every goddamn thing. That's a damn show.
Mm-hmm. They talk shit about us. Okay, cool. Get that energy.
Oh, and then also too, to give Ann Coulter a little bit more credit.
This long.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead. I'm sorry. But Jesse got to play the clip. Jesse got to go.
But to give Ann Coulter more credit on what she's talking about, you know, the Catholic Church sanctioned the transatlantic slave trade.
Yes, it was the Pope.
Yeah.
I want to say Pope Gregory the 7th.
Yeah.
I think it was the 7th because I think you had about 12 Pope Gregories.
Yeah, it was Pope. Yeah, I learned that from Hidden Colors.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was Dr. Phil Valentine. I mentioned it in one of the Hidden Colors. Yeah, they had sanctioned. They had sanctioned off slavery.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Isabella was able to get Cristobal Colon to go on his little way. Yeah.
You're talking about the drunk. And Queen Isabella, if I'm not mistaken, if it was the Queen Isabella that I think it was, she was a child queen.
Yep.
So, go ahead and play the clip, Jesse. I'm sorry.
Agreeing with Trump about the 14th Amendment situation is a bad thing. President Donald Trump says the 14th Amendment was meant for children of slaves in America, not illegals. Tariq Nasheed's approved.
I approve too.
Yeah. Most of us do. And the ones who don't is because they're Democratic shills.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no sway in the black grassroots.
None.
Period. But this is what I wanted to show you guys.
The black communities in the United States historically have...
I don't know what just happened with the sound. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's try this again.
Been severely.
Okay. So it was just in my headphones. All right, let's do this again.
The Black communities in the United States historically have been severely handicapped by the party that they have been convinced to vote for over and over and over again. They've been made promises to, they've been lied to, they've been told that their schools were going to get money, that they were going to get economic impact in their neighborhoods, and it never happens because the people that convince them to vote for them are the most conniving, snaky, dirtiest politicians in the world, and they steal the money, and then they leave the Black communities to flounder. That's been going on for 60, 70 years. That should be fixed before we go over to some place in some other part of the world and try to help those people. Like, those are American citizens that need to be fucking handled and treated just like every other American citizen. If I was a Black person in America, in a Black neighborhood, Black urban area that's been run down, and I see them sending hundreds of billions of dollars to other places like Israel and Ukraine and wherever else, what the dude? Look at my neighborhood, right? Look at my community.
Family, tell me, did he tell a lie? So you're seeing these Republicans coming out actually saying what it is, while the Democrats can't do that.
Yep, the ain't never said that.
They try to entangle us with everybody else. But because we're delineating, white America now sees that Black America is delineating. And they're like, yeah, these people don't deserve any of this stuff. This was for Black Americans. And as he said, if I was a Black American and I see all these billions of dollars going to Ukraine and Russia and Ukraine and Israel, whatever, I would be pissed off too. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But this is what the people who run around telling you that you're next, people don't want to talk about. They want to speak about you being Black American. They keep trying to other us like them. When we don't fall into those categories, and white America knows we don't fall into those categories. Now, I want to move here. And when I say that these Republicans are speaking in ways that these Democrats are not, if y'all remember, Isaac Bryan. This sucker dude. The dude who blocked our reparations, one of them. The dude who thinks he's good in the hood. I'm going to click this and give you the whole thing, and then I'm going to go back and show you what I said. He said, if you think ignoring Black families who have been hit by a natural disaster so that he can take a golf vacation 1 week after being sworn in is unpresidential. We should follow each other because I do too. So if you think ignoring Black Americans, Black families who have been hit by a natural disaster, so that he can take a golf vacation 1 week after being sworn in is unpresidential, we should follow each other because I do too. Family. So I said, dude, and I had to put the screaming talking head to make sure he understands my point on this. You literally blocked reparations for those same Black Americans that you're trying to use in your political jargon. You're an enemy of my people, not a representative.
You know, they kept everywhere.
This is the man that stood in front of Bill Asaley and then called him a bunch of anti-Black people, racist and stuff like that, when he was the only person there trying to bring the reparations bill to the floor. And he want to make some bad faith arguments talking about you won't vote for the bill. you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all throughout the session, but you didn't bring it to the floor. It don't matter what you support. I've said this before. It don't matter if you supported the bill. Once it got time to pass the bill, you made sure it didn't get passed. Damn your support.
Right.
Let's be very clear about that.
Very clear.
Let's be very clear about that.
He said they're like Kamala did.
So now he has no problem speaking for Black Americans when he can make Trump look racist, but yet he don't want to speak on the fact that he literally blocked our reparations. And then he gonna turn around and bring some nonsensical BS bill for priority schooling in 2 schools. Like I said, it seems like the Republicans are actually speaking more towards Black American interest nowadays. I want to go here to this guy because this is why we don't have a care in the world. We don't have a care in the world because of people like him.
Now, who's this trick?
People like him.
Black people, what makes you think that Mexicans are going to come running to y'all for help? What for? Y'all Black people can't even help yourselves. That's wild.
Man,
Mexican people are hardworking people.
Family, how many times have you seen this week alone Mexicans crying for our help? How many times have you seen this week alone immigrants crying for our help, saying it's our fight too, saying we're next, and everything else? So
And
this
then
guy
not to
isn't even
mention the
operating in the realms of reality. He's living in
But
the
also-
psychoses.
And then not to mention the fact that Black Panthers helped Cesar Chavez with the farm workers.
Yep. So did. But again, Shabaka, they use us for an American value. And they have time and in.
Exactly.
I don't really necessarily want to believe the hype. So this is just, I feel like this is just because they want to.
Well, Lady Check, this asshole up here that Brother Parrish has up here, he's full of shit.
Yeah.
This motherfucker only said 3 sentences, and already I know he's full of shit.
Yeah, I already played this clip though. I played this clip last week. When we're talking about them begging for FBA's help.
Oh yeah, that's always funny though.
Yeah, I just wanted to play the part about Ann Coulter, and then I kept it playing.
Okay.
So you about the dude that I was telling you about in California that was standing in the way of our reparations claim out there.
Was he assemblyman or a state senator?
Assembly.
What city was he from, if you can recall?
I think it was Inglewood, Shabaka. You already asked me.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's even worse.
It's either Inglewood or Compton, one of the two.
Yeah, if it's Inglewood, Compton, or South Central Los Angeles, or Jefferson Park, that's even worse. Because that there was our stronghold at one time in Los Angeles. You see?
Yeah. Yep. So he represents one of the districts over there. And he was the one that stopped the Republican from introducing the reparations bill, which was going to create an office of genealogy and 2 other offices.
Very important.
Yeah.
And he said, no, you can't introduce it, and stood in the way of the Republican that wanted to introduce it.
Shame.
And it was like, no, you can't introduce it. Then this mother gonna show up to the hood of the hood block party or whatever, like everything was all gravy, and the crews ran his ass off the block.
That's right.
As well as they should have.
Yep, as they should. I don't even know what possessed him to even think he could go there.
Right.
Dumbass. Man.
So that's all I want to play from that. Thank you, Church of Black Power.
Thank you, Church of Black Power.
So what are y'all thoughts on Ann Coulter all of a sudden saying that she's in favor of reparations and she want to take the money from the Catholic Charities and use that?
I'm all for that. Okay, she'll get no argument from me on that one is because the Catholic Church benefited greatly off the transatlantic slave trade.
Sounds good, but like
particularly in California too. Why do you think in California everything is San and Santa? See, that's the Catholic Church that came through there. You see?
Broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, she's saying the right shit, but I mean, should we look at it as like symbolism? Because everybody's kind of like, they made, they're gonna need us for something. Come election season or
I
whatever.
look at it like how we look at Tim Wise. And up until recently, Jane Elliott just said about reparations.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Jane Elliott said forget about reparations?
Jane Elliott.
Yeah, she pulled up. She did some. Yeah, we covered that months back. About it.
Okay. Okay, I have to check these notes that I got because I got so many notes around here off the blog talk and the StreamYard and shit. I got to organize them by the dates and catalog them. All right, okay. Well,
the Republicans like so boldly coming out with this shit, boldly proclaiming, "Hey, FBA, y'all built this country. FBA, hey, this amendment was strictly for y'all. Hey, we ain't been." We acknowledge that you built the country and y'all haven't been receiving the recognition that you so rightfully deserve. But the Democrats, who we've been voting blue no matter who for 60 years, refuse to acknowledge us at all. They refer to us as people of color, communities of color, all of that bullshit, BIPOC. And, they say that this is a nation that was built by immigrants and all that dumb shit. Like, just completely disrespectful.
Yeah, that's what Ronald Reagan was saying over 40 years ago, the old senile bastard. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he was a Republican. But the Democrats, they've been the main ones. Reagan.
I noticed that when Obama was in.
Yeah, they've been saying it.
When Obama was in, he avoided it.
Obama was like, yeah, this is a nation that's built by immigrants. Then Biden came and said the same stupid shit. Like, no.
So basically, in the last 12 years, the only motherfucker who came out for the reparations, man, who said, hey, y'all built this nation was in fact Trump.
Yep. And that's what the Democrats don't want us to know. They're like, oh, just the big bad boogeyman Trump. Oh, he's going to put you back in chains and all that dumb shit. While these mugs are steady taking away all we thought we gained during the civil rights era and giving it to any and everybody.
Right. And also, too, keep in mind, not getting off topic, but this is something to consider. The governor of Georgia before James Earl Carter, Lester Maddox, he was the one man who signed the paperwork in 1970 for Muhammad Ali to get his license, his boxing license back in Georgia.
Yep. Yep, he sure did. Okay.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna move us along because we're kind of pressed for time now. So the next topic is Black business is not something you only support during a boycott. So to give context to the whole thing, Al Sharpton did this performative stunt at Costco.
Man, do we have to look at this bobblehead, banana eating, game flag pride wearing looking motherfucker, man? Is it really absolutely truly necessary? The man turns my stomach.
What's good, everybody?
Well, we already covered that part, but I was giving the viewers the context of where this is coming from. So,
all right, okay, all right.
Target, some other retail chains were like, we're gonna end the DEI, and then people started like showing up at Target like, hey, what the fuck are y'all doing? There's a video of this fool. He was being real performative, talking about I got kids, and y'all need to hire me here and all of this shit. And it's like, dude, what the hell? Like, I really think the Democrats set him up to do that dumb shit. But so there's been all this talk about boycotting these establishments that ended DEI. So Al Sharpton did the performative shit where he wanted to show up at Costco because Costco said they're going to keep their DEI program or whatever, their DEI hiring practices. So he did this performative shit in New York at Costco with a bunch of celebrities.
That's a membership store, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's a membership store.
It's a membership store, and it's not Black owned.
Yeah.
So he did this performative stunt to try to bring awareness to DEI and how we need to do DEI, even though we've shown improved, it don't benefit us. Just like affirmative action didn't benefit us.
Right.
So that's what our brother Chris Crazy House, otherwise known as Mad Black TV, is going to be discussing on this clip.
Your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. The brother who told you not to be jumping on these internet boycotts, but you did it anyway, and now you're actually not even spending money with black businesses. And I am Black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So we all know that, Donald Trump, the lace front wearing tangerine, has just been going buck wild as soon as he got into office with a lot of the, executive orders and his policies just automatically. So first, let me just say this about that, okay? This puts a nail in the coffin to all of these ridiculous liberals and Democrats who say they can't do this when they always give excuses for their politicians, like when their politicians get in office, like you have to wait 4 years or wait to another 4 years or wait till they get reelected or whatever. Trump got in there immediately, hasn't even been in there a few weeks, and already he's doing things. And when I say that, I'm not here praising Trump. I don't like him at all. All right. That's why I call him the lace front wearing tangerine. Mm-hmm. However, I'm talking about what a politician can do in that position. Liberals and Democrats will always tell you about what they can't do, but still beg for your vote, right? Mm-hmm. But here you have a politician who's actually doing what his constituents want. Now, I understand all of his constituents are a bunch of MAGA mutants and meth monkeys and Trump troglodytes. I understand that, but at least he's doing what they want. What they ask.
You're getting an argument for me on that.
Democrats and liberals don't normally do that. Now, that being said, one of the main things that he decided to put an executive order out on is to stop all of the DEI practices in a lot of these major corporations, basically saying that, they don't have to do any type of hiring of minorities to fill a quota. They don't have to, like, if there's like a black business, they don't have to showcase that black business or whatever. All the fake stuff that a lot of these companies were doing when George Floyd passed away, when he was murdered by the police. But now Trump is basically saying that these companies don't have to do that. That's not a policy that they have to hold up. And a lot of these corporations have taken them up on that because, and the truth of the matter is, when they do that, places like Walmart and Target, when they do stuff like that, what they're saying is they didn't want to do it anyway. They didn't want to cater to Black folks or cater to, I guess, other minorities or LGBT or anything anyway. They didn't want to have to do that stuff anyhow. So now they're just showing you who they truly are, right? And this is the thing I don't get where.
Remember a couple of years ago, Shabaka Target was trying to co-op Juneteenth, and then was trying to come up with an ice cream for Juneteenth. Yeah. Shut that shit all the way down.
Yeah. I distinctly remember that day.
Surprised or acting shocked by that type of behavior, like you should have known this to begin with. Like you don't know the history of the Walton family, the family that owns Walmart.
Right.
You don't know what type of bigots they are. You don't know the history behind the people
they're out of Arkansas.
Like why are you shocked? Like you should know this stuff already. And if it was that big of a deal to you about how they treat their customers or how they treat, minorities, you shouldn't be shopping there anyway. Right?
Right.
Like this whole thing about, I told you years ago that I'm really not into the whole boycott thing. Because one thing is, it's not the same and it's not as effective as it was back when Black people did it during the 50s and 60s. Back then, we were able to do that because we were segregated.
That's what I'm always talking about.
You understand that? We were able to pull off a lot of boycotts of certain things because of the power that we had within segregation, and the power that we had is that we were already spending a lot of money with each other anyway, right? We don't have that anymore because, Negroes wanted to integrate and they decided to get rid of all of their own businesses and their own communities and disperse them, right? So that's why we don't have that type of option anymore. Plus, a lot of you people talking about boycott and aren't really serious about it anyway. A boycott takes discipline.
Right.
And a lot of you, let's just be honest, a lot of you Negroes who say stuff like that have no discipline whatsoever. That's why you're shopping at Walmart and Target to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you say stuff like, we're going to boycott, usually it's just you're saying it on social media. You don't actually mean that in truth. You're not going to hold to that. And no one can, go back and verify and check you to see if you're going to do that. I mean, first of all, I made a post yesterday saying that you already spent all your money with all these companies anyway, with Walmart, Target, and Amazon. You spent all your money with these people already over the Christmas holiday. So they're in the black as is, right? You just spent all your money with them anyway. They don't care if you decide to say, I'm going to boycott. You gave them your money already.
Right.
You already spent all your money up buying toys and games and clothes and housing stuff and, stuff for your yard, like Christmas decorations and everything. So you've already spent that money buying wings and stuff for New Year's, So they got your money already. They don't care. And they know you'll be back anyhow because, like, some of you people talk all this mess and Walmart is the only grocery store in your entire neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I was even thinking, like when these people talk about boycotting, are they going to want the employees to quit too? All the Black employees to quit these stores? Because when I go to these stores near me, it's all Black people who work there.
Mm-hmm.
And when I lived in Atlanta, it was the same way. It's nothing but Black people working at a lot of these department stores. So, like, what are they supposed to do? Are they included in the boycott? So it's ridiculous. And I know, like I said, a lot of you Negroes are going to be back shopping at these places by Valentine's Day, right? It's booze season. You got to get your booze something. Got to get them card, flowers, or whatever, or some sort of gift you can get in their pants. So
that shit to do with our Black ass.
It's going to be over by Valentine's Day. You aren't serious about that. And once again, these companies never cared about you to begin with. They were racist to begin with. All you had to do was look at these corporations and look who they donate money to. Right. A lot of them probably threw a bunch of money into the Trump campaign to begin with, so they could
like Home Depot
get rid of some of these DEI policies at their place of business. Right. So for me, I'm not surprised by that, but I've gotten very frustrated with some of our people online. Like, I got sucked into a whole discussion yesterday morning about this whole thing and was talking about boycotting because, a lot of black people anyway are getting on the sister Tabitha Brown. Now, I've talked about her before on my channel where I talked about how she had a cooking show on the Food Network and how they kept moving around her time slot and basically saying that, because no one was watching it, they'll just take the show away because they had low numbers. But they had low numbers because they kept messing around with the time slot. That's an old trick that they do with network TV, and they do it on cable as well. But they do. I thought they mistreated her basically because she's a black woman who's vegan and a black woman who showcases herself and her natural hair and whatnot, and actually has a family, right? So I think they do things to her that they wouldn't normally do to certain black celebrities. Plus, she's she believes in family and she believes in God. She always talks about that forwardly on her shows and stuff like that. So I think that's that's one of those things they can't have really on TV too much, right? But
God forbid,
she has some of her products at places like Target and Walmart and on Amazon and whatnot, right? Just stuff that, and sometimes it's stuff that she didn't even really produce. It's just she's putting her name on it. She's licensing her likeness and, her brand to be put onto certain things, and they sell it at these stores. So people have been getting on her saying like, well, as of now, all of a sudden we're deciding that we're going to boycott these stores like Walmart and Target and Amazon. So you need to join in on our boycott and take your stuff out of those stores, right? And when I hear stuff like that, that's like spoken like a person who has no idea what it means to do business with a large corporation or department store, as if it's that easy to just go ahead and pull your products out of a store overnight, and as if you have the warehousing or whatever to take that stuff out and put it somewhere else. Like you have the shipping capacity to do that. It shows a lot of ignorance. Plus, like I said, we all know that a lot of this boycotting stuff is reactionary. A lot of these Negroes weren't even thinking about that until their white buddies on the liberal side told them they need to boycott these places, even though they're probably not going to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
They
can get
do
the
these
stock
things
to drop in it, and they'll buy up the stock in it.
Serious about it, and then now, when Tabitha Brown makes a video explaining why she doesn't feel she should take her products out of these stores, or why she just basically can't, right? Because you can't break those types of contracts either without facing some sort of.
I went to the Target by my house recently, y'all. It was a bunch of crackers and essays up in there.
Mm-hmm.
And they was looking at me like, what the fuck is you doing here?
Right.
Mind you, I had a gift card. I was shopping for Lady Che. I was getting Lady Che, and she was like, hey, I got this gift card. Basically, can you go get me some stuff with the gift card? And I was like, yeah, I can do that. So I get there, and it's like very bougie, like very eerie vibe when I got there. And then all the people there is a bunch of crackers and Mexicans. For the most part, there was a couple of brothers and sisters in there, but for the most part, it was crackers and essays.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see, Brother Ted, this is why we got to build up black retail outlets, black commerce, you see, black everything when it comes to the marketplace. But you see, the trip is, though, is this.
We need the capital, Shabaki. We need capital. We need capital.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then what you do is that when you operate a business, man, be on time. Don't be like the beauty shops and the black barber shops in the black community. Motherfucker got a sign up there saying,
yeah, open up. They just open up when they feel like it.
Yeah, you don't open up until a 1:45, and the motherfuckers half drunk already. You see what I mean? That kind of shit.
You gotta step the quality up too.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You gotta step the customer service up.
Yeah, right, exactly. As they say, the customer is always right. You know what I'm saying? Be respectful. Say yes, sir, yes, ma'am. You know, because when a nigga goes out here and works with these other motherfuckers, oh, can he kiss some ass? But
Oh
as soon
yeah.
as up there with his own people, well, hey man, I know you want $12 for it, man. Will you take 10? Man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, people got to stop doing that shit too. Like no 5-finger discounts. No, none of that shit. Like you don't do that shit to the crack establishments. So why are you coming up here with this bullshit?
Well,
financial and legal penalties. Now people are talking about, well, we got to cancel her and we got to boycott her too. It's like, well, so now you're actually going to attack this black person because they don't do what you want them to do on social media, or they don't support your little fake ass boycott, because that's what it is. It's fake, right? And here's the thing, from someone like myself who has worked as a vendor, who has put their products in certain stores and whatnot, here's what annoyed me about this whole situation. So everyone knows how pro-black I am, and I make my own products, and I'll get to a point where like I'll be selling my stuff at these black conventions or black stores, or selling them online in my own online store. And you know what black people will tell me? Well, I would buy this stuff more often if you had it in some of these major places, like if you had your books on Amazon, or if you had your books in Walmart or Target, right?
Yeah,
you should try to do that. That's always their suggestions. You need to do this, or you should try to do this, right? Because that will make you more famous or more popular, or whatever, right? So black people will literally tell you to do these things, to get into these contracts with these bigger companies, because I guess just buying it at your online store or buying it from you directly, that's too much for them. And it's funny because like I'll do business with black people or black stores themselves, and everything works just fine. Like I'm able to do business with, selling my coloring books to, black women who have their own hair care store or beauty salon. Like I can do that, or like black bookstores. Like I've done that. That seems to work just fine. But when it comes to certain black people, they talking about, just your everyday black people saying you need to get your stuff and put it in Walmart or on Walmart.com or on Amazon.com, right? So then you go ahead and do that. Now all of a sudden they're saying, well, hey, we're boycotting these places. You need to take your stuff down. You see how frustrating that is? And you see how ridiculous and taking you in two different directions that is when you're someone who actually is financially tied into these things, when you're someone who's putting yourself on the line, putting your money on the line to do that, because that's not cheap. You're still entering into a financial contract and putting yourself on the line to do stuff like that. It takes money and time and energy to put stuff in the stores and whatnot. You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden on a dime, now all of a sudden you decided that you're going to boycott, and you're going to pretend that I guess you're going to buy only black products on these black websites. I'm letting you know now, for all my black people who make content, like content that you can buy, like if you're someone who like myself who makes books, or you're like the Radical Home Sister who makes soap and stuff like that. Anyone who tells you that, well, we're only going to buy black products, give them a link to your website and to your online store and see if your sales go up. I guarantee you they won't. Okay, they'll tell you to your blue in the face that they're going to boycott these major corporations and these white businesses and only buy black. Give them your link and see if your sales go up for the month. If they're whatever your regular sales is, see if you get a bump from that. I doubt you will. Okay, because I've been in this same position and I know how these people are.
I know from experience.
The last fake boycott they had years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like I learned real quick. Like I think it was during the time when I think it was when Mike Brown, people were doing protests for Mike Brown or whatever, and people were talking about, well, we're only going to buy black. So I would send them my link to my online store and show them I make my own comics and stuff like that. and there was no bump in sales whatsoever, right? Now you would think so because people are talking real brave with their chest out about how they're only going to support Black businesses, but you get no residue from that. You're not going to make any extra revenue from these people just talking trash on social media, because that's all it is. A lot of them are just talking. They're not serious about these boycotts. Okay, so don't, as a Black business owner, I would tell you, don't get caught up in that. And to the people that are saying stuff like this, and you know, if you're the truth of the matter is, if you're pro-Black and you're buying Black products, you do this all the time. Like, this is something I do all the time. I buy products from other Black people all the time. I don't wait for a boycott.
After that, it's
okay,
downhill.
I don't wait for a bad situation or for, you know, white politicians or white corporations to start acting like white people in order to buy Black products. You do it all the time, right? Like I bought some apparel. I don't even like buying clothes, period. But I bought some apparel from this young Black man who was just getting started having his own apparel company, and I wore it at an event just to promote it, right? Just because, just on the strength that I saw this young man trying to make something of himself, and I enjoyed what he was making, so I bought it. It was expensive, but I went and paid the money and wore his products right then and there. So I don't see why other people can't have that mentality. But that's how I am when it comes to stuff like that. I support it 100% all the time, 24/7. I don't wait for a boycott or something to go bad to start supporting Black people. It's too late by then.
Yes.
Okay. If we were supporting each other, you don't wait. I was telling someone else this the other day. I was like, the problem I have with this whole boycott is Black people have to wait for things to get hot or things to go bad in order to support other Black people. Stop that. Support each other all the time, and you won't have to worry about that type of stuff, right? You don't have to worry about when Trump and his troglodytes start acting like they normally act, and when they pull the plug on something, you don't have to worry about that because you're already supporting your people. You don't have to do a boycott. But there are a lot of Black people out there like myself who are already like that. But I also know that there's a lot of mixed up minded liberal type Black folks who they only protest or only boycott when their white liberal buddies give them the okay and the high sign and tell them it's okay for you to protest. But we need to not be waiting for stuff like that. When you're pro-Black, you're in it 24/7. You don't wait for when things go bad to be pro-Black. So you guys let me know how you feel about this in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back with my foot on the devil's back.
Yeah, I knew the boycotts wasn't going to happen. Like you said,
I got a story to tell about that. Go ahead, Brother Che.
Back in 2014, 2015, when the minister was like, hey, we need to have a national boycott of all these businesses. And I think that shit lasted like maybe a week. Maybe a week. They just don't give a damn. They talk a good game. They be on social media talking about, yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And these doing what they always do.
Yeah, talking bullshit.
Spending with Black businesses. You check them on it. Oh, you hating. Oh, you get your own business. Stay out my business and all that type of shit.
Yeah, but here's one for you.
You said on social media you was going to participate in this boycott, and I see your ass over at goddamn Walmart, or I see your ass over at goddamn Target, or wherever. It's like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
Now, here's one for you. I was out selling some hats a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the dude asked me how much you selling hats for. I said $20. He says, well, man, I can go on eBay, man. And you know what I told him? I didn't even let him finish his sentence. I said, go to eBay, man.
Yep.
Step the fuck away from my table. Go over to eBay.
Yeah.
Well, Okay, then you see, you saw he had on the egg all on his face. But anyway, man, to make a long story short, I brought him face to face with his own hypocrisy, and he bought 2 of the hats, man, at the price that I was asking for.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I
That's
remember
it.
you talking about that. Yep.
Yeah.
Or fucking something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, man, you coming up here telling me this shit here about eBay, motherfucker, what the hell you doing over here with me? Take your ass to eBay.
Right. That's how it was when me and Pops was selling sports memorabilia. And most yeah, we can get it off of eBay, Amazon, or take your ass over there then.
Right.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then what you tell him, Brother Taylor, really make him feel stupid. I'm sure you are the chairman said that. Well, you know, you shouldn't be wasting your time here, man. Get over there to eBay, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because my price is my price. This is what I'm doing it for. And I left it at. And that motherfucker bought 2 of them. Well, man, I never thought about it like that before. All right.
Yeah.
And then giving that dude
try to get you to lower the price. You should no, you don't do that to the cracker.
Exactly. And then keep in mind, Brother Cherry, is that this dude was only like about 1 out of 10 I had to go through that same scenario for.
Yeah.
So
there's always one.
And then some people come up. Then of course, you know, when it comes to marketing, you got to do it on an open market if you're gonna make some money. You see what I'm saying?
Well, like we would set up shop
because you're dealing with the general public.
Yeah,
right?
we would set up shop at like the Black Arts Festival.
And, like I was telling Jesse, when I saw that one YouTube, they really fucked me up because we are white folk, man. I gotta go. We gotta go.
Yeah.
Right? Because I guess I never seen it like so heavy with white folk.
Them Peckerwoods was not patronizing none of the black vendors.
Patronizing the black people, the black vendors, you know, period. But we know like pretty much everybody down there. If you come wearing you have a white women wearing fucking braids and whatever else. You mean coming with their black boyfriends or whatever, right? But and the boyfriends, you got the sense to say, look, we spend black dollars with black dollars spent. You mean we spend here,
right?
And so, you know, they wanna look the part, but they don't want to. They want to get it wherever they want to get it, but they don't want to get it from a real black people,
right?
Right. So then the coffers stay empty, and they're like, well, black people are buying black products. And like, look, man, you think your white ass up with a snowflake ass bitch with you? Then she needs to get with the motherfucking program. She gonna try to culture vulture. You know?
I think the goddamn Cherry Creek Arts Festival.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's that one Juneteenth that me and Jesse went. Not only were they giving us hassle at the fence. And I was like, man, we're the press. You know, like move around, bitch.
Stupid.
I mean, like we're I'm from the east side.
Right.
What the fuck you talking about?
Right.
Move around, bitch. Like that. Like we're the press. Black press. You know what I mean? You mean like you know say fuck it, I own it, you know what I mean? But you're holding us up at the gate. Fuck no. That ain't happening over here, not in 5 Points. And then what did we see? We saw coons and motherfucking white. There's a lot of white women. Not so much dudes, but white women. It was like, and they come up in the spot by like there's a sister that sells was it curly yeah, chubby curl, right? Motherfucking product, her product, right? And I'm gonna give the sister a hassle, right? Because I got real curls.
That shit is expensive.
It's expensive as fuck, but it's worth it because the sister is she does the sciences, right?
Yeah.
And so, but this product is made for all kinds of hair, right? But I was like, you gonna sell this to this white woman? So I told her, I was like, you sell it to white women? She said, I sell it to whoever got money, right? And I was like, damn, it's like that.
Yeah.
And for me, I was giving her a hard time. I was like, I don't need it. I got big ass curls,
right?
Natural curls.
Cool.
I like that. I was like, I don't need it. I was just, I said, everybody, I said, they will profit you, But when I needed her for like for another hair issue, it wasn't mine. Like people have like alopecia, serious scalp issues, especially black people, right? And some other people. And I noticed somebody I knew that had a really bad hair issues, right? Scalp issues. And that sister was hella motherfucking um uh knowledgeable to pass me to the right, like, yeah, I like to call them scientists, right? The right lady who knew how to make the right product for this particular um illness or whatever, right? And I was like, well, shit, and the products, when people spit, like, I make my own shit, right?
Yeah.
I make my own little, mixtures or whatever. That's just because I'm like that. And I'm like, not to sell, but just for me.
Right.
Just for me. Sometimes I fuck around, I'll throw it in Jesse's hair, but mostly it's for me. And I see the science, and I'm like, it's worth the money. But I'm looking at these white broads buying this product, that's meant for black men and women, with 4C fucking hair.
Right.
And even if she's, doing a demonstration on video with white women, Hispanic women, straight hair, fair, like, snowflake hair or whatever, I'm like, you'll sell to them on our black days? Like, I feel like our black days are like kind of sacred.
Right.
You should just be like, no, sorry, I want his money though. Get to your boyfriend. He gets me. Yeah, I'm that type of motherfucker. Because I'd rather see it from our hands than their hands, because they don't respect the science. You see what I'm saying? They don't respect the science of the cultures or the shit that they're stealing, right?
So she don't care about none
She
of
don't
that.
care about that. She just care about the bread. I can understand. But I'm like, you sell it on our days though? Like, I felt like it just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
It sounds stupid out loud, but in my mind I was like, she's like, well, you said you didn't need it. I was like, well, no, I got naturally motherfucking curly motherfucking wild ass hair.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I got naturally curly motherfucking hair. So I was like, it's long and luxurious.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was like, flashing like long and luxurious, like trying to be funny, but I was like, why would you sell it to motherfucking like motherfuckers with like my billing? Like, my billing got no body, like this straight motherfucking straw shit. She's like, it's about the money. Motherfuckers using it in their beard. They use it for ashy, like to cover up, dry skin. You know what I mean? I'm like, you see a motherfucker, the men are like, yeah, I use it in my beard. And I'm like, cuz, your beard still look fucked up. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I'm like, your beard's still nappy though. Where's the chubby curl in the beard?
Right.
Right? You're like, fuck you, Bray. You know, like, I'm just saying, you're using it for your skin, like, you're still ashy though, cuz, like, not that the product doesn't work, but you're using it for the wrong shit, but you're supporting the business.
Yeah.
I guess that's the point. You know what I mean? And I was fucking around just talking shit, but I was just like, why do you sell to white women? I just felt like that, like, not to them. Or when we see it, the brother, the fucking Kitty Express, right?
But
Ron. I saw one time a white woman go in there with a sister, came out with a fit, like put on a fit like that in there. I couldn't go in. I could go in at the time when I didn't have a charger. I just walk up in and go like peek in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, why you? Again, asked him, I said, why you sell it to white women? And he's like, girl, they're like, get out my pocket. But in my mind, I'm like, why you sell to them?
Yeah.
Like, they can't fit that dress.
Well,
Like, I'm like, where you can't fit the dress?
When you talking business, the only thing that
They
care
only
about
care
is
about his
green.
money. And I could dig it, but I can't dig it because, wasn't Dr. Clyde Anderson said the dollar should get rotated like 29 times?
Yep.
Right? And that's how we keep our money within ourselves.
Yep.
That's why we don't spend other places.
Yep.
And B was like, if I can help it, I'm gonna spend black.
Yep.
But if I can't help it, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Right.
And I'm like, what do you do when you're in a food desert? You know what I mean? Like, what do we do in that aspect? We got to go to these motherfucking stupid ass motherfucking Walmart or motherfucking K. Rogers.
Well, that's what he was saying. He was like, look, there's a lot of places. The only grocery store is a Walmart.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what do we do then? And we can't, like, to go into these places, and this is another thing. We charge a lot of money for our items, right? And so we can't ask, it's not ask the motherfucker rate. You dig?
And the boycott Walmart. And believe me, they don't get enough people coming through. They'll shut that motherfucker down.
Yeah, you're right. But like in my case, I got a food desert. I'm in an actual food desert.
Yeah, in Lady Chase's case, like if that's the only place you can
That's the
go.
only place I could go. Like today, I went in there to just use the ATM, right? I didn't buy a motherfucking thing in it. And matter of fact, I was real polite to the sisters. I said, "Excuse me, man, may I pass you? Just go right there." Yeah, like all sweet shit. Yeah, baby. Yeah, just like cool. I just talk to black people, wave at black people, say hi to black people, handle my business, and move the fuck on, right? I'm at the box. And I'm thinking to myself, man, what the fuck do we do in a fucking food desert? And then not only is it a food desert, it's a fucking expensive ass motherfucking money grab just to get a motherfucking few items. And then you get, like, in Jesse's case, all you got is the fucking Walmart that we're boycotting and the motherfucking expensive ass 7-Eleven that obviously isn't convenient.
And King Supers, that's about to go off right.
Right? There's about to
I remember King Supers, boy, that I get into it a lot of times with their security guards. Fuck King Supers.
Yeah, I met the son of the owner,
That's still my
Larry
ass
King.
And like,
get his contact information.
Is like even now, like still, like I love stealing because I don't give a fuck. I love stealing from Walmart.
Like 12 years ago.
Oh.
Fuck them. They make too much money off of us. And for
well,
nothing.
You see, but Lady Che.
Tax for workers. Like,
okay, but Lady Che.
When a daddy died, they
I'm sorry,
lost all that.
I apologize. Yes, sir.
All right, is that, see, this is why you got to look at the example of the Montgomery bus boycott, like what this brother was saying earlier. They say, if we put that shit there in mass, okay, as much money as black people spend and how much we contribute to the gross national product of the United States, it would definitely put a dent in their pocket.
Yeah, but for sure. Again, there's no cohesion there.
But what are we going to eat?
Like, I know, that's the sad part.
It's like when we had the situation in New York where the Asian salon owners was beating the brakes off of them sisters.
Yeah.
And them
that was in Chicago.
No, everywhere.
It was either Chicago or New York.
Even here,
yeah, it was a nationwide thing.
Okay, now let me ask you this: was this here the same location where a brother from the NOI went down there and told the manager to come here, and he said, "Hey man, call the Chicago PD because I'm getting ready to bust out your fucking windows."
Yeah,
in less than 10 seconds, both those windows were shattered. That was in Chicago on the south side.
Yeah, that was in Chicago, but there's situations in New York. There's situations all over the country.
They were fucking up them sisters. And then as soon as the brother take one of them Asians and fuck one of them Asians up, it was a hate crime.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But if they're fucking with the women.
That's the same case, Lady Jack. Yeah, that's the same case, and don't nobody know what happened with that brother either. You know, because it was Chicago police officers that arrested him.
Money on his books. They did all that for naught because them sisters were still going up in there.
Right, and I'm like,
here's what's worse. Here's what's worse, Brother Che, to enhance your point even more so. You know what the motherfucking Asians did, man, to make their money back? They put weaves at a 50% discount. Fucking weaves.
Which trash hair too?
It's trash. You don't know what you're getting. You're getting horse hair. You're getting raccoon hair.
You're getting weave things. They get all the trash hair.
Goddamn hyena hair.
I even go front.
Man, I never forget one time, right? This chick took off her weave, man. I guess she had to scratch her head and took it off, man. I was on a BART train in Oakland, right? And do you know how funky and nasty that shit was, man?
Or was it a lace front?
Was that yeah?
You had that lace front too.
Them fucking lace fronts are fucked
Oh
up.
my god.
Man, that shit stunk to high hell.
I believe it, Shabaka. It was probably hyena hair.
Hey, look, I ain't gonna front. I got a whole bunch of that shit in my motherfucking hair right now, just cause I felt like it. You ready?
And then keep in mind,
I gotta protect what I got. It's winter time.
And then keep in mind is that a lot of the black women newscasters,
yeah,
they put it in their contracts that they got to go up there with straight hair, pressed hair, or weave on, but they can't have no naturals up there. Ain't that a bitch?
Don't tell me what's in it. I need this to yeah. No, seriously, Shabaka, like right now, like we're in protective styles. We're in winter right now, so we're in protective shit. And I'm not gonna lie, I was fucking twisted up. I was like,
you guys on a great big ice
Ice. We warmer than y'all.
Yeah, Shabaka. We're right now at a cool 59 degrees.
Yeah, and I come there to see y'all and get snow.
You were warm. You know better winter and fucking
motherfucking immigrants knocking on my door begging for food, and I pull my blade out. Fuck, I will slice them.
No, I said Shabaka, don't come in March.
Man, Shabaka, when you get here,
I ain't coming in March. No, one time I was in Denver, Colorado. It's gonna be way in the late spring or gonna be in early summer.
We're gonna have a party.
It snows around that time too.
I know. That's why the hell when I see September 1st on the calendar, heading back westbound.
In early May, don't bother with it.
Shabaka. If you're gonna come, at least have snow tires.
Have snow tires, yeah. Have snow tires, yeah.
In the desert,
you should have just came to my house, Shabaka.
They don't need no tread like that.
That's the same thing when Jay comes. You just come to my crib. You don't gotta get a room. You come into the family house, and we can do shows over here. And my brother loves you, Shabaka. You just come.
Shabaka, did you come on ball tires?
Did you come on ball tires, Shabaka?
The tires was fucked up. Motherfucking windshield wipers was fucked up. Goddamn windshield wiper blow off the motherfucking car when I was coming off that 6,000 foot mountain in Phoenix.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was fucked up.
Yeah.
And go get the Flagstaff to rush driving all the way through New Mexico from Albuquerque. I said, cool, I'm gonna cross Zona and I'm gonna rest up here in Flagstaff. What the fuck happened in goddamn Flagstaff? Snow.
Yep.
Fucking snow. And I said, oh hell no.
Your black ass was not war prepared. You were warned too. So you came and you should just came and got me, the Jesse. Because when you come this next time, we're gonna use the fuck out of your senior discount, okay? Senior discount. We're going up, probably going up, and we're gonna go to the Mountain to Gamble.
We gotta go to Blackhawk.
We gotta go to Blackhawk too.
No, hell no, fuck Blackhawk. No, I'm in the gaming capital of the world. Say, let me tell you something about gaming. So therefore, if you decide to bet on those ponies next year, since they shut down this year.
On them Gators next year, they're not going.
No, I'm through supporting them, man. I cussed out old boy on the Raiders page. I said, I'm on strike with you no good motherfuckers. Hey, two things you got to do. I said, you motherfuckers got to make it to the playoffs, or y'all got to beat the ponies twice. They beat the ponies twice in regular season, not preseason. Then I'll support them again.
Yeah, y'all can keep on dreaming on that.
Shabaka, everybody got to get purged for the Raiders.
Oh my god!
No, you're right.
Go back home.
You're right.
They got to go back home.
No,
they lost the match.
Go back to the head coach.
Oh my god!
They fired I believe they fired the defensive coach.
Goddamn right. We got to go back to Blacc. Shabaka, that's the only way we're ever going to win anything. We're in the wrong spot. We got to go back to Oakland, where it's Blacc. and that's that. We gotta have a whole person.
Y'all don't
get
even
a whole
have
new
a
roster.
damn mayor. What the hell?
Who gives a fuck what you think?
The mayor's in jail.
Who gives a fuck what you think?
The mayor got arrested.
The only reason your little ponies were winning is because they're smoking base rocks and they had that
I
energy.
know, just always hating on the Broncos.
Fuck them shit.
Man, up there, ponies, and then I'm up here looking at football clips, and they showing Elway, but the only running back that I liked it for the Denver Broncos was that brother named Floyd Little y'all had in the 60s.
Have you ever been to Coulter still?
Yes, Maggie.
I've been to every. Budweiser, they got the
I've been to every sports stadium in the smog.
They got the Clydesdale or Coors.
Coors,
right? I was a little girl.
Up in Golden.
I was a little girl. Our pops took us to Coors, and we found the
Sundown
Clydesdale, and they let us touch them and play with their hair. They're so fucking awesome. They're so tight. And fuck you, don't like Clydesdales, because they got hair on their feet like fucking Hobbitons.
I'm not hating on the Clydesdales. I just said that the Broncos are better than
No,
the
they're
Clydesdales.
not. First of all, they're not black. You got a fucking white ass motherfucking Bronco, right? A white ass fucking Bronco. It's not a black steed or stallion.
The logo is yeah.
And since we're on the subject of football, I got an unconfirmed
Are you
report.
gonna bet on
Venus and Serena Williams by the Miami Dolphins, or is that some clickbait bullshit? I think
bullshit.
Are you gonna bet on the Super Bowl?
I figured it was bullshit. Yeah.
I'm betting on the Super Bowl.
Oh my god, can they both lose?
No. The only way they're gonna lose is if Mahomes don't play at all.
Can they both lose? Can the Eagles lose?
And motherfucking old girl don't show up.
Well, if Mad Dr. D was still with us, you would have to bet with Mad Dr. D.
I would actually be rooting for them, but I can't stand neither one of them teams.
Fuck them. Fuck you, Casey. But are you gonna take the safe choice? I'm not asking you. I'm asking Shabaka, because Shabaka actually gambles. He's fun.
He's in the gambling capital of the world.
Goddamn right. So Shabaka, when you come this time, we're gonna go up to Blackhawk.
He said
I've never been.
The hell with Blacc.
And you're gonna take me because I got the touch. I got the touch, man. You're not coming because you're bad juju. Bad juju.
How much are the roulette bets in Vegas?
$15 is your minimum bet on any table game.
Well, up there it's like $5. So
yeah.
You go to Reno, your minimum bet is $10.
So see, and I never get to stay and gamble.
Yeah.
I just get either something fucking fucked up happens. I gotta get back like Bobby and Kelly.
But let me tell you something, Lady Che. When you go to gamble, right? Okay. First place, you got to have a winning attitude, okay? You make every bet with the intent on winning.
And don't
even with the damn slot machines. You do
I
not.
got the magic touch. For real, I got the touch. I like 3 things, anything when it comes to gambling.
So
okay, where you got the magic touch at?
Craps, spades, dominoes,
wait a minute. Hold it, back up a second. You say you got the winning touch on crap tables.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, because I just got good juju. I got good luck. I just know. Psychic. Mm-hmm. No real shit. I just know.
Well, the only thing I know is the payout percentages is higher during the week. Between Monday to Thursday night, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they have to keep your pocket.
Don't look at me like that. You're not entitled to shit. I bet on the Super Bowl.
FanDuel?
No. Don't worry about it.
MG?
Oh, weird. Don't worry about it. You're not involved. Me and my brother are going to do it.
Oh, okay.
So y'all going, wait a minute. So who are you taking in the Super Bowl?
Well, there's only one safe choice.
She's going with Mad Dr. D's team.
No, go with the.
You going with Philadelphia? They got airplanes crashing as soon as they take off from the fucking runway, and you going with Philadelphia?
And motherfucking
Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be Kansas City.
Oh God.
It will be. Trust me. It will be. I already called you. It will be. Yeah, it will be.
I hope you're wrong.
You would hope
Well,
I'm wrong.
check out DraftKings, see what the odds is on it.
I gotta look it up. Actually, I gotta ask my brother because my brother knows. I just know he'll ask me and I'll just pick it, and that's be that. So he knows all
And then
that.
you got to look at the experience amount that the coaches got.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing it. I used to be able to do it with the dog races, and the horses. I'm like kind of out of
I
practice.
never bet on the ponies, you know.
No,
But
some of the actual horse races.
The actual horse races.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. The ponies, yeah. Like at Hollywood Park, they tore. You know, Lady J, they tore down Hollywood Park.
Here, huh?
And they built that raggedy ass stadium over there with them damn dogs and them lambs play at.
There's no nothing that goes out there. You gotta actually have a car to get there.
I thought they closed it down.
Oh, it's still open.
Oh, cool. Did they close the dog one down?
Yeah, it's Arapahoe Park now.
They closed that one down then.
They closed the one down in Commerce City.
That
That's where the dog
I forgot they got a Commerce City in Colorado because in California you got the City of Commerce.
Yep.
Yeah, I like the horse races. I always win nicely at the horse races when I used to go really a long time ago. I thought they closed it down. So you might have
played the ponies. You ever been to Santa Anita?
With the newspaper, I got the little paper and everything. I read it. Yeah. I got the little hat and looking at the shit, drinking this, thinking about shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you got the handicap sheets and all that.
Yep, and then I get all hype up in there like, go, bitch, go. Yeah, exactly. But I thought they closed.
That's why they call it gambling.
Yeah, but here, I've never been up to Blacc, the gambling spot over here. Because I just never been up there. I've been up there passing through like to do nefarious shit, but not to gamble. And my brother liked to go with his friend. Even my sister and everybody liked to go up there. They, comped rooms and they're having a good ass time. My parents, everybody except me. And I was like, I wanted to do that, like, not for my birthday, but in the birthday week. I'm at a party for my birthday.
DraftKings says it's a minus 125 odds.
What?
So in other words, they for who? Who's got the minus?
KC.
What? What that mean?
That means is that okay. In other words, they're saying is they're favoring the Eagles by 1.25. I don't know if that's points or if I don't know if that's percentage.
No, they're favoring KC by 1.5.
See?
Oh.
See?
Okay, so which means is you got to pay $1.50. A minimum of 1.5 is $1.50. So if you're going in there with $100, that's $150.
Yeah.
For you to drop on KC, and you're probably only going to get back $75.
That's how you're gonna
$75 you didn't have, cuz.
And then, but if you drop it on Philadelphia, the $75 will bring you back to 1.25 if I got the math right.
Yeah. Well, KC's minus 125. Eagles is 105. Plus 105.
Okay. All right. So which means is if you go in there, wait a minute.
It's in favor.
Okay. All right. So the favorite to win is the Eagles.
Yep.
And Detroit.
They're saying that KC is the favorite by 1.5 points.
Right, which means is you got to lay odds.
Mm-hmm.
If you bet on Philadelphia, you gain the odds.
Yeah.
Now here's something for you. When they signed that fight between Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield, the first time they fought,
yes, that was.
They had Evander Holyfield a 30-1 underdog. I wish the fuck I would have had me at least $25 to bet on it.
Right.
Because $25 would have brought you what's 30 times 25?
Yeah, he won that fight.
Wait a minute.
The first time.
No. It would have brought you back $675.
The second time he won. The first time they lost.
Right.
No, the second time they fought, that there is where Mike Tyson bit him by the ears and shit.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he got disqualified
that
for
shit
that
was
shit.
glorious.
Yeah, and they picked up his boxing license for about a year too.
Yeah. But I feel like, damn, why did you revert to that? But hey, man, he's that was good boxing right there. Like it really was like no, he had those salacious. You know what I mean?
Damn.
Like God, man, that was I was watching that fight too, and it was like blood spray everything. Oh God, it was like that was good TV right there. What was I gonna say? I don't understand.
Yeah, but Evander Holyfield, he was the real deal. I remember when he got cheated out of his gold medal at the '84 Olympics, and I said, I hope that man become heavyweight champ, and he did. You know?
Yeah, 1984. Wow.
Yeah,
and Evander, he been in some wars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that little fucking Netflix shit with Tyson though. I was like, Tyson, man. Like I felt like Tyson didn't even give a fuck. You could tell he was over it.
Yeah, he said boycott that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Said don't spend
boycott what?
We did it.
We didn't spend
I did not. I watched
really?
that motherfucking shit on every fucking link I could find in every motherfucking language.
Boycott what?
That motherfucking fight
the
was,
documentary that Netflix came out about.
Oh yeah, he did. And you remember, Brother Che, when I went over there on Hollywood Boulevard, yeah, and I went down there by the Screen Directors Guild. Netflix is right behind them motherfuckers.
Yeah, when you fight the white boy, I watched it on every link other than Netflix. And at one point, I was watching it.
That shit was staged. You know that, right?
Yes.
Australia. Yes. And I was with it. I was like, shh. And I was right there. I didn't pay for a motherfucking thing. I refused to pay for that. I refused to pay for that because I was like, oh, Mike Tyson beat the brakes off that bitch. And God,
yeah, we had got what's his face? Who was it that was streaming it? No, but it was a famous football player that was streaming it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember who the hell it was.
I don't know, but I didn't catch it.
It was one of the cowgirls.
We didn't catch it.
No, we did. We did catch it.
It didn't last very long though. The link didn't last. No, it was Spider-Lobe was streaming it.
Was it Spider-Lobe?
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody else.
No, it was Spider-Lobe.
Oh, okay.
There was a whole bunch of motherfuckers streaming it. But I was all over the place. I was like, that one not working. I was watching that fucking fight in like German and Australian and motherfucking. I was all over the place. I was like, just move, stop talking. I was like, and just let me see the fight.
Yeah, but I wasn't even talking about the fight.
That's what I was talking about.
He said he wanted us to boycott the documentary on Netflix. What do you mean with documentary? The documentary they did on Tyson.
When?
Like a year or two ago.
Oh, shit, I'm not knowing. We don't got Netflix, so fucking consider it handled. Consider it boycotted.
I said I did not approve of this. This is not what I approve of at all.
When you said this?
This was like 2 years ago.
How do we even get on this?
I don't know how you don't remember because we're talking about boycotting shit.
No, well, consider it boycotted, Tyson. We didn't watch it. Was it even on Netflix?
Yes, it was on Netflix.
I had Netflix that whole time. We didn't see it.
I know because we were supposed to be boycotting shit.
I didn't even see it on the registry there.
Like we literally covered it. I want to say in our second or third season we covered that shit.
Consider it boycotted.
Oh my god.
We didn't see it. And on Netflix, so consider it handled. You hear me? Stupid. That's dumb. Well, we didn't watch it, so I don't know what he said. But trust me, if he said don't watch it, don't watch it.
That's what he said. Like we literally covered that. I don't know how you don't remember that.
I don't remember, Jesse. It's a fucking marathon with you at the shows, but I don't remember.
Oh my god.
Carry on.
All right, so what are your thoughts on this boycott buffoonery?
Oh, I'm all for it. You see what I'm saying? It's because Hollywood has probably invested, a great deal of money into these buffoonery bullshit movies that they probably pre-invested in about for the next 5 years. Because, as you know, when they write these scripts, get the screenplay, man, or make the deal, get the contract notarized and all that shit going down into the kangaroo courts of LA County and civil court and all that old shit. Lawsuits, frivolous lawsuits, fake ass lawsuits, bullshit. It takes about 5 years for them from the beginning. Okay, look at it this way. if you got an idea for a movie, right? You got to have it set in your mind. It's going to be a minimum of 5 years before this motherfucker gets to the general public. If Hollywood decides to pick it up.
I just think everything's like all on the internet and streaming and shit. It's like nobody goes to movie theaters anymore. I feel is a lost experience.
No, but that's just it though, Lady Che. That's the new that's gonna be the new trend. See, the new trend for Hollywood to make their movies is gonna be to stream. They say they're not gonna have people going to the movie theaters no more. The only motherfucking movie theater that'll probably be left in the whole goddamn wide world is that damn Chinese theater up there on HB.
Yep. Yeah, that like and these movies aren't even like all these movies have no motherfucking imagination.
Nah, they're all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Stupid shit.
Like mediocrity.
You know what I mean?
Nobody gives a fuck. They just want to make money and then not only that, but like it's like shit. Even the new Marvel stuff. I was waiting for the new Marvel shit, but I'm like, why? Why am I doing this now?
Well, you know, they probably if they haven't broke the ice on it already, they already telegraphed this because you know they're gonna make Black Panther 3, right?
Yeah, with the white wolf, right?
With what?
With the white wolf or some shit.
No, okay, because what it is, King T'Challa had a son in Haiti.
Look it up.
Okay. Say, because after Siri had got rid of Nemuro, where she let his ass burn out there in the motherfucking sun, she went to Haiti. And she saw T'Challa's son. Okay, so just off the law of ascension, okay, after Siri dies, you see what I'm saying, or relinquish the throne, he's going to become the king.
Yeah, look it up.
It's just a rumor.
Look it up.
It's a rumor. I did just look it up.
Yeah, but in Black Panther 2, but to me, Black Panther 2, the ones that really saved Wakanda was the damn Jabari.
Yeah. Shout out to them.
I think the second one was good too.
No, that is the second. The second one was Wakanda Forever, Lady Che.
The first one is always the best.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, well the original idea is, and when it came out the first time, they started calling Oakland Okanda, home of the real Black Panther.
Yep.
Yep. And like I said, Shabaka, he represented FBA.
Who was that?
Killmonger.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah,
wait a minute. I think you're right, Chase, because at the end when King T'Challa beat Killmonger told him, well, man, you know, because see, they were first cousins, okay? Mm-hmm. And what had happened is that Chadwick Boseman told him, well, come back, you know, work with me. He said, man, fuck that. I committed treason, man. Back me up in the goddamn ocean, just like our ancestors did off the coast of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish I'd watched that. I don't know why I can't. Man.
No, hold on now. That's a motherfucking movie they need to make right there.
For your ass, man.
No, that's a motherfucking movie they need to make right there. I would love to see that one. The ones that made the passage and then once they realized their situation, they backed themselves up into the water.
We're done. Move the topic. You're gonna rush us that way.
Yeah, because
come on, guys.
All right, so is everybody done with their thoughts on the boycott?
Move forward.
Yep, next topic.
Yep.
All right, so next topic is fighting for reparations without unity as a lost cause.
It is, because you gotta have some cohesiveness.
Or Black Americans.
Oh shit.
I mean, if you take a bunch of wheat straw, right, you can snap the individual wheat straw. But when you put more and more wheat straw, thicker that it gets.
I am focused. You asked me to look something up. I want to go look it up. I said it's a rumor.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
That's a good app.
When our ancestors left those plantations after slavery, they left without getting reparations, the reparations that were promised to them. They were promised 40 acres and a mule, but then it was reversed. And so they got nothing. But they're like, okay, we're going to leave and we're going to make the best of it. And they did, right? They left the worst time period for Black Americans, which was slavery, entered into what some would probably say was the second worst, right? Jim Crow, and then so on and so forth. But after that, our ancestors built towns, and within those towns, they had schools, hospitals, grocery stores, and everything they needed, they had. Now, of course, that was really because white people was like, well, since we can't use you anymore, we don't want anything to do with you, right? So they're like, get away from us. And so that's what we did. And we had our own community and we were thriving and everything like that. Now, of course, we know what happened with those things. But the point to me bringing any of that up is our people left those plantations without reparations, and they did what they had to do anyway. So here we are in 2025, and I kind of think that we've forgotten that while we are still and should be fighting for reparations, we got to do the other stuff too. We have to build. We have to practice group economics. We have to unify, right? Our people are unified.
I've been saying that for the last 8 goddamn years.
Each other. But nowadays, we fight over everything you can think of, whether it's politics, gender, money, everything. The big piece of chicken. We fight over it all.
Right.
Every other community, they're building, right? They're unifying. They're running circles around us, not because they're better than us, but because they're more organized than us. Right. And of course, it's not a new message. Y'all heard this from Marcus Garvey. Yep. You've heard it from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You heard it from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You've heard it from Dr. Claude Anderson, so on and so forth, right?
Yep.
So at what point do we decide that while we're fighting for reparations, we're going to continue to do what our ancestors were doing as well? We have to, because when you look at the other communities, they get a lot more stuff because they are unified. Let's take the Asians, for example. Again, we saw them get that hate crime bill. It's because they were organized. They are the wealthiest group of people in America. Now, politicians know the power that the Asian has. Yep. They know that if they don't do something for them, the Asians, no matter where they come from, China, Vietnam, Korea, South or North, right? They are going to say, we're going to get together. And we are going to put demands on this government. And if they don't, then we're going to withdraw economically because they can function on their own, right? So they get stuff. Now, imagine if we did that. Just imagine. We would start to see a little bit more traction. And I believe reparations will come a lot sooner. But Black people, we got to become that force to be reckoned with, like our ancestors were when they were boycotting, the bus systems and a whole host of other things. We got to become that people again. But until we do, we're going to be continuing to fight for reparations without building our communities like our ancestors did. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
I'm like, God damn, Jesse, like, why? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? But
things that the regular.
Yeah. Man, I like her doing those speeches.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
All right. Yeah, that's the next topic. But going over what Sister Demetria said about we need to have unity to as Black Americans to get for the reparations. We got to practice group economics. What are your thoughts on that, Shabaki?
You know my thoughts on that, man. That is a fact. I've been saying that for the last 8 years on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancing and on Frontline Black News. Yeah, I can't emphasize that enough because that's all these other groups is doing to us. All these other motherfuckers come over here, including these goddamn tethers, and they want to set up businesses in the Black community, but don't want to reinvest shit back in it. I mean, I'm in Denver, Colorado. I'm going over there, man, trying to wash some goddamn windows. No, you're not Chinese. No.
In deported now, Shabaki.
Yeah.
I ain't in a Venezuelan in like a week.
And
should deport all the motherfuckers, shit, and then old Dump, the Venezuelan says we don't want these motherfuckers, and Dump said, I don't give a fuck what you do with them, just don't send them back here, because if you do, we're gonna send them back to
Oh yeah.
Remember they was washing the windows and you seen them all in the intersection?
Yeah, man, I'm riding down Colorado Boulevard, motherfucker bum rushing, trying to walk. Man, you better get your fuck away from my car.
Yeah. Everybody,
you say it like that, motherfucker. You don't want me to say it.
Oh my God.
You said this is you want to fuck up with it, you know?
Yeah.
Like everybody gotta eat. But I was like, man, like I was so fucking upset because like they wouldn't let us do it. That's a fucking best panhandling. Yeah. They had to go to jail. Jail.
Well, here's one for you. Now here's one for you. I'm waiting for a bus.
You going to jail if you're Black.
Okay, but hold it. I was in downtown Los Angeles, and this motherfucker was washing windows in front of the Biltmore Hotel, right? Because all the cars line up there to get on the Harbor Freeway. And this motherfucker says, I could wash your windows in 30 minutes, in 30 seconds. And that motherfucker was getting busy and he was getting paid. And it was real simple how he did it. He'll put the damn squeegee up there with the water, he'd throw that motherfucker down, and he just get them damn paper towels, and that motherfucker there was just windmilling with his hands.
Yeah.
Real fast, all up around there, went around the square of the windshield, and he says, bang, that motherfucker was getting paid.
I have not seen him.
I just felt like everything was not fair and equal in the world, man. Like
I have not seen him in Denver since.
Dude, they were sweating the
the
motherfucking
Dump
cars
got in the office.
So
Prior to that, I used to see him every day.
all day long in the motherfucking air, right? With the kids and everything outside.
Yeah.
You can't be paying it. You're Black here. And
They
I don't
be
give a fuck
posted
what
up in
anybody
front of
says.
the
Telling me I'm
Walmart.
lying. Say proving that I'm lying. If you're Black and you got your child sitting with you at the intersection, right, and you panhandling, you're actually
CPS.
going to jail.
And you're
your
Yeah,
kids going to CPS. I ain't lying. I swear to motherfucking God. I swear to God, on my fucking skin, on everything I believe in. I swear to God, but I swear on everything, right? But these motherfuckers had all children holding signs, they terrorizing the cars, watching the police cars.
Oh, you ain't heard nothing yet. You all gonna love this.
How the fuck is this happening? Because we can't even ever get outside anywhere and be
You gonna
allowed.
love this. I was coming out of St. George, Utah,
I'm not gonna apologize for
coming
that.
back to Las Vegas, and I'm at my damn Love's rest stop, right?
Yeah.
I think we did the StreamYard when I was on there driving on Interstate 15. Anyway, these motherfucking Middle Easterns come up to me, hey bro, you got some change, man, to help me. Man, get the fuck away from me. Man, you ain't get the fuck I don't, man. You better get up off your ass and get you a goddamn job like I did. And
Get up, get out, get something.
Yeah, and I said, here's one for you. Now, y'all gonna love this. Hold it, you gonna love this. You remember when I went to Panther Town that time, Jesse?
Our mayor gotta go answer to that shit.
Yeah, he has
to. I wish we could go with him because I'd be like, I got all the questions to ask. What the fuck, cuz like nobody was going to motherfucking jail. The children were outside. Children outside doing the most egregious shit.
No, but hold on. But see, you all ain't heard nothing yet.
You had young girls doing the most egregious shit. You had the little kids in my parking lot, right? Asking for motherfucking dollars and shit. I was like, that motherfucker asked me if I had $1. I said, cuz, no. Do you got one? He's like, what? I was like, no. You don't feed the motherfucking bears? What the fuck's wrong with you? No. I said, like, go ask your mama for one.
Lady J, you ain't got to tell them that. All what you got to do, Lady J.
When I was little and asked, first of all, I probably got beat for asking for money. Right? Why you asking fucking people for money as a little kid, right? Yeah. I got beat. Yeah. Right? And I was like, bring your motherfucking ass in the motherfucking house like that. What the fuck you asking for money? You go earn it. Go earn it. You don't beg. Beg. You earn it. You don't beg. Go do some shit, yard work, fucking whatever. Take your brother with you, right? You know what I mean? So.
No, but here's one for you, Lady J. Is that I'm in Oakland.
Fuck all that. Like, and nobody said nothing. Shabaka, little kids swing me out like, go ask your mama for one. Can I borrow $1? Like, you know what I mean? Or they leave their kid walking around in the motherfucking stupid ass Walmart. Motherfucking little kid come help me find my mama. No, man, go see that motherfucker right there. He look like you. Like, you hear me? Don't touch me, little kid. Like, go, you know. Go touch me, you little dirty hands. Go talk to that motherfucker in the blue vest. You hear me?
No,
like,
what you do, Lady J?
Literal kid walked up to me in the fucking Walmart, and he didn't even know what his mama looked like. And I'm like, let it be one of us when we little, and get lost. First of all, get beat for getting lost in the Walmart. Automatically, because we were right there, right up our ass. Yeah. Right? We know touching shit and fucking getting lost in the play with toys, but we knew we were fucking touching shit, right? So we get beat in the motherfucking store, get beat outside, right? And for getting lost and the fucking getting the call on the fucking intercom, excuse me, somebody left their child. You know? So we get beat outside. That shit ain't going down. Let alone get lost and then not know what your mama look like or your father, what your mother look like. Oh no. Is she fat? Is she white? Is she dark? Is she look like this? You ain't no answer. You know your motherfucking mama's name. Okay, well, cuz I don't know what to tell you. I guess you just have to wait up front and hopefully somebody finds you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know your own mother's name?
Like, you supposed to learn that.
You're like 8 years old and you don't know your motherfucking mama's name? You don't know what your mama...
No, see, that's some bullshit. And then I told you, when I was up there, Brother Che, in Oakland, man, where it was raining on me like a motherfucker.
And I'm an asshole, cuz am I an asshole?
And I saw this dude from India pull up in the parking lot. Right. He got his old lady outside the car. His old lady and his child is sitting out there, and he's sitting in the car, right? Because I saw him when he pulled up, man, because it was raining and my window was foggy. So I saw him, but he didn't see me, right?
Yeah.
And so, man, he got his woman is sitting out there with the child, all need money, trying to help over and all that. So a couple of people hit her, you know what I'm saying? And then the one old white ass woman came out there and I had to agree with her. She said, say, lady, what the fuck are you doing out here with this child like that? Don't you know that there's child neglect in this state, which it is, California? And she says, if you don't get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit, I'm going to call Child Protective Services on you. That got up out of there real fast.
Real fast.
Yeah, and got in the car with the same dude, right? Then she goes up there to another store with the same bullshit, same dude, same car, right? I pulled up there on the side of dude, you know what I mean? And I got out the car, you know, and lo and behold, his old lady and his child came up to me with that bullshit, right? I didn't say nothing. I walked back to dude and I knocked on his window, tapped up. Yo, man. Hey, man, check this out. Would you do me a favor, man, and get your child and get your woman up out here asking my people, man, for money, man? Because, see, what's going to happen is, man, in about 10 minutes, somebody's going to call Child Protective Services on you. And I don't know if you realize that in this state there, man, that there's child neglect. That's a felony here. That motherfucker got up out of there real fast.
These kids nowadays, man, don't even know their fucking mama's name if they're like no,
you know, Lady J, it's bullshit that he was telling you. The mama groomed him to say that shit, Lady J.
And And I'm like, damn, you got these dirty motherfucking hands and you smell like corn. Get the fuck up off me. Like, I can't help you. Go with that motherfucker that look like you.
Know.
And then looking at me because, you know, I'm like the same color as them. I'm like, this doesn't look like you. You wearing a blue vest. You obviously work here. Good luck. You know what I mean? But like, because I know when I was small and going to the store with my mother or father, and we had rules, we got the rules in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Before we got the rules at the house before we got in the car.
Don't touch a motherfucking
Don't touch a motherfucking thing. Stay with me. Don't be looking at shit. Don't touch shit. You ain't got no money for it.
Right.
You touch shit, you buy it, you break it, you buy it.
Yeah.
It's coming out your ass. And don't embarrass me. Don't fucking embarrass me. Off top, don't embarrass me.
Right.
So if we got lost in the store and we got the intercom call, like, so what's your name, little girl? Brandy Marie. Brandy Marie's up here at the front. Can somebody, can the parent of Brandy Marie please come get her? And I'm getting my ass, first I'm getting snatched about the store. Like, hard, okay? Hard. Like, I told you not to motherfucker burn me. Why are you getting like, what the fuck you been doing? Would you touch it? Get that fucking, you got this in your pocket. Get the motherfucking car. You know what I mean? Getting whooped. I'll tell you fucking fuck. Yeah, getting whooped. You knew the rules. These motherfucking kids running rampant in the motherfucking Walmart, touching shit, looking at shit. No motherfucking parent, not even, I'm looking around the store real briefly before I pointed out a motherfucker in a blue vest, right? They look like I'm a Hispanic person, right? Because he's talking to me like I'm Hispanic, right? I'm like, he looks like you. Go talk to him, right? And they're looking at me like I'm an asshole because he's looking at me, right? Right? Like, he looks like you. Go talk to him. Blue vest, he works here, right? Right? Like real shit. I know, just know how it sounds, right? So I'm like, am I really the asshole for saying that motherfucker look like you? He's able to help you.
What are you trying to say, Lady J? All Hispanic people looking like...
No, but don't confuse me with motherfucking immigrant. Then you don't know your mama's name. You don't know what your mama motherfucking look like. And I don't feel like fucking breaking off the Spanish and dusting it off to fucking speak to you, dirty little kid.
I think
with dirty
I
little
agree
hands,
with Shabaka.
runny little nose.
I think he was coerced and
because nobody
he was.
Which I thought was weird.
Yeah, because they usually
on the
like,
intercom,
there's a missing child.
There's a missing child. And somebody lost their child.
Yeah.
And some fat bitch looking around her ass like, oh yeah, I missed one. Where is he?
Yeah, and then I had a white boy tell me in Los Angeles. Now get this. I told you this before.
Got my ass whooped.
Down there in front of City Hall, I'm waiting on the bus after working all damn day, right?
Yep.
White boy come up to me and say, "You got some change?" I said, "No, man. Well, man, you better give me some, man. Otherwise, I take it." I says, "Man, I will beat your motherfucking ass, punk." You know what I'm saying?
I got lost in the store, stole some shit.
You know, I will beat that, and that motherfucker there damn near shitted on himself. You know, I says, "Man, when your bitch ass see me, faggot, you don't come up to me with this punk shit."
You know, it's equal opportunity ass whooping all night.
Yeah.
These kids ain't getting whooped. They don't know. Like, I'm serious. Even if that's a coercion, like, nobody called on the internet. I was listening to for the intercom, you know, because they'll say it in multiple languages, at least Spanish.
Yeah.
You know, somebody lost their motherfucking shitlet. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, like, or the demonic little angels, like, hey, did you find your little satanic little engine? You know what I mean? Nobody. I was like, damn. I'm looking around. Not a motherfucking fat bitch in sight. Not a motherfucking white bitch in sight. Not a motherfucking man in sight. You know what I mean? Just me cruising around listening to fucking, you know, rap music and shit, talking about, don't touch me, little nasty kid. You know, you smell like corn. Stop touching me, fucker. Like, you go talk to him. He looks like you. He can help you. I can't believe you don't know what your mama's name is or look what she look like.
Right.
This is fucking ridiculous. Do you know how to read? I don't even want to know. I gotta go. I got chips to buy. He looks like you. He can help. Like, it's just because I found some random motherfucking, you know, Latino, not Mexican, Latino. Like, he looks like you. He can help you. He's wearing a vest. You know, like, he works here. You know, I don't work here, bitch. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'd have beat that kid in the store. Like, somebody needs to handle you. Like, I don't get, where's your motherfucking mother?
Right.
Who brought you here? You know you didn't walk your ass over here. Are they in the corner to ask you for money? Walk up the street and over there. You know, like, dude, we can't even do that. Motherfuckers holding signs. They had the kids holding signs.
Yeah.
They had the teenage girls doing survival antics amongst the unhoused. They had them housed with next to the unhoused that are here. So some motherfuckers are just on drugs and shit. Don't mind a girl that they're gonna lie to themselves and say she might be 18, but she's really 13.
Oh my god!
You dig? And she get in to bring off a little money to take back home to the family so they could do whatever. That was really happening.
Yeah.
And nobody wanted to fucking listen to what the fuck I was saying. I was like, all right, cool, man. Shit, it ain't my kid. It ain't my little girl because I couldn't handle it. It ain't my little girl. My little girl would never be in those situations if I was too fucking overprotective of that little girl.
Pimping their kids out in those
but you go
Latin
pimp
countries.
your kid out while you go pimp the motherfucking city of Denver and then still get all the fucking benefits. No, cuz that shit is wrong.
It is wrong.
And that's what so we're wrong. We're the only assholes fucking calling them illegal fucking aliens and all this other shit. And
they ain't no goddamn newcomers.
The motherfucking housing people were like, you guys are fucked up. Dude, remember we got everybody deserves house. And do they? What happened to their shit? What happened to the 8 other countries before they got over here?
Right.
You know what I mean? Nobody else can house them.
How about the actual citizens here? Do they deserve housing?
Right. I was like, what about us? Like, what about us?
Talking about?
You know what I mean? Like, they can fuck. They can fuck with the bankrupt the hospital. They can fuck. So that's why I said when he goes to there, I was like, who do I gotta write these questions down for? And can I give them to the homeboy that I really like, the white dude that gives everybody the business?
Yeah.
Haskins or whatever the fuck?
Yeah.
Questions. Like, fuck out of here. Like, that motherfucker right there. You know what you did. You know what you did. And if you don't know what you did, I made sure I was the only motherfucker advocate for motherfucking audits all fucking for what? How many years?
3 years.
Yeah. And they finally got the audits done.
Yeah.
And I even terrorized the auditor. I'm like, who polices you? Who punishes you? Who holds you accountable? Who goes over your shit? Like, he was like, beads of sweat, right? I guess the voters. Well, I guess so. Yeah, like we'll soon see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they were doing some fuck shit.
Yeah, he ran unopposed.
He did, but man, he showed his ass out. He's good. Yeah, it is well worth the fucking effort of me sweating him. That like, dude, nobody's pushing that audit shit more than me, dude. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I was like, audits. Everybody needs to be audited. And 10 people above need to be fired. 10 people below. Everybody needs to be shit canned. Shut this down. Shut this down.
I take that back. Eric Clark ran.
Over. Oh yeah. Why didn't he get it? But I don't think he would have been as good as O'Brien did. O'Brien showed his ass on those latest ones. I mean, to the point where he was calling out every motherfucking city council person for all their motherfucking impropriety. What is it called?
Improprieties.
Yeah. Thank you. Fucking unnecessary spending.
Well, he's definitely continuing where his predecessor left off.
Yeah, he's good. You think he's turned out though, right?
Dennis Gallagher.
Is he turned out?
I think they get to run for 3 terms.
Man, if he gets to run more time, that'd be a rip. But I feel like these questions need to be answered because he gets to run around the neighborhood as a saint in our neighborhood because he's pandering to the black people, and he did some fuck shit. Because why didn't, you only offer special shit to the unhoused people to clean up the streets only for the winter? Because, we technically don't believe it's like for real. He put everybody inside just till the winter time is over, to make himself look good. Yeah, come on, cuz, and ICE is here. I'm like, what happened to all the people they got housed in nice apartments and shit right there that we can't even go to?
Oh, they're getting ICE is picking their ass.
I'm like,
up.
man, them motherfucking apartments, them motherfucking fancy ass apartments they got, motherfucking, that's all that lives over there, right across the way, and we can't get in that bitch. Make it make sense. The fucking fancy ass $2,800 apartments right across the street.
Oh, it makes sense, Lady Chase, because what these motherfuckers is doing is got some graft and corruption going on and some kickbacks.
Yeah, that's it. That's one.
Here's how it makes sense, Lady Chase. These motherfuckers is in cahoots with these motherfuckers who do construction work and shit like that.
Black power.
And they got cheap labor over there, and they ain't got to pay them the hey Mac 285, and they ain't got to pay them, you know, like the standard wages for the work that they do. And then what they do is that they keep them there working, and they'll exploit them. You see, that's what they do. That's the trend they had down there in Florida.
And covered garages. I was just over there, literally, just over there.
And then, hey, now let me ask you a question. Ain't you all got you a Home Depot buy over there where you at?
Yes, they're across the street.
I like Home Depot, but I like.
Hold on, but you don't see a lot of them day workers up there talking about that they want to work, right? Like damn Home Depots where all these motherfuckers were standing out there talking about they want to get some work, but you don't see them out there no more. Them motherfuckers gone, yeah, they gone here too.
I shot a BB gun inside a Home Depot.
I remember you telling me
that shit was funny as hell. That we were like playing with the fucking Walmart air pistols.
Hey, Mac 285.
Man, this is good.
Yeah, the motherfuckers is gone. You know what I mean? Yeah, I say bullshit.
Everybody's hiding out, but man, even if they are hiding out, you gotta come out sometime.
Nah, what it is, Lady Che, them motherfuckers on with guerrilla warfare on. What they do is they send one motherfucker out there. I bet you them motherfuckers be four of them, right? They'll send one motherfucker out there for about an hour. Hey, you need help? And as soon as he gets somebody, then all them other four motherfuckers is gonna come over there with him, right? Then they're gonna put the next motherfucker out there for a shift. You see?
So I'm almost wrong.
Motherfuckers using guerrilla warfare with that bullshit. That's bad.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be
so busy out here killing each other over bullshit. You know? Damn.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, you know what? Real quick about Jay Dizzle. Jay Dizzle said it the right way. He said, "Black nationalism, he said Pan-Africanism is a beautiful thing when you got Black nationalism, something like that, right?" So that effect earlier in the week, right? And it kind of brings to that Dimitri K thing about unification, right? Because right now all the Hispanics are showing their ass everywhere, right? They're in protest. I'm like, man, what is this? A show like that we that you're showing that you're unified, and what about us? Like, do we not make
they
these
had a
grandiose
whole
operations?
protest in LA
everywhere
today though, but
that one in Greeley.
Where at in LA?
Cut down like 10, 20 blocks.
Right. But I'm like, what is this, a show?
Where at in downtown LA?
Yeah.
Because they have the vitriol for FBA too. So what are you trying to show us?
Okay, wait a minute. If I'm not mistaken, okay. The only place I can guess where they had that protest at, man, was down there by City Hall and the courthouse.
Ain't nobody giving a damn about that in Weld County.
Well, the only reason I bring that up is because old girl Bobert was talking about it. Play the video, cuz. Play the video. Just play the video.
All right, so Sabaki, I think you remember this speech that Malcolm X did in 1963.
Yep.
City desk interview, a must-see moment. And
this is support the reason the way I do, just what the X-Man is going to say right here to these motherfuckers. Go ahead and play the video.
I watched it the first time. I was like, oh, this is exactly what Shabaka always talking about.
Yep.
And that's why I stand on the square that I stand on, because of what this man is getting ready to say right here.
Play it. Just play it.
Whites, and we have many businesses here in Chicago, and our customers are white as well as our own kind. And a white person can go into any of these places of business, and he'll have to admit that he is treated with more respect, and he finds more dignity there than he will find among the so-called Negroes who profess to be teaching love for everyone.
You've twice you've referred to the Negroes, the so-called Negroes. You find some fault with this.
Yes. Mr. Muhammad teaches us that Negro is a term that was applied to us during slavery by the slave master. And right today, it's a term that is used only to point out the descendant of slaves. It's never used for black people, period. Africans can come to this country. They aren't called Negroes. And if they are called Negroes, they resent it. So if Negro meant black, as we've been taught, it would be a term that would be...
I'm glad he said that.
Go on, please let him finish, because here's the part where towards the end of it that I love.
Yeah, I know what he said at the end. I was like, "This is what Shabaka has all been saying."
Right. That's why I stand on the square that I did, and notice that the X-Man got light skin and red hair.
Red hair.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now go ahead, let them play. Let the generations after me get educated.
Applicable to everyone. But he says that it is something that means a slave, or something it means something that has been left out of society, politically, economically, educationally, and otherwise.
Malcolm X was a revolutionary voice in an era that was characterized by racial upheaval. And this 1963 City Desk interview showcases his brilliance, clarity, and unapologetic resilience for telling the truth. During this interview, it becomes crystal clear that Malcolm wasn't just speaking to his interviewers, but was also speaking to a system that had failed Black Americans for centuries. His words weren't meant to soothe or appease, but to challenge, provoke, and inspire action. Malcolm dismantles the illusion of American progress during the minutes of this video, exposing the harsh reality millions of Black people are forced to live with. While others suggested integration as the solution, Malcolm called it out as a facade, a false promise designed to keep Black people dependent on white society. His speech reminds us that liberation could not be handed down from oppressors, but can be seized, owned, and defended by those who demanded it. One thing that makes this interview so powerful is Malcolm's fearlessness. He didn't just answer questions, he entirely reframed the narratives. When Malcolm was asked about equality, he didn't beg for acceptance into a broken system. Rather, he demanded justice, power, and self-determination. This wasn't just rhetoric, but a battle cry for a new identity that was once rooted in strength, pride, and unyielding resistance. His words remain a mirror to society, reflecting uncomfortable truths we can't afford to ignore. Let's watch the full interview with these questions in mind. How much has truly changed? Are the systems Malcolm condemned still thriving today?
Good afternoon. No matter what your point of view may be, there is significant in the growth in Chicago and across the United States, if not around the world, of a movement known as the Black Muslims, a movement which is popularly believed to preach a doctrine of hatred for the white race and the ultimate supremacy of the Negro race. The headquarters of the Muslim movement is here in Chicago in the 5300 block of South Greenwood, and its leader now is known as Elijah Muhammad. He's in residence here. The most active person in the spreading of the Black Muslim movement is Elijah Muhammad's second in command, who calls himself Malcolm X. And Malcolm X is our guest today on City Desk. Across the desk, our panelists this week are NBC newsmen Charles McCune, Floyd Calver, and Len O'Connor. And Mr. X, may I begin by asking you, if you will please, outline for us the platform and policies of the Muslim organization.
Well, the platform that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, our religious leader, stands upon is the platform of complete freedom, justice, and equality for the 20 million Black people, or so-called Negroes here in America. And he teaches us that because of the seriousness of the condition that our people now find themselves in, that it's absolutely impossible to solve our problems with means other than religion. And he teaches us that the religion of Islam is the only religion that will instill within our people the incentive to stand on our own feet. And instead of trying to force ourselves upon whites, or force ourselves into the white society, or blame the white man for our predicament and constantly beg him for what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite together among ourselves, among our own kind, clean ourselves up, rid ourselves of the evils that we've become addicted to here in this society, and try and solve our problem ourselves.
And I referred to the popular belief that the Muslims preach a hatred for the white race. You do not subscribe to this, then?
No, I've never heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teach or preach hatred for anyone. He preaches hatred against evil, against drunkenness, against dope addiction, against poverty, and against having to beg for the things that a man is supposed to have. But I've never heard him teach us or any of his followers hatred toward any human being.
Do you think that some of his followers possibly then have misinterpreted the word that they've heard and follow a practice of hatred for the white man?
I don't think that any Muslim practices hatred toward anyone. We have businesses around the country that are patronized by whites, and we have many businesses here in Chicago, and our customers are white as well as our own kind. And a white person can go into any of these places of business, and he'll have to admit that he is treated with more respect, and he finds more dignity there than he will find among the so-called Negroes who profess to be teaching love for everyone.
Twice you referred to the Negroes, the so-called Negroes. You find some fault with this description,
Yes.
I gather.
Mr. Muhammad teaches us that Negro is a term that was applied to us during slavery by the slave master. And right today, it's a term that is used only to point out the descendant of slaves. It's never used for black people, period. Africans can come to this country. They aren't called Negroes. And if they are called Negroes, they resent it. So if Negro meant black, as we've been taught, it would be a term that would be applicable to or pliable to everyone. But he says that it is something that means a slave or something it means something that has been left out of society, politically, economically, educationally, and otherwise.
You don't think of it as an anthropological term?
Definitely. It's not an anthropological term. It's a slave term. And it was a term that was invented in America and was used by the slave makers, slave traders, and slave masters and attached to the property or the chattel or merchandise that our people represented in that particular day.
Mr. O'Connor.
Facts.
What is your real name?
Malcolm X.
Is that your legal name?
As far as I'm concerned, it's my legal name.
Have you been to court to establish that
I didn't have to go to court to be called Murphy or Jones or Smith. Excuse me for answering you this way.
That's
if
all right.
a Chinese person were to say his name was Patrick Murphy, you would look at him like he's insane because Murphy is an Irish name, a European name, or the name that has a Caucasian or white background. And a yellow person. Chinese is a yellow man, and he has nothing to do or no connection whatsoever with the name Murphy. And if it doesn't look proper for a person who is yellow or Chinese to be walking around named Murphy or Jones or Johnson or Bunch or Powell, I think it would be just as improper for a black person or a so-called Negro in this country, as we're taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to walk around with these names. And therefore, he teaches us that during slavery, the same slave master who owned us put his last name on us to denote that we were his property. So that when you see a Negro today who's named Johnson, if you go back in his history, you'll find that he was once his grandfather or one of his forefathers was owned by a white man who was named Johnson. His name is Bunch. His grandfather was owned by a white man that was named Bunch.
Would you mind telling me what you...
What happened to the sound?
I don't know why they cut like a minute out. It's like completely muted.
No, goddamn. Okay. So in other words, what he was saying is people would he cut it out? Pause that for a second. He was emphasizing is that when you got this name, Brown, Jones, O'Malley, or whatever, it signifies that you were the property of the slave owner by the same name. You see, then when the slave got sold, he took on the name of the other slave master. You see what I'm saying? And the X-Man had told him that his father did not know his name because the white boys asked him, well, what was your father's name? He said, my father didn't know his name. Well, what was his father's name? My father did. His grandfather didn't know his name. And then that's when he was breaking down of how you were the property of the slave master. Like I told that stupid ass Sarge, is that you could borrow against the slave. You could mortgage the slave. You could rent the slave out. Then, of course, if it's a woman, you see what I'm saying? A wiping, raping, slave trading pedophile can go violate her. You see what I'm saying? At will. Rather if she was married, rather if she had brothers, rather if she had a daddy. You see what I'm saying? The black man couldn't do nothing about it except stand there and watch her to be abused. You see what I'm saying? Or as with the raping, slave trading pedophile referred to her as quote unquote his bed wench.
Yeah. And then not only
this
that,
this is why I stand on the square that I stand on. Okay. See if they'll let it continue. without them doctoring the shit, the motherfuckers.
Yeah, well, the square that we stand on is, yes, that is all true. And that's why we're eligible for the reparations here in the United States.
Mm-hmm. That's a cold shot. They took the main...
yeah, for I think the past 33 years.
Is that why he didn't attend your rally on last Tuesday?
The only reason that he didn't attend was his ill condition, and the weather here, especially on that particular day, was of such nature that it would have been almost insane for him to come.
Well, now, did you hold that meeting last Tuesday because it coincided with the general election, the primary election?
I think if you study the history of Mr. Muhammad's work and religious work in this country, we've had our convention on February the 26th every year for, I think, the past 33 years.
Well, now, while you don't care to discuss your former name or the name that the slave master gave to your antecedents, it is a matter of record that Muhammad's last name was Poole, Elijah Poole.
No, that's the name that his slave master gave to his grandfather or great-grandfather, but that's not his name.
Well, his mother and father thought when they called him Elijah Poole that was his name.
They didn't know any better.
Well, if they didn't know any better or not, they thought that was his name.
Yes, sir, but sir...
What I'm trying to find out is when did he cease to be Elijah Poole
and get to
be Elijah Muhammad?
In 1931, I think it was, in Detroit, he was taught the true history of our people and made aware at that time that he was wearing an English name, and by not being an Englishman, he looked out of place. And his teacher gave him the name that he's wearing today, Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad.
All right, now when did he become what he purports to be in your literature, the son of Allah?
I've never heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad referred to as the son
the
of
prophet of Allah.
I've never heard him referred to as the prophet of Allah.
What do you refer to him?
Messenger of Allah.
All right, the messenger of Allah, and I appreciate the correction.
Yes, I mean, he says that a prophet is somebody who predicts the future, and he's not predicting the future, whereas a messenger is someone who carries a message that has been given to him by one who authors that message.
All right, now who gave him the message, and to whom is it supposed to be delivered?
Master W.F. Muhammad. The one who taught him is the author of the message. He gave it to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which makes him the messenger. And he's to deliver that message of truth and righteousness to the 20 million American so-called Negroes, which means he's to teach us the truth, which will awaken us, and then show us how to live a life of righteousness, which will automatically qualify us for recognition as human beings by all other righteous human beings here on this earth.
Well, now, one other question. With reference to what Mr. Hurlbut asked you a little bit ago, you took a very moderate position of wanting independence without having any hatred for the whites. Do I understand that correctly?
Hatred is not involved in it whatsoever.
Well, I recall in a recent plane crash, I mean 2 or 3 years ago, or less than that, a charter flight on Air France in which a group of people from Atlanta, Georgia, were 6'4", as they say in the business, as they took off from Orly Field. And you were quoted at that time as expressing great gratification that this tragedy had occurred. Do you recall that?
I recall it.
What did you say? Do you remember?
The press misinterpreted it and misrepresented
it. What did you say?
They said that it was made at a Muslim meeting. It wasn't. It was made at a rally of Negroes, Baptist, Methodist, Catholic, and otherwise in Los Angeles, who were rallying to protest the brutal shooting of 7 unarmed Negroes
and what did you
by
say?
Heavily armed white policemen in the city of Los Angeles. And because we are a people who have been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to never carry weapons of any kind, but to get on God's side and rely on God to fight our battles for us. At the time that these brothers were shot down so brutally, I pointed out at the funeral of the brother who died that God would step in and take a hand in giving us some form of justice for the brutal killing of our brother.
Right.
And when the plane crashed in France, I pointed out to the crowd at this rally that this was an act of God showing his wrath or complete resentment over the brutal form of injustice that had been inflicted upon our poor unarmed brothers.
Were you saying that, or do you believe that?
At that time, Dr. Billy Graham was in a crusade in Chicago, And the press, your papers here in this city, quoted Billy Graham of also saying that plane crash was an act of God. And if you take time to check the newspapers, I think that you'll find that this is correct. But no one thought that Billy Graham was so wrong when he attributed the crash of this plane to his God. But when we say that it come from our God, then we're looked upon as being, outrageous.
I know, but you took the position that this was a matter of satisfaction to you for an injustice done against you. And I think that that's a trifle severe.
We did not think that it was a coincidence that 120 of the whites on this plane came from the state of Georgia, a state that has the worst record in the history of America for the mistreatment of black people in this country.
Worse than Mississippi?
They maybe are a little less Mississippi is a little less hypocritical today than Georgia, but both of them are still practicing the same thing. Now the whites in Georgia bite Negroes with a smile, whereas they used to bite them with a growl. But they're still being bitten, and we don't think that it is any worse to be bitten with a smile than it is to be bitten with a growl.
Mr. Calvert.
While we're on the subject of Mississippi, what is your organization's position of what happened in Mississippi in the past 6 months?
Such as what?
Such as the James Meredith incident and the enrollment of him in the university.
Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wants justice for every one of the 20 million so-called Negroes, and to just take one Negro and stick him in college with the aid of 15,000 troops, and at a cost of $6,000, is a disgrace. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. It's a farce. It's hypocrisy. Because if it's right for one Negro to be forced into that university, then every Negro in the state of Mississippi who is qualified has the same right to go to that university. And if the government is not ready and willing to enforce the right of every Negro in the state of Mississippi, then in my opinion, sir, it's only hypocrisy to pretend that they are for justice by pushing one Negro in and blowing it up all over the world to make it look like they're solving the problem when millions of black people in that state are still going to segregated schools and getting an inferior education.
Does your organization encourage members to attempt to enter schools that have been known as all white in the past?
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't discourage us from attending white schools, but he does say that...
was he talking about Ole Miss or another school?
Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's
telling
where James Meredith went.
I'm like, that's good.
Yeah,
That's fine. Well, I knew, but I knew it because we were talking about the bad performance. Yeah, I knew when they did that. Yeah, of course. Carry on.
It is better for us to go to our own schools, and after we have a thorough knowledge of ourselves, of our own kind, and racial dignity has been instilled within us, then we can go to anyone's school and we'll still retain our race pride, our racial dignity, and we will be able to avoid the subservient inferiority complex that most Negroes have that is instilled within most Negroes who receive this sort of integrated education.
Well, you have a private school operating here in Chicago, at least, and possibly elsewhere, and it's been a subject of controversy lately. What is the acceptance of people who come out of your private schools into schools of higher learning?
Yes, we have many students who have graduated from the University of Islam on 54th and Greenwood that are now attending other schools. In fact, just as an example, one of Mr. Muhammad's sons never attended any school in his life but the University of Islam. He later attended DePaul University. He also attended the University of Chicago, and at present he's attending Al-Azhar University in Cairo, one of the oldest Muslim schools in the world. And his daughter-in-law also, who went to school here, is attending the University of Cairo. And then we have other students who have graduated that are attending other colleges and universities in this country. And in our school, we never have any delinquency problems. We never have any dropouts. We never have any disrespect for authority or disrespect for parents. We don't have any kind of juvenile delinquency. All of the things that the regular school system is complaining about, the critics and the most severe critics of Mr. Muhammad has to admit that we aren't plagued with those same problems in our own school.
I have listened to your leader, at least on one occasion in convention here. It was 2 years ago, and at that time he advocated the separate state proposition of giving the what you call the so-called American Negro a separate state in which to live, to make their own way. Would you explain that philosophy, please? And have you had any support for it from anybody in official ranks?
Your first question first. To my understanding, what Mr. Muhammad has said is that he wants freedom, justice, and equality for the black people here in America, which you agree they don't have. If they did, you wouldn't have a race problem. And he says, if America cannot bring about freedom, justice, and equality for our people in this country, then America should allow us to leave. If we can't get along together, we should be allowed to depart and go someplace where we can set up housekeeping for ourselves. Then he says, if America doesn't want us to go back home among our own people, and at the same time they want to keep us here, since we can't stay here and get along together in peace, he says what America should do is separate part of the country and give us a section where we can live and give us everything we need to get our particular section functioning independently, support us for 25 years until we are able to function independently in a society of our own, and in this way the problem will be solved.
Mr. McCune.
You say there's no juvenile delinquency. What is the discipline that
well, number one, excuse me, practice? Sir. One of the first things that Mr. Muhammad teaches is you have to set an example if you want others to do right. And he teaches the grown-up Muslims to live a highly disciplined and a highly moral life of high morals. And by the parents displaying the highest of morals in front of the children at all times, automatically this sets a pattern or an example for the children. And in our schools, our children, the emphasis is placed upon the recognition of authority. And by the children recognizing authority and respecting authority, it's easy for anyone who is in authority to teach the child and discipline the child and make the child aware of the importance of living a life in accord with the law, even after he grows up.
How did you happen to join the Muslim movement?
I was in prison. I was a very wayward, criminal, backward, illiterate, uneducated, and whatever other negative characteristics you can think of type of person until I heard the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And because of the impact that it had upon me in giving me a desire to reform myself and rehabilitate myself for the first time in my life, and also being able to see the effect that it had upon others, this is what made me accept it. And plus, prior to hearing what he teaches, I had no interest whatsoever in anything serious or any kind of educational pursuits. And I noticed that after being exposed to the religious teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, immediately it instilled within me such a high degree of racial pride and racial dignity that I wanted to be somebody. Facts. And I realized that I couldn't be anybody by begging the white man for what he had, but that I had to get out here and try and do something for myself or make something out of myself.
What has been the growth of the Muslim movement? There are conflicting reports as to how many Muslims there are in the United States. Can you tell us?
Well, most critics say that the dissatisfied follow Muhammad, that the unemployed and the oppressed follow Muhammad. And I think you'll agree, the sociologists, the economists, and other experts say that the masses of black people are dissatisfied, unemployed, oppressed, and fed up. So that he actually gets his support at the mass level. But now you have other Negroes at the class level who pretend not to go for him because usually their job has been given to them by the white man. They have positions to which they have been appointed, and they think that the only way that they can protect their job is by pretending in front of the white man that they don't go for Mr. Muhammad either. But you find
how many Muslims do you say there are in numbers?
I couldn't say. I've never heard him say, and he's the only one who would know.
500,000?
I couldn't say. I think that anyone who does say is not in a position to know, and anyone who knows wouldn't say.
What do you think that the Urban League and the NAACP have accomplished for your people? What's your attitude
in
toward
their
that?
own way, they have been doing their best to bring about freedom, justice, and equality and human dignity for the black people in this country. But today you have such an intense degree of dissatisfaction and impatience existing among our people at the mass level, that it is almost impossible to come to them with a program that's going to take another 100 years to solve their problem, and they still be satisfied to wait. So that they have, the Urban League and the NAACP has done a good job within their understanding. But today it takes more immediate solutions. And the solution that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has is immediate. It's more practical.
You think they're not moving fast enough?
Well, they're moving as fast as they can. But that's not fast enough for the masses of black people. If a person is sitting on a warm stove and you get ready to let him up, no matter how slow you are, he has patience because it's only warm. But the masses of black people who are sitting on a hot stove, they're impatient. And no matter how fast you say progress is being made toward letting them up, that progress is not fast enough for them.
Well, the NAACP and the Urban League have both been critical of the Muslims.
The NAACP and Urban League have been maneuvered into criticizing us against their own will. Usually, the divide and conquer tactics have always been used by the oppressor to keep the oppressed oppressed. And the NAACP has been used against the Muslims. Efforts have been made to use us against them, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says he'll work with the NAACP, the Urban League, and any other Negro organization that wants to uplift the black man as long as it doesn't conflict with our religious principles.
Well, I remember once when Elijah was quoted as having said that the Urban League and the NAACP sold out to the white man. Has he ever made that statement?
To my knowledge, I don't think that he has said that they sold out to the white man. I've heard him say that.
Is that his feeling?
The NAACP has been in existence for 54 years. And they elect a new national president every year, and they have never elected a black man to sit in that capacity. Arthur Spingarn has been president of the NAACP for 24 years. And so in this sense, it means that either they're practicing the same discrimination that they accuse the white man of practicing, they're practicing it themselves, or else they're not qualifying other Negroes in that organization for positions of leadership. This is our only criticism.
You personally feel that they have sold out to the white man? You personally feel that those organizations have sold out to the white man?
I don't think that they would knowingly allow themselves to be used or misused against their own people. So if they are failing to do the job that our people are expect of them, probably it's just through lack of understanding. But today their understanding is increasing, and you'll find that they're developing a better ability to work with all different factions for the betterment of our people.
Malcolm, how do you yourself feel about the white man?
I believe that the white man has done a great injustice to the black man in this country by having kidnapped our people and brought us here and down to the level that we're on today. And today, instead of approaching the factors that their original mistake has created, instead of approaching these factors objectively and realistically, the greatest sin that they're doing now is trying to pretend that they never committed a crime, that they never did any wrong. And when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad points out the injustices that our people are suffering, they make that sin worse by accusing him of teaching hate, or by accusing him of black supremacy, or by accusing him of advocating violence, simply because he is pointing out the real factors in the problem.
We have a little time left. You don't have to hurry so much, Malcolm. You were born in Omaha, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your family left Omaha when you were, what, 1 year old?
I imagine about a year old.
And why did they leave Omaha?
Well, to my understanding, the Ku Klux Klan burned down one of their homes in Omaha.
This made your family feel very unhappy, I'm sure.
Well, insecure, if not unhappy.
So you must have a somewhat prejudiced point of view, a personally prejudiced point of view. In other words, you cannot look at this in a broad academic sort of way, really.
I think that's incorrect, because despite the fact that happened in Omaha, and then when we moved to Lansing, Michigan, our home was burned down again. In fact, my father was killed by the Ku Klux Klan. And despite all of that, no one was more thoroughly integrated with whites than I. No one has lived more so in the society of whites than I. And it was only until I became a Muslim that I ceased living in the society of whites.
You say you were thoroughly integrated with the whites, Malcolm.
Yes.
Do you have white people in your family background?
Definitely. Most Negroes in this country have whites in their family background.
How are you going to differentiate between the white blood that's in you and the Negro bloods? And you don't mind my using
raping, slave trading, pedophile.
I know you do. Why do you do that?
Well, I use it if it fits the purpose to use it, but I use it against my will.
But you used it voluntarily in describing the incident in Los Angeles.
Still, I use it against my will.
I guess the teachings weren't thoroughly inculcated.
No, but when I say to you that the cops in Los Angeles shot down 7 unarmed Negroes, every Negro in the audience knows what I'm talking about. But when I say that they shot 7 Muslims, then a lot of the Negroes don't realize.
I suppose you said 7 colored people, because you say you used the term colored people. You said.
I don't think I used the word colored on this program.
Yes, you did.
You didn't say colored at all.
Black. Well, we can use black, and that fits everything. But sir, the black.
Now let me get back to another point that you made. You said that you go back home. Now, what do you mean by back home?
I've only heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say back among our own people. From
you
whence
said back home. You don't mind my saying.
Right, back home. But by that he means.
You mean back into the roots of
another goddamn Sarge.
Back home.
Another motherfucking Sarge.
Into our original civilization.
Ain't letting the man finish.
And if you study history, the Islamic culture existed in West Africa.
But your family didn't come from an Islamic background originally, did it? I mean, you came from the proud tribes of Africa.
I think you find, sir, that one of the Islamic culture
I agree, there is.
Existed widely in Africa, Central Africa, West Africa.
I agree. I've met many people in there. With
regard to that tragedy out there in Los Angeles, I myself refer to it when it happened as the tragic police action, so I am not totally biased.
Thank you, sir.
It was Ronald
Coming
Stokes
from Muhammad Speaks, which is the publication of your cult or your religion, Elijah Muhammad referred to the policemen out there, the white policemen, as devils. He said, there is no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America. Doesn't that imply that you're going to get out, or that's his wish that you get out?
If he referred to those policemen out there as devils, who were heavily armed and knew that the Negroes whom they were shooting down in cold blood were not heavily armed, I don't think that those policemen themselves would deny that they're devils, nor would any Negro who witnessed such a deed deny that they are devils.
Well, about the other part of it, there's no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America. And I didn't make that up. He said it in his own.
And he's correct in what he says, sir.
Well, what does it mean? Does it mean you're going to get out, or
it
what?
Means the same thing that Attorney General Robert Kennedy means when he says that the #1 domestic problem in America is the race problem. That it is almost impossible to solve it. It's almost impossible to give justice to Negroes.
One brief thing further. I read also in Muhammad Speaks a quotation that Elijah Muhammad is the only person on earth who was on personal speaking terms with God. Do you believe that?
Definitely.
You do?
We're going to have to leave it at that. And Malcolm, I'm sure he's done a good job in rehabilitating you. It was a pleasure to have you on City Desk.
I'm in Chicago for the next 3 weeks at the local mosque at 54th and Greenwood for a special lecture series.
As the interview begins, Malcolm X doesn't waste a second setting the record straight. The first question barely lands before Malcolm delivers a searing response about the harsh reality of racial oppression in America. He rejects the so-called American dream for black people, calling it what it truly is, a nightmare shaped by systemic racism and inequality. This interview wasn't just a conversation. It was a masterclass in speaking truth to power. We must pause and truly absorb the gravity of Malcolm X's words. Malcolm didn't mince words or sidestep uncomfortable realities. Instead, he confronted them with a difficult reality, challenging both his interviewers and the viewing audience to reckon with America's entrenched racial injustices. Throughout the interview, Malcolm dismantles myths about equality, integration, and progress in a manner that is as relevant today as it was in 1963. Early on, he clarifies that the plight of black Americans isn't an isolated issue, but a systemic issue that is eaten deep. When asked questions about the Nation of Islam's philosophy, Malcolm responds with unrelenting transparency. We don't teach hate, we teach reality. He highlights that the hatred many perceive in his words is, in fact, a reflection of the hatred in the American system itself. Malcolm's critique of integration stands out as an unforgettable moment. While many civil rights leaders of his time championed integration as the ultimate goal, Malcolm saw it as a trap, a gateway to keep black people subjugated within the white-dominated society. He didn't shy away from calling it what it was, a strategy to pacify black Americans, keeping them dependent on those who had historically oppressed them. His words resonate deeply. Why integrate into a burning house? What we need is a house of our own, built on a foundation of justice and equality. The interview became tense when Malcolm addressed white liberals. He didn't hold back, accusing them of hypocrisy. You can't claim to support civil rights while benefiting from the same system that oppresses us, he stated. His argument is piercing, forcing even well-meaning allies to examine their complicity. Malcolm's ability to flip the script is remarkable. He takes the interviewer's questions and converts them to statements that expose the contradictions of American democracy. One of the most striking moments is when Malcolm discusses self-defense. He doesn't advocate violence, as his critics often claimed. Instead, he champions the right to protect oneself against aggression. If a man attacks you, you have the right to defend yourself, he said. This wasn't just a philosophy. but a revolutionary rejection of the expectation that Black Americans should endure abuse without resistance. His words challenge the narrative of passive victimhood, replacing it with words of empowerment. At a time during the interview progresses, Malcolm's focus shifts to the economic exploitation of Black communities. He points out that integration often meant opening Black neighborhoods to white businesses, draining wealth from those communities without giving anything in return. We are the only group who subsidize our oppressors, he says. If we control our economy, we control our destiny. The brilliance of Malcolm X is shown in what he says and how he says it. Even when the interviewers try to corner him, Malcolm remains steadfast. He doesn't merely respond to questions, but reframes the narrative to educate and highlight the deeper issues at play. His command of history, politics, and human psychology is on full display, making it impossible for the interviewers to dismiss his points as mere rhetoric. This interview shows Malcolm's unyielding hope for the future. Despite his criticism of America's racial system, he doesn't believe that the hope for a positive change is dead. He envisions a world where Black people are free, not because they've been granted freedom by others, but because they've claimed it for themselves. Freedom is not something you ask for, he states. It's something you take. This message of empowerment is as inspiring today as it was then. When asked about integration, Malcolm's stance remains solid without a doubt. He courageously said that Black Americans have been misled into believing that equality can be achieved through assimilation into white society. Instead, he insists that true liberation lies in independence, in building a self-sufficient Black community free from exploitation and control. His words cut deep. Why should we beg for a place at a table that's already poisoned? He asked rhetorically. From this interview, one can't help but marvel at Malcolm's foresight and hope for the future. Many of the issues he addressed can still be seen today, like police brutality, as in the case of George Floyd, economic inequality, and systemic racism. His words were a warning and a guide that reminds us that the fight for justice is not over yet. He challenges us to examine the society we live in and also our role within it. Are we complicit in maintaining injustice, or are we actively working to dismantle it? It's here that the tension rises. Malcolm challenges not just the interviewers, but the audience watching at home. He questions the sincerity of white allies, calling out their empty gestures and lack of real action. If you're truly for justice, he says, why do you remain silent when injustice happens on your doorstep? Malcolm's approach was very controversial, even among his contemporaries. Some criticized his rejection of integration, while others were uncomfortable with his emphasis on self-defense. But what Malcolm offered was an alternative perspective, one rooted in the reality of Black experiences in America. He wasn't interested in appeasing white audiences or adhering to societal norms. He was interested in truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. In this moment, Malcolm is more than a leader. He's a mirror that exposes the hypocrisy of a nation that claims freedom while denying it to millions. His clarity and precision do not leave room for misunderstanding or confusion. You can see the interviewers squirm under the weight of his logic, yet Malcolm remains composed, relentless, and unapologetic. It's crucial to place Malcolm X in the context of his time as we reflect on this interview. The early 1960s were marked by widespread racial violence, segregation, and economic disparity. Black Americans were fighting not just for civil rights, but for their very survival. Malcolm's message was a response to that reality. It was a call for a new way of thinking, one that prioritized Black empowerment over white acceptance. What's remarkable is that Malcolm X doesn't just highlight the problem, he also provides a solution. And yet, Malcolm's words live on today. They challenge us to question the lies we've been taught and to confront the systems that perpetuate inequality. They remind us that true progress requires more than surface-level change, but also demands a fundamental restructuring of society. So, where do we go from here? Malcolm X left us with a roadmap, but it's up to us to follow it. But it's not enough to admire his words. We must act on them.
Yep, exactly. Must act on them.
Well, there was a lot of
family and fellows.
They left out.
I feel like they cut that fucking interview by 2 minutes intentionally, and man, you know, the priceless jewels right there were just dealt.
Right. Well, that was a whole master clinic on how to debate these racist white supremacists.
Okay, but you know who the reporter was that brought him to the national light, don't you?
No,
Mike Wallace.
Oh yeah,
Mike Wallace.
Yeah.
No, Wallace spoke to everybody.
Yeah, he did.
Mike Wallace spoke to everybody. They say, I know Mike Wallace. His son Chris ain't shit, but then again, the son ain't never like what the daddy was. You see?
Yeah. Yep.
And then also too is
that.
Well, I wanted to say this before y'all give y'all 2 cents.
I got you to say.
Yeah. And I gotta hang it up in a minute. Go ahead.
Cool.
Yeah, I
I
understand.
gotta say to his dad.
We got you Tuesday though, okay?
Yeah, Tuesday we got to do a Rosa Parks show because it's literally her birthday.
I already told everybody last time.
Oh, okay. I met Rosa Parks. Yeah, I would love to do it.
You can
I
share
met
all
her.
Yeah, you can share all that in. Yeah, remember?
Yeah, I did. I met Rosa Parks in 1980.
Like it's like
No, I met Rosa Parks in 1980 in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he met her in LA.
I was like, tell us more, Shabaka. I was actually surprised. Okay, because you just ruined it. Carry on. Go ahead, Jesse.
So what I want to say was thank you, Malcolm X, for showing us how it's done. Like I said, this is a whole master clinic on how to debate these racist white supremacists. I do disagree with him about the NAACP and the Urban League, though.
Well, those are the ones who were sitting down at the lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, man, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like them mugs ain't advanced us one bit. And neither one of them organizations been for our people specifically, ever.
Yeah. And then also, too, Brother Che, in the early 60s, you might want to get with General Sekou on that, is because when I was born, I believe General Sekou, the chairman,
He's told me
19.
They ain't about shit. They ain't never gonna be shit.
Right.
He doesn't have nothing nice to say about any of those organizations. I think the only one he has anything nice to say about is SCLC. But outside of that,
the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Okay, that was Dr. King, Andrew Young, Ralph Abernathy, Rosa Parks, Coretta King. Let me see. Then he had Harry Belafonte speak out for him. Sidney Poitier spoke out for him. Then there was a young dude, man, out of Chicago by the name, you know him today as Messy Jesse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That motherfucker there. I am somebody. Say it with me now. I am somebody.
Man, fuck that motherfucker, man. I remember that son of a bitch, man, saying that shit in 1972 at Watt Stacks, wearing a red, black, and green dashiki. And this motherfucker's up here waving a damn rainbow flag.
Look at me. I am Jesse Jackson. Look at me. In 1968, at the DNC, he was all up in the cameras.
I ain't gonna lie. Every chance I
come speak to
get
me.
a chance to say it. I'm like,
say something to me.
I am somebody.
Yes, I am somebody. Come holler at me. I got.
And I remember when him and Al Sharpton went to Ferguson. The thugs went at that brother, man, get your ass up out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah, you know, I've been
to Ferguson told them, man, not today, not here.
Yeah, viewers and Shabaka, I've been to Ferguson. I literally went down the same route that the riots and protests was going on.
Walk through the streets of history, huh? Just like when I go through Watts, just like when I go through West Oakland.
Yeah, me and Tim Sekou, as a matter of fact, we both walked through.
Like I did going through the Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, man, about 14 months ago.
That's true. That's true.
That's where we met Chairman O'Malley.
Yep.
And keep in mind to the generations after me out there, please hit the chat room if you can. It's very, very essential at least one time in your life that you walk through those areas. You see what I'm saying? Into the wind.
And
hear the stories
we was out there for a conference. It was like the All African People's Conference or something that we was out there for.
And then also too, that I want to say too, Brother Cherry, getting back to African history, King Shaka, okay, the brother who played the part in the miniseries in the late 1980s, he died broke. You know what I'm saying? He died broke because the South African Broadcasting Company in cahoots with the movie making company here in the United States. You know, they treated him out of his money. Now, in Shaka, okay, it was show at the end where his aunt, where his aunt,
Sambo,
for his assassination.
I'm a Sambo.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, Mac 285. But getting back to Shaka, in the movie, he had realized that he had committed treason.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell I am, but I'm somebody. AJ Militant. I might be an inmate. I might be a drunk. I might be homeless. I might be fucked up off of drugs, but I'm somebody. Man, can you help me get Shorty out of jail?
Who the hell I is?
Like I said,
I just don't know who I is, but I am somebody.
Every fucking change.
Hey, Brett, can you help me, man? I'm trying to get Shorty out of jail. Motherfucker, you's a goddamn drunk, man. Shit, get up off that shit.
I got enough of them in my building.
Listen here.
Man, trying to get Shorty out of jail, homie. Hey, man, you got a cigarette? You got a couple of dollars? Try and get me a short dog, man, you know, and your short dog stupid ass is up there drinking rot gut from the Napa Valley, Boone's Farm, MD20. Man, that's that bottom of the barrel shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it'll get you told back though.
I told you,
you get you told back. If you're going, and Jay Militant, you know what Napa Valley is. If you're gonna drink you some wine, man, drink you some good shit. You know.
Call it had me, on that line,
Yeah, well, what a goddamn short dog. Motherfucker coming up to me, man. Get Shorty out of jail, man. I said, well, what goddamn jail is in? Well, homie, I'm trying to get a short dog. Nigga, get your ass away from me and don't ask me that bullshit. But I will buy you something to eat. You know what I'm saying? I will buy you something to eat. You know?
All right, so before you go, Sabaka, I definitely want you to stay for the next topic if you can. It's not too long.
Is that the professor?
Yeah. But before you go, Lady Che has something she wanted to say on this topic.
Yeah, I was climbing around.
That we were just on.
I was climbing around. But I was saying, like, you know, that every chance I get, like, some inappropriate moment, you know, I usually try to make Jesse laugh, but he doesn't laugh at me, right? Then I say that line, right?
Yeah, now I got some good wine.
You know, and I be like, you know, climbing around, try to make him laugh and shit or whatever, but I'm mostly amusing myself. I'm like,
oh shit, I think I had
that,
some. Yeah,
but
sure
I've been in my fucking Khalid Muhammad energy since last year. And it hasn't changed. I think it's just getting worse as I get older. Because
Napa is racist.
that right there is like, that's my favorite. He's like my favorite.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If I have favorites, he's like my favorite. Yeah.
Well, he was asked Khalid, is Jesse Jackson a half-baked, half-fried, half-cracked Negro?
Ability.
To the utmost to his ability.
Correct. Like I say, when I say that, I try to make it be funny. I don't know why you're laughing now, but every time I do it, it's funny as hell. And you don't laugh at me, but I find the most inappropriate times to say, I am somebody, right? And just
I may be a trunk. I might be a dope fiend,
But I am somebody.
But I am somebody. Motherfucker, please go wash your ass.
Right.
All that. Wash your ass, man. Then you are somebody.
It's hilarious to me still. Even
I'm talking about motherfucker out there begging for goddamn money with a goddamn 5 o'clock shadow worse than mine. Funky, nasty ass clothes that he pissed and shit in. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to
I was down bad like that. You would never know unless I told you.
Right. Yeah, I was taught better. You would never know unless I had show you something.
Man, trying to get Shorty out of jail, homie, man. You know, I just need a couple of dollars, man. See, man, we trying to get a bit, nigga. If you don't get your ass away from me, man, then you gonna need a fucking ambulance to get you up out of here. With that bullshit.
And especially, I'm really kind of serious about this. Asking for, like really, I don't do that pan shit. And when I was outside, I didn't do that either. You know, I was still before I had to beg for it, right? But I was taught not to ask nobody for no money, right?
I would rather work for it.
And I'd rather just try to earn it, right?
I'm much rather go work for it, brother Jay. I mean, I don't
know. That's what I said. That's what I said when I was out there, Shabaka. But Lady Che was sharing her story.
Go ahead, carry on.
No, but even if I got to go up here, go to the goddamn 99-cent store and give me a squeegee, man, and a bucket of water, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm washing windows.
Right.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Just recently,
I'm washing windows. That's what I did one year in Denver. I was going around washing motherfucking windows. One motherfucker gonna tell me I'll give you $5 and a sandwich. I say, man, you have a nice day. You know what I'm saying? Well, man, you know, bro, thank you anyway. Have a nice day. So you're not gonna degrade me.
Right.
You see, that's degrading somebody.
Might be
and I think Brother Jay, this is about 2000. Yeah, I think this is about 2008. You know what I'm saying? So to make a long story short, man, I went through. Oh man, okay, it was off 5 Point. It was way east of Welton, I know that. But there was this restaurant, right? And the sister liked it. Yeah, and the sister liked it to work so much. She says, "Can you do this here once a month for me?" I said, "Yeah." She says, "How much do you charge me?" I said, "I'll charge you $100." You know what I'm saying? So I'd come to
was on Race Street.
Race Street. Was it Race Street? God damn. Okay, now I'm trying to remember because I used to walk.
Was it by high school? Was it by a high school called Manual?
No. Because I remember the restaurant. And I do remember, man, it was near downtown Denver, okay? But she said, yeah, hit me once a month. And I'd go there, man, and work like clockwork. You know what I'm saying? And I always
it wasn't on the 5 Point Star, right?
No, wait a minute. But it was going towards the 5 Points away from the city park.
Away from the city park.
5 Points.
Yeah.
What did it look like? Was it
it'd have to be the Whittier or the
No, it was a restaurant, Lady J, that sat on the corner. They had windows on the west side of it, and they also had windows on the north side of it. I say, and what I would do is I wash all the inside windows first, because that way there, so when she opened up, the people there, you know, be nice and clean for the people. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, you always do the difficult part first, which was the inside.
Windows on the west side?
No, it wasn't on the west side of Denver, no.
No. The windows. You said the windows was facing on the west side?
Yeah, the entrance windows was facing west. And the side windows, you know, where the people sit down there at the tables and stuff, out there was facing north.
Okay, I think that was M&D's. Because I think back then, this is in the mid to late 2000s.
Yeah, this is like 2008, 2009.
Yeah, that was right before M&D's closed.
Black place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was black owned. And then, of course, what the lady would do, she would pay me, she said, you get you a free meal too. You know what I'm saying? So that was a damn good deal. You know what I mean?
I am too.
A full dinner or full lunch or full breakfast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, like little cafes.
Then she says, okay, but she says, but I'm gonna shut you down in October, all through the winter, and we could reconvene in March. And I could understand that, and that's what y'all had a cold ass so goddamn bad, man. Shit.
Yeah, what kind of food did they sell? Did they sell soul food there?
Yes, sir. It was soul food, and then also too, I remember.
Years.
And then I remember I went out there and had to shovel snow. You know what I mean?
No,
motherfucker out there and shovel some damn snow.
No,
and that's what I learned at the State Farm.
It was away from Welton. It was like to the east of Welton. That's what he said.
Yeah, those
One cafe.
That's M&D.
I bet. Now what?
To take out there.
Learned his meal and shit.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
There used to be a place called I think they still have it actually.
Man, I've done
called Same Cafe and then Cafe 180.
And then too,
where
and you give me water, you know,
like by working and like cleaning the restaurant, cleaning outside of the restaurant.
Yeah, and if I would have had the presence of mind, you know what I would have did, Brother Che? I should have asked her for the damn snow shoveling job too in the winter months. If I would have had the presence of mind, that didn't hit me until just now.
Yeah.
Oh, Too Short lost his brother. Yeah, yeah.
God, I didn't even know.
Yeah, that was about 3 days ago. Yeah, Jay Militant. Yeah. Jay Militant, was it up there in the Valley of the Holes where he lost his brother?
Oh, man. He hate Vallejo. He always hating on Vallejo.
You had to say it like that, too. That's sad shit.
You know, that's where Earl Stevens is from.
Oh, God. Stop talking about my father. I swear, if something happens E40, I'll be mobbing to California, and you're gonna have to take me off the ground.
He said it was in Oakland. Okay.
Because it'd be over with.
No, oh man,
we started a little bit of that New Richie Rich. That shit is banging.
Okay, where at Jay Militant? Where in Panther Town? Was it off of Seminary? Was it off of East 14th or International Boulevard? They call it now.
Telegraph.
Or Telegraph, or that's West Oakland.
Oh, yeah.
Telegraph, San Pablo, and MacArthur, that's West Oakland.
Yeah, what part of Oakland was it? East Oakland, West Oakland?
Okay, wait for Jay Militant to respond back with us.
That's what I'll say real quick before.
One right there.
Yeah, Lady Che, while we're waiting, Lady Che, finish your thought.
I was like, you know, if something happens to E40, I'll be on my way to motherfucking Cali, and you're gonna have to pick me up off the ground, and I'll be crying my eyes out. My father died.
Somewhere in East Oakland. Okay. All righty. Okay. And then
how to talk fucking phonics.
And your boy.
How dope. How to create dope.
And your boy, what's his name? Fabulous Fab or whatever. What they call the man out there? Famous Fab, who did a rap video, man, about 2007. And he had the white broad up there using nigga and all that.
Mr. Fab. Fuck Mr. Fab. Yeah.
Man, I inboxed that motherfucker, man, and I told Mr. Fab, man, I says, man, how dare you sit up there, man, with that white bitch, man, talking that shit, you know? And then he gonna tell me a bunch of shit. Well, I'm out here making money. I said, look, man, come bring your ass over here to this gym, man, so I can whip your ass. How about that?
I did. It looks good on
when
you.
When I wasn't all fucked up like I ain't. But Mr. Fab, he didn't want none. I ain't mad at Mr. Fab making his money. Fab from North Oakland. Okay. Okay. He's from North Oakland. Okay. That's over there by the MacArthur BART station where little Nia got killed. That's North Oakland. Yep.
That's like what, 80 miles?
Yeah. And North Oakland, that's where they got all the streets, like 51st Street, 42nd Street, stuff like that. And then when you go into East Oakland, then that's when you got the avenues.
Right.
4th Avenue, 6th Avenue, 98th Avenue, 73rd Avenue. You say, and what have you, you know? Yeah, so, you know, so that's what I told old Fab, you know what I mean?
Tragedy.
You know. And then rap music, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the art of rhythm and poetry, man, but goddamn, man, it don't have to be so motherfucking degrading to ourselves.
Well,
You
Shabaka,
see?
we don't control the industry.
I know. It's Hollywood that controls it. I'm very, very well aware of that. That's why I appreciated when they had that battle rap and the brother was standing there, and it was two brothers, and the white boy was standing there, and the white boy going to say, "Well, man, y'all use this term, so I'm going to say the term nigga." Bam, and that brother who didn't say nothing came across with a beautiful right cross. He called that motherfucker square.
Yeah, he probably was acting like a whole offspring.
You feel it now?
Yeah, see? That was on.
It's been on. It just wasn't facing you directly.
Alright, cool. What's the professor talking about?
He is talking about that was lying, talking about we was attacking Asians.
Oh, you gotta go, Shabaka?
Yeah, after Professor
just trying to conserve his data. We gotta do the Rosa Parks show on Sunday. So call Sarge up and then the whole crew and tell them we're going live on Tuesday on
Yeah, I told
StreamYard.
everybody on the RVA last night, Shabaka, they were just gonna move you to StreamYard with us. So Shabaka's Black Spirit just
Yeah, Carissa Shields, did she win?
Will carry on.
Okay,
basically.
yep, she won.
Yeah. Madam Champion is bad. She's bad. What round did she smash her in, Jay Militant? Hopefully it was her.
A big broad she was fighting too. That was a big broad.
I don't know, man. I gotta catch up, Jay, on that because I haven't seen it.
Okay, give me some feedback, Jay Militant. Hold on, let me see here.
So I'll catch up.
Hold on, people. Clarissa Shields, The Soul on Fire. That should be the top story. Clarissa Shields fight. Clarissa Shields MMA. Madam Champion, stay away from MMA. Hold on. Clarissa Shields fights tickets, see boxing tickets. Oh man,
Shabaka, what Jay was talking about earlier about Too Short's brother, he got killed on the 1200 block of 49.
Killed?
Yeah.
Avenue. The 1200 block.
Yeah.
49th Avenue. Okay, that's East Oakland. Wait a minute.
Okay,
whoa. Okay, ask Jay Militant. Okay, hold on. Clarissa Shields versus Daniel Perkins.
Get on the show.
Yeah, it was FBA versus FBA. Like the sister she fought was FBA too. Like,
okay, Clarissa Shields moved her pro boxing record to 16-0 on Sunday night tonight. Oh, she won on a unanimous decision. Okay. In Flint, Michigan.
What happened in Flint?
Yeah, that's where she won the title at tonight.
Oh, yeah,
that's
Miss Flint. That's right.
Okay, Miss Shields.
Flint too? Ain't that her hometown?
Yeah, that is her hometown. And the fight for the undisputed heavyweight title took place in her hometown. And the crowd got to see Shields become the first boxer, male or female, to hold undisputed titles in 3 weight classes. Okay. And it was pay-per-view, and I ain't talking about that.
In 3 different divisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clarissa Shields.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking.
Clarissa Shields is bad. Okay, and they said that Perkins had a pronounced size advantage and did not seem intimidated before the fight.
Big brother they killed. Oh my
God. Jay, I'm gonna look into it on the RVA. I will talk about something a little bit.
Well, R.I.P. to Wayne Shaw.
I'm gonna look into it because I didn't know. And
yeah, they showed it on YouTube. Oh, they did. They streamed the whole fight on YouTube.
Okay, despite her efforts to the end of the bout, Shields didn't need the knockout to become the undisputed heavyweight champ. All right, shit. So she had to go the distance. All right.
Okay.
She had to go. She had to prove herself, basically,
fighter.
Right? Cool.
Mixed martial arts fighter.
I know what it means.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm glad. That's good. Fucking.
And they said that the Madam Champion, well, man, now this advertisement shit, man, fuck your goddamn ads. So they said the Madam Champion was working her ass with that overhand right.
I'll check it out. Man, I love a good ass.
Okay, I know Jay Milliton, but see, but the MMA, Jay, you know what I'm saying? That's more damaging. You know what I'm saying? She needs to leave that MMA shit alone because you can get seriously fucked up in the MMA. You really can. Because you're using feet, you know, on a side kick to a motherfucker's knee, man, your knee will snap like a toothpick. That's why in the NFL, you know, you get a lot of great running backs, you know, it's the knees that go first. So I'm not going to tell Madam Champion what to do. I don't want her whooping my ass.
Only went 3 rounds?
Okay, no, she dropped her in the third. Okay, good. As long as she put her on her back, good, real good. Real good.
That was a big bra she put on her back too.
Cause I'm like, man,
yeah, but see, but Clarissa, she's bad. You see what I'm saying? Soul on fire.
I like the competition.
So the bra she was fighting was like 6 foot.
So what? So what? The bigger they are, the harder they go.
Yeah.
Hey, look what Ann Wolf did to Vonda Void. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No matter how big you are, your ass coming down if you're really determined.
Oh yeah.
No, see, what the science is, Lady Che, what the science is, if you fight a tall opponent,
I know.
If you fight a taller opponent,
I know.
You got to get the taller opponent to throw a power shot and miss, and then you come with them when they off balance. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, you're gonna go that way. I was just gonna get behind him and you put my feet on the back, choke him out like that.
Wow, it was right off of International Boulevard.
I was saying. We'll talk about it later.
That sounds like based on what Jay was it in? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Remy Ma.
Yeah, Remy Ma. So
what was she good?
Stole her dude, I guess.
Nice.
Papoose, who's a dope rapper, lyricist. Yeah. after he held her down when she was in prison.
Hey man, well, you know, the shit was getting old and she was cheating, right?
Yep.
So, and she got clowned at that cipher.
Yeah, she
you know, she got clowned at the cipher and stitched on, so, you know.
And if you could pull up that clip, Diane Wolf versus Vonda Void, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, we're going to have to say that for a later time, Shabaka.
Yeah,
but thank you for joining us.
I got it, because
I wanted you to step to this next topic, but...
Yeah, I'll listen to the professor.
All right. So I'm going to move us along if Lady Che is done.
Yeah, it's going on 2 o'clock here.
Okay.
Carry on.
All right, so the last topic for Shabaka is Diane Yap lies about blacks attacking Asians. So this broad, she was all over social media and on several media outlets lying, talking about we was attacking Asians and that there was an attack on Asians, and she's part of the reason why they got that anti-Asian hate crime bill. And shout out to Tory and Rain Reloaded for bringing this to all of our attentions again, because I had completely forgot about the shit and he had brought it back to my attention. So shout out to him.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Before we get into this morning's briefing, I want to give a salute to our brother Tari and Rain. As many of you know, he's one of our day one folks. He's been down with the team from the jump. Those of you who listen to the Black media, Tari and Rain is certainly no stranger to you. I've mentioned him a number of times. And if you haven't gone by his YouTube channel, Tari and Rain Reloaded, or if you're not a regular visitor there, then you should be. Because one of the videos that he posted recently is the reason that I decided to chime in on this, because I just had to say something about it. To make a long story short, Tarian posted a video about a woman named Diane Yap. She's one of these individuals who the white right uses as their crash dummies to say that black people are harming Asians. She's one of these people who basically, she uses the fact that she's Asian as her shield to hide behind and say, you can't say that I'm a white supremacist because I'm not white, even though I say all the things the white supremacists say about black people. You still can't call me a white supremacist. She's She's one of those folk like Michelle Malkin and others. So what happened was there was this Asian woman who was killed by her white husband, and people online started going to Diane Yap and telling her, hey, you've been talking about how dangerous black people are towards Asians. Well, black folks ain't done this. This woman was killed by her white husband, so surely you want to chime in on that. And she did. She was trying to lay low, but people gave her that business until she was forced to have to make a response.
Right.
And her reply, if it can be called that, was what you would have expected. She basically said, well, black people are still harming Asians more per capita. And that whole per capita canard, that stuff has been debunked and discredited 5 ways from Sunday. But the bad guys don't have anything else to throw, so that's the mud that they like to sling. But her big talking point was basically to try to claim that black people are 300 times more likely to be harming Asians relative to geographical location, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
That's some of that stuff that they picked up from Christopher Rufo, which is you try to take a number that's small, but try to make it sound exaggerated as possible. Don't say 3 times as much. That sounds small. Say 300%. And that's going to make it sound gargantuan because 300 is larger than 3 times, right? Actually, it's not. But still, those are the kind of word games that they like to play. Now, one of the things that Brother Tarian talked about was that this Diane Yap woman was repeating talking points that she herself had come up with in a little online publication called City Journal. Now, if you're one of my listeners, then that name City Journal sounds familiar, and it should. It's because City Journal is the yellow rag mouthpiece for the Manhattan Institute. And the Manhattan Institute's the organization, as I pointed out, that Christopher Rufo works for. They're the ones who paid and funded and helped to organize his hysteria about critical race theory. And they also have a number of other right-wing nuts who they got on the payroll, people like John McWhorter, who is basically the white rights black friend du jour. And you got Douglas Murray, he's that Brit who apparently is scared that he's going to have to pay American reparations even though he lives in Britain. But there are also the people like Heather McDonald, she works for them, and I told you about her fiction book, The War on Cops, or as I like to call it, The War That Never Was.
Yeah.
And then you got others like Charles Murray. Charles Murray was the author of the infamous book, The Bell Curve.
Yep.
These are the individuals who the Manhattan Institute had as employees in the past and presently. So when Brother Tarian pointed out that this woman had been writing some gibberish for City Journal, that's just a Manhattan Institute newsletter is basically what it is. They don't use the name Manhattan Institute, but if you go on the website at the bottom, it shows this is a Manhattan Institute website. So that's what these guys have done. They've established through the Manhattan Institute what amounts to one-stop shopping for the most virulent anti-black mouthpieces you can imagine. These guys claim that they're about right-wing values and conservative dogma, but virtually every single word that comes out of the mouths of these Manhattan Institute shills is nothing but straight anti-black racism. That's the actual purpose that the Manhattan Institute serves. They get some pseudo-academics at best like Charles Murray and straight-up incompetent rhetoricians like Rufo at worst. And these individuals try to pretzel together as many $10 words as they can in an attempt to try to make their naked anti-black racism sound like it's academic and studious. But again, no reputable university, news organization, or government entity ever repeats, uses, or references the gibberish from these white right-wing think tanks. And you want to know why that is? It's because Diane Yap falsely claimed that black people are responsible for all of this anti-Asian violence. She talks about violence, not killings. So once again, when they talk about black people, they make sure to use the weasel words, kind of like mass shootings versus mass killings. Notice the wording. But this woman, that's what she was trying to claim, that black people are responsible for all this anti-Asian violence. But she flies in the face of the FBI's own hate crimes data, which I've and others have documented for you. So these are the actual numbers of the FBI compiled from law enforcement across the country. And this is what Diane Yap apparently was too lazy or stupid to actually go and look at, to see what it is the federal government's actual numbers show. So when you look at the race of the perpetrators of anti-Asian hate crimes as compiled by the FBI, you see that the numbers are double for white offenders as they are black. And keep in mind, when it comes to the white offenders, we got a whole bunch of racist cops and DAs out there who will allow blatant anti-Asian hate crimes to be committed by these guys. And what they'll do is they'll go ahead and downgrade the charges instead of charging with a hate crime. You know how that happens almost none of the time. Or they'll go ahead and let them plead to some sort of plea deal where they have a misdemeanor but no actual admission of a hate crime. That's what happens more often than not. And of course, when it comes to black people, if you even have a fist fight with somebody, they'll sit there and say, it was a hate crime. Why? Well, the person you're having a fight with wasn't black, hence it's a hate crime. That's what they do, more weasel words. But this is the actual data. These are the actual numbers. Now, Diane Yap clearly would have had access to this. These white supremacists are always cutting and pasting the same fraudulent talking points, claiming, well, the FBI's crime stats say this and the FBI's crime stats say that. Yeah, well, they don't say that black people are the majority of hate crimes perpetrators against Asians. So why is it that Diane Yap lied through her teeth and said that it was? But you see how low these anti-black racists are willing to stoop in order to push their anti-black racism at us, in order to tell their lies. This is how low they have to stoop. They just decided, forget it. We're just going to go ahead and live in our own little dream-o-rama, our own little land of make-believe, where black people are responsible for all the ills in the world, when the reality is the reason that they do nothing but tell outrageous lies about black people is because for 500 years we've been the only ones with the guts to tell these racists the truth about themselves that they don't want to hear. And she also flies in the face of other Asian academics who have also set the record straight about the Manhattan Institute's lies. In his classic novel 1984, George Orwell wrote that freedom is the ability to say that 2 + 2 = 4. That's important, of course, because what the white right's done is they've basically taken every bad thing from Orwell's 1984 playbook, and they've been running it line by line for at least 5 decades now. Everything from Orwellian doublespeak, when they try to claim that they're in favor of color-blind policies. Nah, they actually only see one color. Black. That's the only color they seem able to see, and they hate black just because. Or when they claim that we want to make sure that no child feels that they're being singled out or insulted because of their race and class, and then they immediately turn around in Florida and DeSantis says we're going to be teaching that slavery was beneficial for black people. That's what the white right's about. Everything that they accuse others of doing, it's what they're doing. Every accusation is a confession. These people are degenerates. They are offended by everything, including basic math, but they are ashamed of nothing because they've contributed nothing to society, because they are nothing. This woman's lying through her teeth, claiming that black people are responsible for the majority of anti-Asian violence. The FBI's own stats debunk that mess, and even other Asian academics have called out that lie. So this is how they know that they've lost the argument. They've resorted to just flat out making stuff up. It flies in the face of what law enforcement and other academics, reputable academics, have said. But then again, when you work for a propaganda mill like the Manhattan Institute, you're not actually there to give facts. What you're there to do is to try to catapult the propaganda, as W used to say. So Diane Yap is angry because whenever she spouts the Manhattan Institute's anti-black vitriol, they get debunked in seconds, which makes her basically useless to her white right employers. This is why I call people like her the incompetent operative class. They got just one job: spread the anti-black talking points, and they can't even get that right. In another example, a couple of years back, Rufo let his Twitter fingers run wild, and as part of his litany of lies, he was claiming that there's only a few fringe voices on the right who are anti-Semites. Well, don't look now, Rufo, but the second most important right-winger in America just got through giving Nazi salutes at the inauguration of the first most important right-winger in America. So, just like everything else Rufo said, this tweet didn't age very well. But then again, these brain farts from Rufo and his ilk aren't meant to pass the test of time. What they're actually meant to do is to simply help the anti-black racists pass their time while they think of some other racist act that they're going to commit. You got people like Christopher Rufo, who tries to congratulate himself, claiming that the stuff that we're doing, it's crossing over into the left-wing media. Actually, it's not. And secondly, you don't have anybody outside of Fox News picking this stuff up. He's preaching to the choir. But his admission is instructive in that it tells you what it is that he would like to see happen. He talks about how we're going to find a way to get this message muscled into the left-wing media. We're not just going to have it confined to the lunatics and kooks on the white right. We're going to try to muscle it into the left-wing media. Well, if you look at CNN, the Caucasian Nazi network, or you look at MSNBC and such, you see that he may not be too far off the mark. If you look at the slant and the bent of their reporting when it comes to black people, it's obvious there's more than a few folks at these so-called left-wing news organizations who actually like the kind of gibberish and the kind of garbage that Christopher Rufo spouts. They like this kind of stuff. So he probably is right in the sense that there are elements there who would love to go ahead and sell the soap for the Manhattan Institute if they could just find a way to do so without being called out for it. But again, it's Brother Tarian who brought this woman to my attention. And if you haven't been by his channel to watch his video about it, you should, as well as the rest of his content is well worth it. But for my part, I wanted to go ahead and chime in on this because it's very important to note that when these people are sitting here spouting this garbage, it's not just coming from nowhere. This woman is being paid to say this stuff, and you need to know who their employers are. All of this anti-Black racism and vitriol that we've been subjected to, it's not just popping up out of the ground. The people who do this are being bought and paid to do it by wealthy racists who want this particular message out there. People like Christopher Rufo who try to lie, when is he not lying, and claim that he's not well funded. You know, we're just a bunch of people who are working hard at the grassroots. No. When you have mega millionaires and wealthy foundations paying your bills, you sound stupid trying to palm yourself off as being just a bunch of self-funded people on the internet. It never fails. Whenever you see one of these racist anti-Black zealots who's ready to jump out a window because they just have it in for Black people, you look at whose websites it is that they work for, and you see that there's 0 degrees of separation between these people. They all work for the exact 2 or 3 same individuals who are funded by the exact same 2 or 3 wealthy white racists. Now, since we're setting the record straight about these racists, we also need to make sure that we mention specifically why it is that these people are crashing out the way that they are right now. They realize that they lost the culture war, and that's the reason why they spend so much money and time employing these individuals like Yap. These guys lost the culture, and those are not my words. Those are the words of Christopher Rufo. I told you about it before. Of course, he claimed that everything was racist against white people, and that's his job. He wrote a book in which he admitted the white right had lost the culture. They have no plans on how to get it back because they've been left behind. And keep in mind, it was people at the grassroots level, people who are activists and such. They were the ones who have been handing the white right these L's. The Democrats sure haven't been doing it. Everything from voters in Michigan who voted down the so-called emergency manager law that the Republicans had passed, that happened at the grassroots level. That wasn't Democrat politicians who put that together. And then you look at other initiatives like down in Florida, where they got rid of the Jim Crow era laws that made it where people convicted of felonies couldn't vote. They got rid of that by statewide initiative. The voters did that. Red state voters, might I add. And the thing to consider is this. If you have these red states, quote unquote, red states, where you have the people who are the residents of these states overturning and otherwise dismantling what the Republicans have put in place, what does that tell you about the alleged reputation of these places being red states? It's completely and thoroughly artificial. The entire reason that so many of these states, especially in the Deep South, happen to be quote unquote red is because the Democrats have not actually been fighting for those legislatures. Remember, 2 of the most important aspects to remember about white supremacy is A, that white supremacy believes in controlling both sides of the conversation. Thank you, Neely Fuller. Yeah. And 2, closely related to the first, anti-Black racism is a group sport. It's not a solo activity. There's no one person, even Elon Musk, who has enough money where they can go ahead and inflict anti-Black racism all on their own. Racism happens to be an entire system, and you need entire groups, plural, not just one group, but entire groups, plural, in order to try to carry out something systemic like that, where it permeates every single level of the society. So when you consider that anti-Black racism is a group sport, and that white supremacy believes in controlling both sides of every conversation, that's why you see the Democrats not doing anything. They're on team white supremacy. So at the end of the day, rhetorically, they'll claim to be having some differences with the Republicans. But when it comes to actual policy and practice, which is where the rubber meets the road, you find no difference whatsoever. Hell, that's the reason why nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, he was mad as hell in 2020 when Democrats won the election. They won the presidency, the House, and the Senate. And he was sitting there yelling and screaming at the very voters who put him and his party in power undeservedly. That's because these guys, they want to win, yeah, but they want to do it in a way that doesn't displease the donor class who they actually work for. That's their true constituency. The Republicans already know that in political terms, their days of actually controlling these legislatures are numbered. Decades ago, the Republican Party settled on a strategy at the state level of using hyper gerrymandering in order to engineer artificial majorities for themselves in these state legislatures. This is the reason why you see such a huge difference between what the voters do whenever there's a statewide referendum, a plebiscite that allows all the people of the state to vote on what they want, as opposed to their out of control legislatures who do exactly the opposite. Whether it be the Jim Crow voting legislation in Florida, whether it be emergency manager laws in Michigan, hell, Hell, odious as it is, even things like abortion legalization in states like Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio, and others, the Republican legislatures all tried to fight those initiatives and they all failed. There's an enormous difference between what the voters in these red states want as opposed to what the Republican Party actually does. The only reason that the GOP is allowed to get away with this mess is because the Democrats refuse to fight them. That's because they both work for the same masters. So whenever you see some right-wing nut sitting there blathering about, well, Americans don't like critical race theory, they don't like all this woke stuff. Well, the problem happens to be the Democrats have decided a long time ago that they were going to be catering to whoever would give them the most money, and that's going to be the donor class, who are almost always wealthy, white, and leaning to the right. And that's where people like Diane Yap come in. These are individuals who are paid for by these wealthy white shadow money donors. They're the ones who put the battery in her back. The gibberish that she spouts is what they want her to say. And she's sitting here trying to prop up her lies about the black community, claiming that Asians have to live in mortal fear of black people. That's a pile of garbage. But the reason that they feel emboldened to do so is because you had people like Juju Chang on ABC, not Fox News, not right-wing hate radio, but this woman working for ABC, and she was one of the main people leading the charge to push the lie about black people are the responsible for all of this anti-Asian violence. So that's the reason why people like Chris Rufo feel like the garbage that they push online, well, maybe we can muscle it into the left media too. That's the reason why, because he knows that there are certain elements who are just as racist as he is. And that being the case, they've proven that they don't care about truth or lies. And that being the case, if they're sympathetic to his anti-black message, then maybe they'd also be willing to go ahead and push his anti-black lies too, shamelessly. And there's been examples where this has happened. So again, salute to Brother Tarian for putting a spotlight on this Manhattan Institute shill. And that's one of the things I want to make sure that people start getting into the habit of doing. We want to know who the world these people's names are, and we also want to make sure people are educated about who these people work for. You're not going to be seeing your mouthpieces over there on MSNBC or CNN drawing these connections. And the main reason for that happens to be that you got people on the white left who are playing similar games, but only for their own interest. You've also got these left-wing think tanks, and they do similar things to what the white right does. They employ a bunch of academics who put together so-called white papers that basically are meant to be an irrefutable intellectual certification of whatever their political position happens to be. If they sit here and say, you know what, it'd be a great idea if we could have every dog out there wearing a skirt, and here's some academic with a pointy head who's going to tell you why that's a brilliant idea and why it's just the best thing ever. Both the white right and the white left do the exact same things. But that's the reason why they're not going to be condemning it. Because if they do, they would basically be protesting in front of their own mirrors. Well, they tell lies. And it falls to the black media to let them know they need to shut their big yap.
Right.
Yeah. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Sakina Collins, Gwendolyn Langston, Lamont Ingram, Jerlene Harris, and Latara. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well,
Make sure you pick up.
Well, on that right there, the professor's right again. You know, is everybody is against us. Everybody's against black people. You see what I'm saying? This is why it's very, very frivolous to reach out here to these other groups. And now is the time ever in history of the U.S., if not of this planet, for us to turn to each other and start becoming producers instead of becoming, instead of remaining consumers. You see what I'm saying? We must become producers, and we can make the shift, people. We can make the shift. Look at the example of the rumble in the jungle where Ali rope-a-dope the opposition. Saw what Ali did. Put him on his ass. Toes pointing north. Lights out.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Yeah. 3-1 underdog. I remember the night of the fight. So the same principle applies right here. Okay. We need the reparations money. So we appreciate and respect Diane Coulter for the reparations money, taking it away from these nonprofit organizations and what have you and whatnot. Okay. We got to build black business. We got to become competitors in the world markets, you know, particularly with the vibranium, which is the silicon today. You see? And why do you think why do you think Stinky Bird, you see what I'm saying, is coming out with all of what he's doing? Stinky Bird is not an African. He is a Boer. He is Dutch. He's not Zulu. He's not Xhosa. Okay? You see what I mean?
He's not Xanian?
Yeah, he's not Xanian. You see what I'm saying? He's not Sutu, he's not Xhosa, he's not Zulu. So when that motherfucker sits up there and talk about, well, I'm an African, man, bring your white ass out here in the sun with me, man, at 128 degrees, motherfucker, and I'll show you exactly how you ain't.
All
right.
And he's got to leave, now people, he's got to leave his sunscreen at home.
It's gonna help his motherfucking pale fat ass anyway.
Because his ass is going to be so sunburnt, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, you know, I'll ask somebody to go call 911, making an anonymous phone call. You got somebody out here in this desert burning up, you know what I mean? And fuck them. I mean, after all, look what they did to our ancestors. Look at those photographs they took when they was hanging our people and white folks is up there, smiling. You know, look what they did, hanging our men folk, then castrating them.
They just
smiling.
They had just came from church. They announced after church there was going to be a lynching of the Negro, and they were sure to bring their picnic baskets.
Yeah, that's why they were called picnics, as in pick a nigga.
Yeah, well, we're doing a bit of socio and psychopath.
Oh, yes, sir. And then not to mention the fact is that the black judge, you and I covered this case, Brother Che, this is about a year and a half ago, where these two white Detroit police officers undercover was just going out killing black people, and the black judge got up there and she said, hey, you're probably going to appeal this case. In fact, I'm saying that you are. But you all had went out there clearly hiding behind your badges because you simply wanted to go out and kill a nigga. That's what she said. Yeah, in Michigan. I don't know if it was Flint or it was in Detroit, okay, or thereabouts. You say you went out there to pick a nigga, and then when you saw the mold on their faces of them cops, they knew that she wasn't lying.
Right.
You see what I mean? You know. So hey, just what
like
the
charge. Police guard.
Chosen for lack of intelligence and superior brawn. You will be suspicious of everyone. You will be prepared to give your life a big brother, the leader you have never seen. George Orwell, copyright 1949. The name of the book was 1984.
Yep.
And 1984 was over 40 years ago. Yeah. They say.
All right. Lady Che, what's your thoughts on Yap?
They've been lying. They've been lying, and then they want to play like, you know, whatever. Like they're you know, they want to give credence. Like, motherfuckers say, oh yeah, you know, FBA this, FBA that. But, you know, they did this, they did that. You know, the Asians and shit. At the same time, want to be, you know, culture vulturing, and you know, when that shit happened with the sisters, like I remember just being mad just in our own area about, you know, the ladies going to the motherfucking nail shop over there in Aurora, with big ass spot, right? We have all these sisters coming in the summertime, their feet and shit done, right? And they're wearing dresses, right? Dark sisters, right? And these brothers do their feet and only put lotion like halfway up their calf, right? They leave the rest fucking ashy. And they'd have paid like $50 motherfucking dollars to get their feet done. as they sit there with these motherfucking broads talking shit about them in another motherfucking language, fucking with them, and overcharging them and shit for little fucking, fucking pedicures and nails, nail design, so they can wear little sandals and shit for, because it's summertime, right?
Yeah.
And I was mad as fuck. I was like mad as fuck about it because I was like, look, when I go because contrary to popular belief, I wasn't always like this. I actually was a fucking model, but wasn't always like this, right? So I used to go every motherfucking week to get my feet and hands there, right? And so I would be sitting in the I had my three little favorite spots, and that was always with a whole bunch of sisters. I was watching them get their feet there. I'm like, man, put lotion. Give her the lotion bottle. Like you've been in there for like an hour, just sitting there waiting. Just you know what I mean? Then you gotta get your hands in. But who's not gonna get ashy? Who's not gonna have their legs dried out by that motherfucking machine and shit? It's hot as fuck into that, right? Like, yeah, hand her the bottle. It's extra. It shouldn't be extra. It should be part of your motherfucking service. So you paid $60 fucking dollars, right? And I'm the asshole for saying that, right? But I felt like they were cheating the motherfucking sisters. Just hand on the bottle, man. You can't go out with fresh nails done on your feet, shit, wearing sandals, wearing dresses and shorts and whatnot in summertime, and you're halfway fucking you only got lotion up to like halfway up your calf, and they're still making all this motherfucking money and sit there in your face talking shit, and then have the audacity to get bucked with the sisters and want to fight them in the fucking place. You know what I mean? But if any of the sisters act out and get bucked and fight back, then it's automatic motherfucking hate crime. You see what I'm saying? And that shit was fucked up. What the fuck? It's a fucking hate crime when you put your motherfucking hands on these women that pay money, good money, who knows where it came from? Could have been a husband, could have been something they worked for, to get their hands and feet done to look pretty and shit, and you just want to cheat them off of just handle the motherfucking bottle and walk away. Like, that's what I would do. Bottle's right there, go ahead, go crazy. I don't want you to leave my door. I mean, that's bad reputation for me. If I let you leave with, halfway like lotioned up. You know what I mean? And I'm like, God, I'm the ass. I can't come back, right? Or, hey, don't put your hands on her. You're gonna fuck around, find out. You know what I mean? And they don't give a fuck. They're like, pay me this. Like, oh, fuck you. And no. That was one time I saw this shit. I was like, she shouldn't have to pay you. She shouldn't have to give you shit because you're rude. You're fucking, you're shoddy ass work. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention. But I was like, she shouldn't have to fucking pay you. You're rude, talking shit. You know what I mean? And you made her wait a fucking hour. And these are their options for your money. No. You know what I mean? So then it became an issue where I was like, look, if you already know how to do hair, might as well go ahead and go that extra distance and do your own nails. You know what I mean? Do your own shit. Get your own hair. Do whatever you want to do. It's your world. You know what I mean? You're going to change up anyway. Do whatever you want. I do my own nails and hair, right? Because nobody wanted, because I'm an ass. I can't, you can't be going anywhere, right? But my nails grow long as fuck. I have pretty nails. And I should be able to pay, if I have to pay this much motherfucking money, be polite. Don't put your motherfucking hands on me. Don't talk shit to me. Don't try to tell me, don't give me that fuck nigga fee. You know what I mean? Because that's what they were doing to these ladies. Every fucking nail shop I had went into, they were overcharging. Like, no fucking way is a motherfucking pedicure for 2 motherfucking feet, $65 fucking dollars. Fucking ridiculous. So why not just do it yourself? Save yourself the bread. As they got all these Sally's, they got these beauty shops, beauty supply stores. Just go get your own shit. You know what I mean? And do your own shit. And now look, it's a fucking thing. You watch TikTok or all these like little shorts and reels. You got sisters doing their own nails. You got sisters braiding, or sisters showing how to lace a wig, showing how to do something. How to make one yourself. To where you got all these other motherfucking buffer classes copying and trying to do it themselves like they did it. You got immigrants, or Africans, other races charging big money to braid to braid hair, like we're looking at $300, $400, $500 fucking dollars, and it take 3 of you to do this one head. You know what I mean? For fucking like ass length hair. Come on, this is fucking ridiculous. Like I feel like sisters should be getting fucking crazy all the time and just wilding out because the amount of money that they spend just to feel pretty and to go somewhere, they're getting overly fucking charged. But it's a fucking crime if you say something and they get smart, you get smart, and then all of a sudden somebody might have fucking moved something crazy and all of a sudden everybody's animated. And the sister's wrong because the fucking Asian chick called her the fucking N-word. You know what I mean? Because they do that. They do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm looking at the female part. You know, as far as the male section is, I mean, dude, I don't know. I know the Asian women don't got a problem calling a sister the N-word and acting like they didn't do it and they don't know to speak English correctly. Just like when you got foreign people that come here to braid and they're braiding a FBA assistant, they don't mind talking shit to them too at the same time while they're overcharging them and calling them and treating them like they're doing them a service. When in all actuality, it's the FBA assistant doing that broad a service by giving her something to work on. You know what I mean? Because if it wasn't for the FBA assistant, that broad wouldn't have made no money and wouldn't eat. So you shouldn't have to fucking be overcharged. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about this Asian shit. If you really want to know, and in regards to women, because I've seen it firsthand for fucking years. I used to have custom clothes for my particular little plushes, right? Made particularly by a fucking sister. Really pretty dresses and shit, okay? And you have Asian women telling me like ugly shit. Like, you know, why don't you buy this over here with us? Fuck you, no. I don't want to. This is custom. Not because, you know, I'm fancy like that, but because I felt like I earned it. I went through a lot. I earned it. And I'm particularly a plus size person. I always have been. So I wanted something to make me feel great. I earned it. You did? So I would spend my money with motherfucking people that, look, FBA sisters don't got problems like, you know, we were giggle and talk a little shit to each other, you know, like the dozens or whatever, but they don't got problems measuring a motherfucker and doing them right. Okay? They don't have problems being fair. To some extent, you got grimy motherfuckers too. But for the most part, 90% of the time, they don't want a bad reputation or being said that they do fucked off work or that their shit ain't quality, because we have to go above and fucking beyond the call of duty every fucking step of the way. So I feel like when these people come and they issue these motherfucking hate crimes towards FBA sisters, they're really fucked off for that. They're really wrong for that. They're overcharging. I don't give a fuck what inflation looks like. Before COVID, they were overcharging. You know what I mean? Way before that. Like 2010, they were over fucking charging. I don't even know what it's like. Tell you I don't know what it's like to go in. I haven't had my feet done in like almost fucking 5 years because I won't fucking pay them. You know what I mean? I won't pay them. And they don't got a lot to do. I'm pretty fucking simple. I know what I want. But I said, fuck it. I can do my own work. I'll do my own work. I'll find somebody I can fuck with that is worth it to me. You know what I mean? Because we can do it. We ain't got to give them no fucking bread. We can make our own shit. You got sisters recycling their own, like, you got sisters that got like bags and bags of fucking hair that they, you know, went through fucking for like years. And they're recycling it on their own and making new shit.
Lost Shabaka. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka.
No, I said, yeah, thank you, Shabaka. But I'm just speaking to the audience. You got sisters right now that have sisters change their hair like almost every other day. If whatever the fucking mood arises, right? So you got fucking bundles and bags of shit. And they're making their own wigs. They're doing their own shit because you can't fucking rely on these buffer classes, cuz. And so it's fucked up. So her doing that, her lying on black people, Yeah, that's a fucking hate crime in itself.
Yeah.
And that right there should be punishable because that created terrorism and also another motherfucking black eye for us. That's all I gotta say. I'm sorry I went off because that shit fucking pissed me off to speak about it. Like, I don't know about the men's side, but I think when that one man took out that anger on that one Asian person, it was warranted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And what happened with the fucking prison?
Yeah.
Who knows? But it was warranted. You know what I mean? But he's the fucking aggressor. We're always the fucking aggressor for standing up for ourselves. We're always the fucking aggressor.
Yeah.
If we don't stand up for ourselves, then we're some fucking pussy ass, weak ass shit. Make up your fucking mind. You can't ride both lanes.
Right.
Go ahead, Jessica. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
It just underscores another reason why we need an anti-black hate crime bill in all 50 states.
Take it away with culture appropriation. You know what I mean? Now this is the way. You could be any other race as long as you got a black person with you. Then all bets are off. You can say fucking the hard N-word. You can stand on it. You can puff your chest out. Whatever. As long as you got one motherfucking black person with you, it's all to the good. I've been watching a wave of fucking videos. And that in itself is fucking wrong. Because it's just setting us up for more motherfucking drama later. It might be small drama, but it's still gonna be fucking drama. Carry on, Jess. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yep, so hell with you, yap.
Yeah, fuck her.
You need to close your goddamn yap.
That was a good play on words. I was like,
And shame on you, Christopher Rufo, and the Manhattan Institute.
God damn, ain't it? I apologize, Susan. I didn't know that was gonna be on like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. I like Professor Black Truth and dude, shame on people motherfucking not being hooked up with Torian. I listen and I lurk because I'm always busy. But I listen. And he had that. Remember, he had the Massacre series.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does good shit too.
He had the Massacre series, and there was another series he has too. Yeah, like 2 or 3.
The Massacre series. What you had to be on that shit because it was quite heavy. But
yeah, so shout out to Torian Rain. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. And now we on to the Shy, where Shabaka was born. And punk ass Brandon Johnson is under investigation, along with several other Democratic mayors.
Yeah, they try to walk it back, but it's too late now. And it's Chicago. Shout out to Chicago.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chicago.
Yep, shout out to the Shy.
They're so serious. They come get his motherfucking punk ass.
My 2 books that's in
it. The black people were upset in Chicago.
Yeah, very, very much so.
That's what he said out of his own mouth. He said, and then he added other people. You see, he let it go. He's like, black people were upset.
Yep.
I don't even think he meant to say it. He was just speaking his truth. I felt like that was right off the dome. No, you know what I mean? And he's like, and other community members.
Yep.
Yeah.
So shout out to Afro Elite. Shout out to Chicago Red. Shout out to Sister Prosperity. Whoever else is kicking up Brother Crew. And whoever else is kicking dust up in the Shy.
Yes.
Against those goddamn Democrats.
Yep. Man, they let them have it.
In standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Dillon for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. As you come in, be sure to give us a big thumbs up, and share the broadcast. That way other folks will know that we are here. And for that, we say thank you so very much. Family, I've got some more juicy. Did I say juicy? Piping hot news to share with you today. The beautiful thing about dealing with the Black grassroots, baby, is that sometimes because we're directly connected to the grassroots. That means the average man and woman, the soil, the streets, baby. We get the tea for real, direct from the source. Family, let me tell you something right now. Listen to this. My sources, how many of y'all know, I've talked about this many times before, that I was so privileged to meet some of you live and direct as activists in Chicago, yes, some months ago during the DNC. Now, of course, before that, I was already hearing from some of you from not only Chicago, different parts of the country, and even some folks that attend my stuff from around the world, but specifically here in the United States, where I was hearing from some of you related to how illegal immigrants, those that violated law to get here, those that are considered to be criminal because you violate the law, criminals, were being prioritized over those of us who are foundational Black Americans. Yes, while we were sitting here looking for tangibles for us and housing and food and so forth, we weren't given that. Instead, it was given to others. Yes, watch this. Well, some of my direct sources on the streets shout out to the great work that our people have been doing to really hold the powers that shouldn't be accountable there. Right. I can never overestimate the work, the impact, the influence that you had on a grassroots level, so much so that your Democrat Party there tried to contain, to restrict, and then to punish you for your political work there in Chicago. So shout out to the Black family there. Now, some of you all are very aware of some of my my strong sisters there, like my sister Jessica Jackson and other activists. I better not start naming names before I get in trouble. But some of you all know these very sources, right? And they're the ones that are directly connected to the politicians there. But these are not just activists that show up to vocalize their complaints, their justified and righteous complaints, and speaking on behalf of Black people and themselves. How many of you all know they come with solutions? Some of our sisters on the grassroots have actually created and written bills for them to consider and to codify in law. Yes? How many of you all know that these are folks that are actually coming there with solutions, and that's what makes them so extraordinarily powerful? Well, honey, one of my sources, this the tea. Y'all ready for this? And I see some mainstream news trying to come out with it now. I learned about this the other day, and I said, oh, I got to share it with the family on African Diaspora News Channel. And of course, I very likely in due course will share it with my own family at VickyDillard.tv family. Watch this. I'm pulling up the paper right now as you hit that thumbs up button and share, because this is so very important. I have a letter right now. Hopefully you can see it. Y'all see this? I have a letter now with the congressional letterhead at the top that says Congress of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Oversight. Don't play with it, y'all. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Now, this is the letterhead that is shared by all sides. Y'all better hear me today. Y'all ready? Notwithstanding who signed it. Now, y'all know this just happened because you see it's dated January 27th. So I told y'all that I had it earlier than today, but we got it. So y'all know we don't play around these parts. It's about receipts. Listen.
Right.
Family. My folks gave this to me, this leaked document early, family. Got their hands on it before the news start putting out general information, just look, general stuff. We got the direct letter here. Y'all listening? This is addressed to the Honorable Brandon Johnson, Mayor of the City of Chicago, right? Chicago, Illinois. Can y'all see it? It says here, beloved, Dear Mayor Johnson, the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is investigating. Did y'all hear that word? Is investigating sanctuary jurisdictions across the United States and their impact on public safety and the effectiveness of federal efforts to enforce the immigration laws of the United States. Watch this. Sanctuary jurisdictions and their misguided, y'all listen to the language, and obstructionist policies hinder the ability of the federal law enforcement officers to effectuate safe arrests and remove dangerous criminals that refuse to fully cooperate with federal immigration enforcement to provide much needed oversight of this matter. Y'all listening? The committee requests documents and information released to the sanctuary policies of Chicago. Not only that, y'all, somebody's in trouble. What else does it say? In addition to that, family, they say, we invite you to testify at a public hearing on the matter before the committee on February 11, 2025 at 10 o'clock Eastern in room HVC 210 of the U.S. House Visitor Center. Sanctuary jurisdictions are states, countries, counties, or cities, rather, that put some limits on how much they are willing to cooperate with federal agencies' efforts to deport illegal aliens. These jurisdictions take it upon themselves to decide what laws they will and will not abide by, all for the purpose of shielding removable aliens, especially criminals, from federal law enforcement. There are about 12 states and hundreds of cities and counties with sanctuary laws and policies across the country. 4 cities, however, stand out in their abject failure. That means that's an egregious level right there. In their abject failure to comply with federal law. Look what they say in the letter to Brandon Johnson family, Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago, number 1. New York, number 2. Denver, that's one of the cities in the state that I'm in. It's some ways over, but I'm familiar with Denver. I do business in Denver. And Boston, I go in and out of that city. Citizens of all 4 cities have suffered due to sanctuary policies. Chicago is a sanctuary jurisdiction under Chapter 2173 Welcoming City Ordinance and the Illinois Trust Act. The Welcoming City Ordinance prevents local officials from arresting, detaining, or continuing to detain illegal aliens subject to an administrative warrant entered into the Federal Bureau of Investigation's National Crime Information Center database or immigration detainers. Mayor Brandon Johnson recently, quote, reaffirmed his commitment to keep Chicago a sanctuary city. Family, they quoting him up in here. They using some of his own words against him. So number 1, he just found out he's under investigation, his city. Number 2, they said, send us your documentations and information and policies on your stuff there. That's why I think he really gonna get in trouble. The next thing is they invite him to bring his hips to D.C. to a hearing to testify. Talk black to me somebody. Now they're reminding him of his words where he didn't double down to declare what laws he will and won't abide by for illegal immigrants, illegal criminals. Yes? Let's go on, family. He says, I'm going to skip around because there's some sections here where he's specifically addressing New York, which I still think is relevant, but I'm not trying to read all of that to you right now. And of course, a similar section for Denver as well and Boston. But I'm going to skip to the last part of the letter, almost the last part, actually page 3. This is page 4. It's 4 pages, but I'm on page 3 now. I'm skipping. Are y'all listening? I know I'm talking to intelligent black people, so I know y'all can handle receipts and facts. I know you can handle that.
You might as well write it on a napkin.
It says here on the first paragraph of page 3, it says on the first day of his second term, President Donald Trump took decisive actions to restore the rule of law with respect to immigration enforcement. He goes on to talk about the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure the so-called sanctuary jurisdictions will seek to interfere with lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations. If we skip down on this part, this is what I want you to hear this part, because this is what I'm talking to my Chicago people and stuff. Because I know y'all gonna remind him that he needs to follow the law over there. Y'all gonna tell him that he needs to fully cooperate with this investigation. And I'm gonna talk about it really briefly on the other end of this. Are y'all listening? Now it gives a breakdown here on some things. Watch this. It says to assist the committee's oversight on this matter, because remember they told him they want him to come testify, right? To assist the committee's oversight on this matter, we request the following documents and information covering the time period and period January 1st, 2024 to the present as soon as possible, but no later than February 10th, 2025. Y'all ready for the details? They outline at least 4. Is it 4? Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 4. That's right. At least 4 things. What did he say? Number 1, all documents and communications among or between any official, employees, contractor, or agent of the city of Chicago related to the city's sanctuary status. Can y'all see me right now? Can we just click out so they can see my face?
Yeah.
Look. Ooh. Ooh, somebody put a computer in the chat. Somebody put a detective in the chat. Somebody put some eyeglasses in the chat.
I'm like, ooh.
Somebody put some big old eyeballs in the chat. See, this must get him right here. This about to get him. This probably gonna get him.
Bring up that audio too.
Did y'all hear what the first part said? It says all documents and communications among or between any official, employees, contractor, or agent of the city of Chicago related to the city's sanctuary status. Vicky, stop screaming and hollering, girl. Number 2, y'all listen. Let me get back to the letter.
No letter.
Number 2, all documents and communications among or between any official, employee, contractor, or agent of the city of Chicago or any individual or entity, including but not limited to any non-governmental organization or representative thereof, related to the city sanctuary status. Somebody say, ooh.
I feel like I do.
Number 3, all documents and communications among or between any official, employee, contractor, or agent of the city of Chicago and any official, employee, contractor, or agent of the city of Illinois related to the city sanctuary city. Ooh.
Yep.
Number 4, all documents and communication among or between any official, employee, contractor, or agent of the city of Chicago and any official, employee, contractor, or agent of the federal government related to the city sanctuary status. In addition, please confirm your testimony before the House Committee on Oversight Government Reform by February 4, 2025. It goes on as it ends here. The Committee Oversight and Government Reform is a principal oversight committee of the U.S. House of Representatives and has broad authority to investigate, quote, any matter at any time under the Rule X, under House Rule X. To arrange for delivery of documents, confirm your appearance at the hearing, or ask any related follow-up questions, please contact the Committee on Oversight Government Reform Majority staff. And of course, they put the phone number there. Thank you for your attention in this important matter, James Comer, which is the chair. Now, family, look at your sister with the curly braids.
Right here.
Let me tell y'all something. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, number 1, I want to put, for those of my Black grassroots Chicago family, Chi-Town family that might not be onto this, I want y'all to be a pressure to make sure that your mayor abides by Congress's wishes and wishes to testify. I want y'all to tell him that as an upstanding, supposed citizen, that you all wanted him to take his hips down there to D.C. and as your very Black taxpayer dollars that's paying for these illegal immigrants, all their services, and paying your mayor, let him know that you are desiring that he goes there and complies with all their rules and regulations immediately, and that he does not forestall this issue. And in matter of fact, family, this is one of the reasons why we need to support Black media, honey, because and this is why I be trying to take care of my health and all this kind of stuff, family, and raise $1 or $2 or $3 or $4 and $5 and $6, use my own funds. That's why I want to be a blessing and stuff too, baby, because your Congress folks, y'all need to start writing in to tell them, hey, y'all need to be bringing in the alternative media like Vicky Dillard from African Diaspora News Channel to cover these topics, honey. We're going to cover it our way, baby, because we're the ones that cause this pressure anyway. See, the shifts in the White House, that's all up. The shifts in the Senate, that's us. The Senate, the shifts in the House of Representatives, that's us. Now I'm smiling hard and I'm really trying to wipe this smile. Now everything Trump and them doing and these Republicans, now, I ain't down with all that mess. But family, this is one of the things I'm down with. Let me tell you why. Because Democrats are gonna learn.
Got away with it. Yep.
We gave them years to get it together. When the Black voting bloc begged the Democrats to please let us lower the prices here, give us some tangible so that we don't have to move out of the city of Chicago because we can't afford to live here. Please don't disrespect us by not allowing us to get food for our families, but you all are putting food on cars and cards and stuff and making it easy and accessible for them to get them. Please don't disrespect us by making sure that they have housing and stuff like that while you step over homeless Black veterans.
True indeed. True indeed.
When you all asked them to give us a voice, guess what they did? They ignored you at the DNC. They didn't bring nobody from the Black grassroots from Chicago like us on the DNC stage, did they?
Shout to everyone.
In fact, when you all told them that you were going to disrupt the DNC to hold them accountable, that's when the Democrats told y'all, we got something for you. We're going to turn around and discuss making the DNC event digital, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
They were forced to back off on that, but they considered it because of you. Don't forget, it was Brandon Johnson and them that tried to prevent you all from stopping going into the political meetings by telling you that you got to have a government issue ID to come into the meetings. Told you need to register in advance so they can scrutinize you and screen you before you come. Mm-hmm. And then they changed where you can stand with the floor so that you don't have direct access to them, some of you all. How many of y'all know I reported right here on this network as well as other platforms that I'm on? How many of you all know that Brandon Johnson's office and them, they had to back off of that because a watchdog government agency wrote to his office or contacted him. I think they may have contacted him in another way too. They contacted him to let him know, sir, this is illegal, what you're doing. Ooh. But I wanted you all to know I want to remind you of that. How many of y'all know that some of the stuff that was leaked out, how many of y'all know I covered right here in Chicago where they recorded private conversations between the Chicago Democrat Assembly folks behind the scenes plotting, knowing full well that they were prioritizing the undocumented illegal immigrants over the Foundation of Black Americans, and they were discussing this privately, and somebody recorded it, and one of y'all showed up to the meeting and played it on the radio. Played it on the microphone.
God damn.
How many of you all know that there have been some stuff that's been leaked from the inside, but they haven't told us everything? That's why I'm excited about this, because some of this stuff might become public knowledge for you who on the Black grassroots. When you all start questioning them about something, when you all were accusing them of different things, when you all were asking them to provide you with information, they was being secretive, like they got the choice to be secretive. You ain't no king or queen around this mug. This is not a monarchy. You work for the people. When we tell you to produce certain documents,
we want to see the motherfucking
that you know are safe, and information that you know is important for the public. How dare you not do what we tell you to do?
That's why you get them audits.
That's why I'm excited to see this, because I think it's going to reveal some other information that you all need to know.
True indeed.
How many of you all know that when all those documents leaked, how many of y'all remember WikiLeaks? Mm-hmm. How many of y'all remember they flooded and humiliated the United States, Hillary Clinton, other world governments about their torture, about shady things that was going on in different global governments?
Yep.
How many of y'all know Julian Assange released that?
Yep.
His people, his team.
Yep. And
his group. How many of y'all know that in those very WikiLeaks documents, I know you all knew about Hillary Clinton's shady, murderous habits.
Yep.
Obama was exposed.
Yep.
NATO was exposed. Israel was exposed. A whole bunch of governments was exposed, right? Were exposed. Guess who else was exposed in those WikiLeaks documents? Roland Martin.
Ooh.
How many of y'all know I've been exposing Roland for the past few years, because few people have been emphasizing the fact that Roland, who was literally, not figuratively, literally shucking and jiving, doing a dance and a jig with Hillary Clinton years ago. Trying to force her upon us without them doing anything substantive for us. How many of y'all know we all for eating chicken and fish,
right,
and dancing when you say you're going to give us something tangible?
Fuck yeah, man.
But when you just playing with us, we don't want to have fun with you.
Mm-hmm. Nope, it's not a game.
We don't want to be glad handing with you.
Mm-hmm. Dude.
We rejoice with people that's about to cut checks. That's something to rejoice over.
Yeah.
That's something to eat chicken and have hot sauce for.
Right.
That's something to get the choir rolls on and sing gospel.
Yep.
If you're going to do that, do it because you're going to do something that's tangible. In other words, something that's substantive.
Yep, put it in motherfucking
right. When we see you playing in your face, nothing you do is funny. Nothing is worth rejoicing over fooling with you. I brought that up about Roland because most of you all did not expect to see your lower level, little black boule backstabbers to be in those global documents, did you?
Nope.
He was in there. And come to find out, Roland, at the time, remember, he was working with CNN, and he was in direct connection with a high-level vice chairwoman, Donna Brazile.
Mm-hmm.
She was a darling in the DNC. How many of y'all know that those emails showed that Roland was involved in providing Hillary Clinton. He was credibly accused of being directly involved in giving the Hillary Clinton campaign a question, direct question, almost word for word, to where is, I was about to try to pull it up, but I ain't gonna do it right now. But directly responsible for providing Hillary Clinton's and them folks
Martin, man.
A direct question for upcoming debate. Watch this. The black woman down in Brazil, who not only was a mainstay on CNN, y'all remember her? Don't forget, she worked for Al Gore's campaign years ago, and she was successful because if y'all tell the truth, if George Bush didn't steal the election, if they didn't cheat for him, Al Gore was on the road to winning. Well, she was the one that was managing his campaign, one of the top folks managing it, rather. So down in Brazil ain't nobody. Now, she may be a bootleg, she may be a bootleg type, but the woman ain't no dummy.
Nope.
This black woman.
Yep.
And she was one of the co-vice chairs or something like that. I forget what high-level position in the DNC. So this was not nobody. This is who Roland was dealing with. Donna Brazil confessed that she did wrong. She lost her job at CNN and she backed off and she received all that humiliation for that exposure. Guess who didn't support that black woman? Guess who left that black woman out in the cold?
Roland.
Guess who let the black woman take take all that on her shoulders? Take the fall. That's the word I should say.
Fall, yep.
Roland Martin.
What a hoe.
This is important because some of y'all didn't know that while he's in your face telling us what to do, he's behind the scenes making little deals and doing little dirty, little weird stuff. This is credibly accused. Now, what did Roland do in the beginning when they called him on it? Y'all be sure to hit that thumbs up button, share. Again, you're tuned into the Vicky Show right here on After Diaspora News Channel. My name is Vicky Dillard, beloved. Be sure to check me out Tuesday through Thursdays. That's Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, weekdays, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yes, yeah. I'm so pleased to be joining you live, okay, on a regular basis. Of course, share the broadcast. Watch this. Now, I have to bring this up because you all think that when you see these black bootlegs, you all think that that's all it is to it, what they're showing you. Most of y'all wouldn't even know that he had this little shady involvement with the upcoming, very important Democrat debate, Hillary Clinton campaign, and CNN shenanigans going on until WikiLeaks exposed it. I'm trying to simply tell you, you don't know what could come out in these records that may be related directly or indirectly to issues that some of you who are citizens in Chicago need to know about. Talk black to me. That's why every one of you all need to be involved in that. I'm just using Roland as an example to say those documents that were leaked, some of you all would not have known just how far the tentacles of the government and the Democrats and the DNC, right? And CNN was actually involved in all of that. Had certain documents not been released. You don't know what information might come out to who. If Brandon Johnson, was he receiving information, gifts, money? I'm not saying he was. I'm saying you don't know what can come out. You don't know if there was compromising positions and decisions. You don't know who may or may not have been in his ear. We're not jumping to no conclusions, but we're saying that's exactly why we want the constituency there is demanding that he comply with everything they asking for in there. And I know my people on the ground, like my sister Jessica Jackson and some of y'all other ones on the ground, y'all gonna be keeping up with this baby. Because I got the tea directly from the people. Y'all hit that thumbs up button, share. Now, again, I brought that up about Roland because I want you all to understand as an example, I'm not conflating the two issues. I'm simply saying most of us did not expect for Roland to have been exposed in no WikiLeaks dump. And communications and little shady stuff that he was credibly alleged to have been doing with CNN related to an upcoming CNN presidential debate. When we say why we don't have certain tangibles, why some of our issues are not getting to the main stage, we can't just deal with white people, family.
Nope,
we got to deal with judgment in our own house with black folks first, because it shows that Roland wasn't pushing no reparations, trying to hurry up and sneak and get that on there for us.
Nope, they want to hinder it.
We're not going to protect him because he was trying to sneak and get our issue to the platform.
No, because they don't give a fuck about our issues. That motherfucker.
He was trying to help the Clintons, the very people that called us predators, animals, uncivilized, as responsible for signing and creating Hillary Clinton. She participated through creating an environment as First Lady to justify that very anti-Black legislation that her Democrat husband signed that is responsible for helping to destroy the past 2 generations of Black families. Not to mention her other international shenanigans that she's did to destroy Libya and brag about deleting world leaders. And don't forget, in that WikiLeaks document, it showed that they were concerned. The reason why they was getting rid of Gaddafi, remember what did they say in those documents from WikiLeaks? They said they was concerned about him changing over making basically an African Union, like an African United States equivalent, and them turning around and using gold as a gold standard for them. Did y'all know that that was admitted, that was part of the reasons why they was ready to get rid of Gaddafi? They admitted in those documents that they were concerned about how he was getting ready to try to change the economy to a gold standard over there. All that was in the WikiLeaks documents, along with Roland's funny looking self. And by the way, just to be clear, Roland initially denied it. What did he do later? When folks that were in the insiders and the journalists told Roland, we got emails that they didn't initially tell them they had, Roland changed his story. So Roland first gave a full-throated denial. But when he found out they had some more emails and stuff, Roland changed his story.
Lying ass, whole ass, Roland Martin, man.
Roland changed the story, y'all. And Roland's so pissed off his own co-workers at CNN. Do you know that his own co-workers at CNN ratted him out and dogged him? Folks like Jake Tapper, which I don't have no love for Jake Tapper. But even Jake Tapper took to Twitter to destroy Roland over this issue. And nobody has sat down with Roland ever since to question him about the veracity of this or get into the details about why did he change his confession, his little story. Why did he change? Could there be similar situation that could go on with Brandon Johnson? When the local Black constituents told him to do right by Black Chicagoans, when they told him to stop prioritizing them, when they let him know what they wanted him to do, and he gave them the big fat, you know what, middle finger. When Black folks were calling into question a whole lot of other stuff down there, who knows what y'all gonna find out in those documents. So I can't wait to find out the latest on this. Talk Black to me, somebody. So shout out to my people that got me these receipts. Of course, now you hear mainstream media giving whisperings of this, but y'all see the date of that letter. So I had that early on, but I'm just not getting back on here to share this story with y'all. I had to do part 2 to keep my word yesterday, like I told y'all from last week, but we're here today. So thank you all so much for tuning in. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it. So be sure to comment below, family, and let me know, my Chicago family, what y'all plan on doing about holding him accountable, because I know there's a lot of y'all down there that's going to be looking into this. So we want to give you the news right here and to say we're going to be on this thing. Yes. Again, my name is Vicky Dilla. Be sure to tune in tonight for Brother Phil's broadcast tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, family. Of course, be sure to check out my other colleagues' broadcast here as well. And family, be sure to check under the video section, check on the live section, because sometimes things pop up on different sections. And of course, there's quite a few of us here, and I don't want you to miss the goings on. What we say is very, very important. And for that, we say thank you so very much. Be sure to check out my website at VickyPlanet.com. That's VICKI Planet.com. I have a whole lot of products and services. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Jesse. Jesse.
Wow. They're wearing federal electronic monitors, GPS monitors, that is. And they still did what they did. If that doesn't tell you that these guys came here to commit crime, I don't know what else does. What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head back to the People's Republic of Chicago once again, because I have some new updates on a story that I discussed in yesterday's live stream, right? I want to talk about this story right here. Chicago horror homicide. 2 migrants, illegal immigrants, in custody, sources say. At the time, it was just sources say, but we do have some updates. What I want to do first is that I want to read about 4 or 5 sentences here in this article before we pivot over to the next article that's going to give us some more details on this particular situation here. Really just kind of gross and gruesome details, if you ask me, right? So let's get into this very quickly. Let's jump into this. The article reads, 2 migrant suspects, illegal immigrants, in the U.S. illegally are in custody in relation to the death of a 63-year-old man whose body was found tied up at his home in Chicago late Sunday. The same day, U.S. Border Czar Tom Homan and the Justice Department led a large immigration enforcement operation in that city. Investigators found the man, George Levin, bound with duct tape near his face and mouth in his Norwood Park home. Police sources said the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy that determined Levin died of multiple injuries related to assault, and the death was ruled a homicide. Multiple Chicago police sources tell Fox News the 2 suspects in custody are adult migrants, illegal immigrants, one from Venezuela and the other from Ecuador. A top U.S. official tells Fox News the migrants are believed to have crossed into the United States through the Texas border in the summer of 2023. And what does that mean when you see that date? That means these are who Biden's migrants. These are Harris's migrants. These are the people that they intentionally let into the country that then lead to the death of multiple citizens like Laken Riley, and now this gentleman here at 63 years old, right? Blood is definitely on the hands of the Biden administration still, and we will never forget that. And we will never stop bringing that up in situations like this when they occur. But I digress. Sources told Fox News that Levin possibly met with the suspects on a gay dating app. They said the suspects stole items from him during their encounter, which may have been a targeted robbery attack. So check that out. These guys, illegal immigrant, criminal aliens, they went on a gay dating app, scheduled a fake date, met up with this 63-year-old man, tied him up with duct tape, beat him, took his life, and then took his belongings. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But if you thought that was unbelievable, check this out. One of the suspects in custody apparently had been arrested in Chicago on January 12th for allegedly trying to lure children, sources said. A police report indicated the suspect was released 1 day later. 1 day later. You gotta love Chicago. You gotta love Brandon Johnson for protecting guys like this. I mean, I want to play a video for you guys right now that I think about it. Before we jump into the next article, I almost forgot. Because when it comes to illegal immigrant criminals, like the men that we're speaking of right now, and like I said, we're going to get into more detail concerning who these guys are in a minute. If you let Brandon Johnson tell it, it's not his responsibility to keep the citizens of Chicago safe from monsters like this. It's not his responsibility. He doesn't care. If they're running around, so what? Don't believe me? I'll just play this clip for you right now, and I'll let Emperor Brandon Johnson speak for himself.
Tom Homan showed up in Chicago and within 24 hours found a convicted sex offender who has been living in our city since 2009, flouting the sex offender registry. If he can do this, why can't you?
Because that's their job. That is their job. The federal
Their job's not to keep the people of Chicago safe.
To make sure that individuals who are undocumented, who have been charged with convicted of a crime, it is the federal government's responsibility to do their part and uphold the law. Our local police department, along with our public health department, along with our other sister agencies, are working to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago. And as we've stated repeatedly, those critical investments, you continue to see the results of those investments as violent crime continues to fall in Chicago. Thank you very much.
It's not his job. It's not his job. That's why he had them in custody for trying to lure in a child, but he let them go because, hey, it's not my job, right? So now what I want to do is that I want to get into a second article because, like I said, it gives us more detail into who these guys are and how monstrous they actually are. So here are the photos of these two right here. Two migrants charged with horrific murder of 63-year-old man who was bound with wire and duct tape. Wire and duct tape. Let's jump into this right now, right? So let's get into their names. And it's a little bit hard to pronounce. Funny, even Google couldn't help me pronounce this guy's first name, but we'll give it a go anyway. Jitterwin, whatever. Bayo Morales, 21 years old, and Jefferson Ubila Delgado, 29 years old. So that's the name of these two monsters, right? Levin's sister, the man who was taken away from us, Levin's sister found him bound with duct tape and electrical wire. That's a little extra piece of information that we didn't know, the electrical wire, which is wild. I'm assuming the duct tape, as they stated in the first report, was around, Levin's face and mouth. I would assume the electrical wire was around his, wrist and ankles, most likely. But check this out right here. Morales is from Venezuela. Ubila Delgado is from Ecuador. And Morales was wearing a federal immigration electronic monitoring bracelet, according to a source. They lived in the same apartment in the 1600 block of Northwest Highway. Wow. They're wearing federal electronic monitors, GPS monitors, that is. And they still did what they did. If that doesn't tell you that these guys came here to commit crime, I don't know what else does. I don't know what else does. These guys had absolutely no fear of suffering any type of consequences while being in this country, because they're in a city like Chicago where they know they will be protected by Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. But let's carry on. Morales was arrested around 3:10 p.m. on January 12th after two girls, get this, ages 13 and 12, reported that he tried to lure them into a car in the 6200 block of North Sayre, just around the corner from where the men lived. A law enforcement source said Ubila Delgado was in the vehicle with Morales at the time of the alleged luring, but he was arrested. But he was not arrested. CPD records show. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. These guys were riding around the neighborhood that they live in, looking for young girls, 13 and 12 years old to be exact. One of them was arrested. The other one was just simply let go. But let's see how this played out, right? Let's carry on. Morales' arrest report in the luring incident states that a detective was working on felony charges in the case, but he was ultimately charged only with one count of misdemeanor assault after the detective consulted a prosecutor and supervisor for guidance. He was released from the Jefferson Park 16th District Police Station about 9 hours after being arrested. And the Fox News report that was from the day before, they said he was released the next day. He was not released the next day. These guys were riding around the city of Chicago in the neighborhood that they live in, looking for little ones, right? Underage little ones. They got caught and were released within 9 hours. Well, let me fact check myself. Remember, the other guy was released immediately. But then this man here, Morales, was released within 9 hours. And then after they were released, what did they do? They went to a gay dating app, booked a bogus date with a 63-year-old man just to tie him up with duct tape and electric wire, beat him to death, and steal his belongings. But none of this is Brandon Johnson's issue. None of this is his problem. None of this is his job. Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. I always have to remember to add J.B. Pritzker in the mix because these governors get off way too easy. Kathy Hochul in New York. We got to make sure that we're putting more emphasis on these governors as well. But go figure. It's not their problem. It's only Trump and Homan's problem, apparently. Even though they had these guys in custody. They had them and let them go. And here we are. And with all that being said, unfortunately, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram and Rumble is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And until next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Yeah, he was giving us business right there.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here, we're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. You will never miss a notification if you're following me on Telegram. So that is extremely important that you do that because we all know the games that get played, especially on YouTube, when it comes to notifications. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's show. Or, well, also, you know, the link to the Telegram is in the description box below. And it'll be pinned in the comment section as well, just in case you have a hard time finding TD Media Group on Telegram for whatever reason. Things may come about like that way. But anyways, let's get into the show, right? Let's get into what you all came here for today. Recently, I believe it was yesterday, Byron Donald did a very good interview on the PBD podcast. And you can find the clips from that podcast on the Valuetainment YouTube channel as well, which is their secondary channel where they post clips from the actual full podcast, right? And I want to get into some of what Byron Donalds discussed because he was talking about the need to provide Tom Homan and Kristi Noem with the funds they need to push.
Thursday, we went one too far. We went one episode too far. On the clip, I guess.
The Chicago wasn't safe, huh?
Yeah. Where you talking about the migrants getting released on one day, and they killed them at?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was just ended, yeah.
Okay, that we're on this one now.
Yeah, that was a fucking home invasion.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Forth the migrant cry, to push forth the mass deportation efforts. He was discussing the money that they need and how they need it right now. And he discussed it with such a sense of urgency that it really dawned upon me in the midst of his discussion how quickly things could fall apart, right? If they're not getting the funds that they need. So what I want to do right now is that I want to get into what Byron Donalds had to say. Let's get into this clip here. And then after he's done speaking on the need to press forward and provide them with the $100 billion they need to push forth the mass deportation efforts properly, then we're going to come back and unpack a few other things that he talked about. So let's jump into this clip right now.
Byron, thoughts on this?
First thought is, this is why in Congress we have to get President Trump's agenda through as quickly as we can. And I know part of the national conversation about what we're doing is been around one big beautiful bill or two bills. And I think the president at this point is like, it could be one bill, it could be two bill, I don't care, let's get it done. The number one thing that Tom Homan and Kristi Noem need are dollars from Congress to provide bed space and other officers and additional resources so that this process can actually function. What Stephen Miller's talking about the floor, yeah, that's correct. But the logjam is going to be, they don't have the resources right now under federal appropriations to meet the floor. We have sheriff departments in Florida and around the country. Their local jails are now filling up, in part because of the 287G program that helps the repatriation process. So on Capitol Hill, we just left our retreat, and my comment to the speaker and to the members is, we have to do two reconciliation bills. We cannot do one big bill because it's going to take us too much time to get that done. And Tom Homan and those guys need the resources ASAP in order to have this be an orderly and smooth process that doesn't get log jammed or doesn't get backlogged, which will just backspill into sheriff departments, etc. Hide in the back of a tractor.
Now I want to fast forward just a little bit more because he's going to just explain a little bit more in detail how things can kind of go off the rails if the money isn't there that's needed.
We dispersed all over the country. The Biden administration was doing all that. So that's why I'm saying our business on Capitol Hill, we have to get Tom Homan the money he needs. It's about $100 billion to them ASAP. Because if we don't, it's going to slow down this whole process. And we're not going to be delivering on what President Trump has said, and I believe what he says because I've seen it on the ground, the number one issue in the country that the voters want changed. They want the border secured. They want people sent back to their home, to their countries where they came from. And it's not just people, it's just not abuela. It's 184 countries from around the world. I was with a Haitian group on Saturday, and they were concerned about Haiti in particular. And I said, if we're going to be honest, what's going on with Haiti is a different situation than China, because Haiti is run by a guy named Barbecue. Their government has completely fallen apart. That's what asylum is supposed to be about. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris blew open illegal immigration so bad that the country has no ability to even take in Haitian migrants who are fleeing legitimate persecution because their government fell apart in Haiti. So to bring it back to center, we have to deliver in Congress. And my view to the speaker and to the leadership is, you got to do two bills because you got to deliver the money quickly to President Trump and to Tom Homan and Kristi Noem so they can get the job done that the American people want to see done.
So now what I want to do next is that I want to take a moment to actually get into this article right here. Deportation will save U.S. taxpayers billions, Border Czar Tom Homan says. Now, as I pull this up, right, the article reads as such. President Trump's Border Czar Tom Homan figures the plan for mass deportation of illegal migrants will cost around $86 billion to execute. Now, as you heard Byron Donald state, it's actually going to be more than that. It's going to be $100 billion that's needed. But however, it will ultimately end up saving American taxpayers even more. Well, why is that? Well, when you come down to the bottom of this article here, you see that I have here highlighted in green. In 2023, U.S. taxpayers spent more than $150 billion on caring for undocumented immigrants. The estimate is calculated by the new Department of Government Efficiency known as DOGE. So far under the Biden administration, that has just, been replaced by Trump, we were paying $150 billion a year. Implementing mass deportation alone is already less than, what is that? It takes away 50 billion, right? So it's only $100 billion. And I would go on to assume that year after year, as mass deportation is continuously implemented and more people are being deported, that number would eventually come down more and more, just logically speaking, right? Because you're getting rid of folks and deporting them back to their home country where they belong because they crossed over illegally. So as the years progress, that number comes down probably from 100 billion to 80 billion to 50 billion, so on and so forth. Where if the migrant crisis would have continued under Harris and Biden, this $150 billion that we've been spending every year to care for these folks would have possibly most likely ballooned up even more. And there's a lot of areas where you can cut funding, right, and stop funding in order to fund mass deportation. And one of those areas is what we're going to get into now with Kristi Noem when she was on Fox News concerning the absurd amount of money that we've been paying NGOs to help usher illegal immigrants into the country. So what I want to do right now is get into this clip next.
So now let's turn back to the border quickly. Now joining me is the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who has an exclusive announcement on more action her department is taking. Secretary, thanks for being with us here today. I understand you have something to share with us that we haven't heard yet about what you're going to be doing at DHS.
Yes, well, thank you, Will, for inviting me to be with you. Today, we are announcing that we have stopped all grant funding that's being abused by NGOs to facilitate illegal immigration into this country. So it's amazing to me the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent by the federal government that has been sent to NGOs to facilitate this invasion of our country. So I've taken action to stop those funds, to reevaluate them, and to make sure that we're actually using the taxpayer dollars in a way that strengthens this country, that keeps us safe. So I think people are curious when we look at grants that are given out by federal agencies at how they're utilized, and that evaluation needs to be done. We're not spending another dime to help the destruction of this country. We're going to make sure that we follow through on what President Trump has promised, and that's to make sure that we're securing our border, departing those who are here illegally, and committing criminal actions, and that our taxpayer dollars aren't spent to help it.
And Madam Secretary, I don't think people fully understand the role that NGOs play, many NGOs play, in facilitating illegal immigration. I just want to share these numbers with everybody up on the screen. We spend over $380 million, did in 2024, for sheltering and service programs for illegal immigrants. But the vast network of NGOs that help facilitate it through Panama, through Mexico, and make it a landing spot here in the United States is a massive contributor here to illegal immigration. So what you're telling us today is that now stops, at least the federal funding of that stops.
Yes, through the Department of Homeland Security, we have stopped spending those dollars to fund those NGOs. And well, what's been so revealing is that many of these NGOs actually have infrastructure and operations set up in Mexico on that side of the border that are telling those illegal immigrants to come to them, and they will get them across the border. So they're not just operating in the United States, they're operating outside of the United States to help make it easier for those who want to break our laws.
Right.
And well, I was one of those Americans that years ago, when somebody said NGO to me, I thought, oh, that's amazing. That's a nonprofit that's out there telling somebody about Jesus or spreading faith and salvation or doing good work and charitable work, helping people that are less fortunate. And then I realized over the years it's been perverted into this shadow government. An NGO is sometimes an operation that does things that the government cannot do, can't legally do. So they create an entity to use government dollars, taxpayer dollars, to do something that the federal government isn't allowed to do, to do a shadow government operation that really has been used recently to undermine our country's national security.
And this is something that we've talked about here a lot. And what she said is a sentiment that I've echoed numerous times, that it wasn't that long ago, just like I'm sure many of you, you know, when you think about a nonprofit, you think about NGO, you thought that this was a good thing. But what the migrant crisis exposed is that for so many of these NGOs, for so many of these nonprofits, it's just a cash grab. And even JD Vance discussed this, I believe it was last week when he did an interview talking about how these Catholic charities that are all of a sudden finding themselves speaking out against mass deportations are the same Catholic charities that under Biden and Harris were receiving literally hundreds of millions of dollars to facilitate the migrant crisis. So he asked the question, I mean, do you really care about these people that you're so-called helping, that you're really just helping push through the country illegally? Or do you just care about your bottom line? And the reality is that these people really just care about their bottom line. They really just want the money, but they don't care about the destruction that's happening within the country. You know, so as we're coming to the end and we're rounding things out, what I want to do right now is that I want to jump into this news clip from out of Chicago, right? A city that I cover frequently, surrounding the migrant crisis during the Biden administration and now the mass deportation under Trump. And recently, it's just been revealed that a 63-year-old man was found tied up and deleted, right? And guess who the suspects are that did it? Surprise, surprise, right? We'll get into that in a minute. But first, let's just jump into this clip right now.
At a home on the northwest side.
Let's take it from the very beginning.
All right, let's look at some of your headlines. A disturbing find at a home on the northwest side.
Nate Rogers is live with the latest on the murder investigation. Nate?
Absolutely, Terrence and Tia. Good evening to the both of you. Neighbors are indeed stunned by all of this. According to 911 dispatch audio that we listened to, this victim was found by his sister in the basement. We're told he was tied up. Take a look at this video from earlier today. The medical examiner's office has identified the victim as 63-year-old George Levin. Police say he was found unresponsive inside the basement bedroom. It happened just before 11 p.m. here in the 7600 block of Talcott. Neighbors tell us Levin lived with his sister and their 3 pets. Here's more from one neighbor.
The thing we know is that he was found in the basement by his sister, and he was tied up and duct taped, and he had deceased.
And what do you think about that?
I feel sad for the family. Nobody should have to come home to anything like that. You know, life is already short enough and hard enough to deal with. So it makes me sad.
Yeah, a man in his 60s too.
Yeah, to me that's young. That's very young and very random. Like I said, you don't hear about that stuff like that over here. So.
That's right, guys. Neighbors stunned, to say the least. One neighbor telling me this is their first homicide in the area in more than 10 years. Also, an important note here, the block that we're standing on is filled with city workers, Chicago police officers, Chicago firefighters, other city employees as well. Many of them, we're told, have Ring doorbell video, and so family members hope that authorities will be able to get a hold of that video to figure out exactly what happened here. Again, that 63-year-old man found dead inside of his basement, apparently tied up. Chicago police telling us no suspects are in custody. Area 5 is investigating. That's the latest here in Norwood Park. Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
Well, the suspects are in custody now. They are in custody. And once again, like I was saying before I went to that clip, you know, guess who, right? Guess who's in custody? The people that Brandon Johnson said it wasn't his responsibility to go after. That's who's in custody for tying up a 63-year-old man. We've duct taping him and taking his life and then robbing his home. All right, let's get into this as we round things out. The article reads as such: 2 migrant suspects, illegal immigrants, right? I always have to make sure to make that correction when I just see the word migrant. But 2 migrant suspects in the U.S. illegally are in custody in relation to the death of a 63-year-old man whose body was found tied up at his home in Chicago late Sunday. The same day, U.S. Border Czar Tom Homan had the Justice Department lead a large immigration enforcement operation in that city. Investigations found the man, George Levin, bound with duct tape near his face and mouth in his Norwood Park home. Police sources said the Cook County Medical Examiner's office conducted an autopsy and determined Levin died of multiple injuries related to assault, and the death was ruled a homicide. Multiple Chicago police sources tell Fox News that the two suspects in custody are adult illegal immigrants, one from Venezuela and the other from Ecuador. A top U.S. official tells Fox News the migrants, illegal immigrants, are believed to have crossed into the United States through the Texas border in the summer of 2023. So these are officially Biden's migrants, right? That came across the border. These are illegal immigrants that came across during Biden and Harris's man-made migrant crisis. Sources told Fox News that Levin possibly met the suspects on a gay dating app. That's interesting. They said the suspects stole items from him during their encounter, which may have been a targeted robbery attack. So it looks like, they're going on these apps, and from what Fox News says, these illegal criminal migrants, they're going on gay dating apps, setting up dates with these folks, and then running in their homes, robbing them, and taking their life. That's really interesting. I didn't see that twist coming with the gay dating app. One of the suspects in custody apparently had been arrested in Chicago on January 12th for allegedly trying to lure children, sources said. But this isn't Brandon Johnson's responsibility in Chicago. It's not his responsibility to help Tom Homan get rid of these people. They just had him in custody. I'm going to read that again. One of the suspects in custody apparently had been arrested in Chicago on January 12th for allegedly trying to lure children, sources said. A police report indicated the suspect was released 1 day later. Just sent right back out into the community. This is why Lake and Riley Act is so necessary, that had passed and signed into law by Trump, right? That's why that was so necessary, because under the Lake and Riley Act, that guy would have been snatched up and removed immediately, right? Once you commit a crime and you're arrested the first time around, it's one strike and you're out. But then again, we are talking about Chicago as well with Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. And as you can see, even when you're arrested for allegedly luring a child, right? Most likely trying to engage in some sort of weird child's play, they released him the next day just for him to go out with another one of his buddies, find someone on a dating app for LGBTQ folks, set up a date with this man just to tie him up, duct tape him, remove him from this earth, and take all his belongings. All this could have been avoided if in the city of Chicago and all the other sanctuary cities, they just simply operated with common sense and worked with ICE to remove public safety threats. But because they don't, you have situations like this happen. And as we bring things around full circle, this also just goes and continues to highlight the sense of urgency behind the mass deportation efforts being funded appropriately and expeditiously, as I like to say, right? Because things can kind of fall apart on itself rather quickly if the funding isn't there. And then you're going to continue to see more stories like this. And obviously we don't want that. And with all that being said, that does it for today's show. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And most importantly, please make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. And before we get out of here, I want to give my thank yous out to those of you who supported the channel. Shout out to my man, We Next, aka DSB, for not only becoming a channel member, which you always were one, right? But for gifting out multiple channel members as well. I appreciate you, DSB, for coming through as you always do. And you also left me a comment here stating, keep up the amazing work, my warrior brother. I definitely will, DSB, and thank you for the support that you always show me. And also thank you to my man Saul, who keeps my family fed always. He said $150 billion, time to cut off that funding. Yeah, it was costing us $150 billion a year to house, clothe, feed, provide medical services, so on and so forth, these illegal immigrants brought in during the migrant crisis. It's going to cost less money than that to get them out of here. And like I said, just logically speaking, as time goes on and as the mass deportation efforts continue and you're removing more and more people, you essentially are going to be scaling back and needing less and less money because you don't have as many people that you need to remove like you did when things first started, right? So once again, thank you guys for joining me today. And shout out to famously Blacc for coming through last minute. Thank you so much. He said, appreciate you, famously Blacc. I appreciate you too. And thank you all for the support you show. So I'm gonna head out of here right now. Once again, hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And Telegram. I cannot stress. Please make sure you follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. I will catch you guys later. Peace and have a great afternoon.
Thank you for watching Front Line Black News Part 2.
For the record, and the reason I guess I want all of the citizens to know why we're so.
Join us for Part 3 sometime around 10 later on this evening. We got a busy day, city council, etc. It's Mondays, we're gonna go ahead and end this program because it's already late. But join me after this for the RVA. We try to get in like an hour or two. I'm really killing time till like 8 o'clock. So join me for the RVA right after this. We'll see you guys later on tonight for Part 3. We'll cover a wide variety of topics and whatnot. Stay black, stay dangerous, have a great day. Grand rising for those that are waking up. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and close this out. We'll see you soon. Oh, thanks to our chats. Kari was here, Jay was here, Twin was here, Mac was here, and Shabaka, of course, obviously, and God, I can't remember. Jab was here too. So I'm sorry, brother. I keep messing up your name, but I can't see it right now. So we'll see you guys for Part 3. Grand Rising. Have a great day. Do something productive. Keep your head on a swivel. And yeah, Jesse. End it. Already close this out. I told him about tonight. Part 3. Already did all that. I did everything.
Oh yeah. So we'll see y'all then.
There no. Facebook, Twitter, all that good shit. Yeah. You know where to go.